The board will now come to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderman Moore. Alderwoman Hubbard. Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderman Kotar. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther. Alderman Vollmer. Alderwoman Martin. Alderman Ornowitz. Alderwoman Murphy. Alderwoman Howard. Alderwoman Green. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Rhodey. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Muhammad. Alderman Boyd. Alderman Vaccaro. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderwoman Navarro. President Reed.
Here.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderman Bosley. Alderman Moore. Alderwoman Hubbard. Alderwoman Howard. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Muhammad. Alderman Boyd. Alderman Vaccaro. 24 present.
Quorum being present, we are so blessed today to have with us Father Mark Bozak of St. Stanislaus to lead us in prayer. Please join me in welcoming Father Bozak.
Thank you very much for having me. As many of you know, the nephew of our clerk, Terry Kennedy, passed away in a tragic accident. Let us offer first a moment of silent prayer in the honor of Ronald Powell. Thank you. You might be thinking to yourself, does he talk funny? Yes, I do. I was born and raised in Poland, hence my thick Polish accent. I hope you are able to understand me despite my way of talking. I know God does, so I hope you will as well. I come from northeast part of Poland, the very same region where Nicholas Copernicus was born. And like Copernicus, I too was excommunicated. Unfortunately, not for good reasons like Copernicus. I'm certain you have heard that Copernicus was persecuted for believing and proving that it is the earth that circles around the sun, not the other way around. And for that reason, the scientists of his day and the churches of his day deemed him cuckoo. It took the church about 300 years to finally realize that Copernicus was right and they were wrong. So there is hope for all of us. If you believe that you are right and someone else powerful and mighty is wrong, just give them 3 or 4 centuries, they will come around eventually. I know this is a special session right before Independence Day weekend, so it will be a short 2-hour invocation, maybe 2.5. As we celebrate our independence, especially here in the West or Midwest, we think of independence of in terms of being able to do things on your own, of not being dependent on anyone else. And it's a very praiseworthy idea. But if you take it to an extreme, it can lead to some would call social Darwinism, when everybody is on his or her own. Now we say, pull yourself by your bootstraps. You can do things if you work hard enough. Unfortunately, not everyone can pull themselves by their bootstraps. And on this Independence Day week, I invite you to be mindful of our interdependence, how we as a society rely on each other, especially how our weak and vulnerable members rely on the help of those who have power, who have influence, who have voice. As an immigrant, I invite you to think of other immigrants. I invite you to think of those who have less, who are underserved in our city, in your neighborhoods. And as we celebrate independence, remember that all creation is interdependent with each other. Please bow your heads for a short prayer. Almighty God, creator and lover of all, you have made us stewards of your bounty. Give our thoughts your wisdom. Give our words your guidance. May all we say and do serve you and our sisters and brothers, especially those who are vulnerable, weak, and count on your saving grace and our assistance. We ask this because we know that you love us and you reign now and forever. Amen. Thank you very much.
Please join me in a round of applause for Father Bozak. And that messaging was right on point. Remember our interdependence as we celebrate independence. Thank you so much. Introduction of honored guests. Any introduction of honored guests? Alderman from 22nd.
Yes, Mr. President, members of the board, I have some very esteemed honored guests this morning. These gentlemen that I'm going to introduce were responsible for the Black Wall Street that took place on Martin Luther King between Kingland in the city limits of Wellston all the way to Hamilton in the city of St. Louis. It was a phenomenal experience. Those who may remember back in the 50s, Martin Luther King, or Eastern Avenue back then, was a shopping mecca of this region. It was the epic center of this region, as Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma was. So I would like to have my special guest, Farrakhan Shagag, who's the president and CEO of Young Voices with Action with Stand Up, as well as Mr. Tidrell Stevenson, who is the director of the North City Urban League Save Our Sons, which was a sponsor. Let's give these young men a great round of applause. Thank you.
Any further introductions? Any further introductions? Alderwoman from 26?
The alderman from the 22nd stole my guest. But just good morning again. Good morning, you all. And I had to make sure I recognize them. And Farrakhan, for all your work you did this past Saturday for the Black Wall Street. It was an amazing event, not to mention this collar that I keep getting a lot of compliments on. I purchased it there. So good morning to you all. Thank you for being here this morning.
Any further introductions? Any further introductions? Alderwoman from 6.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Sophie Costas, who has been my intern this week and exceedingly helpful. She's right here on the floor with me. Thank you.
All right, welcome. Any further introductions? Any further introductions? Alderman from the 10th like to wrap us up?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the board, we're gathered here on July 3rd, the eve of our birthday of our nation. It was on this day in 1985 that Back to the Future premiered for all you youngsters. And more importantly, this is Eat Your Beans Day, which makes me very happy that we're all off work for the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Approval of the minutes.
Approval of the minutes, June 28th, 2019.
Alderman from the 22nd, you recognize on approval of the minutes.
Mr. President, members of the board, I move to approve the minutes from June 28, 2019.
Moved by the Alderman from the 22nd, seconded by the Alderman from the 10th. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Report of city officials.
Report of city officials can be found in A, B, and C in the agenda and has been placed in the aldermen's mailboxes.
We will dispense with line item 7. Would anyone like to take any bills off of any of our informal calendars? Would anyone like to take any bills off of any of our informal calendars? We will dispense with line items 8 through 10. First reading of board bill.
Board Bill 85, sponsored by...
Madam Clerk, please. Hold. Alderman from the 17th.
Yes, Mr. President, I do want to take a bill off the informal calendar, but I'm having trouble locating the proper agenda here.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, I think they're taking off the ones from last week.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
I think
off. My
that was
mistake.
last week.
My mistake.
Oh, that's all
That
right.
was last week.
First reading of board bills.
Board Bill 85, sponsored by Alderman Gunther, an ordinance approving the dissolution of the Cherokee Station Special Business District and the discharge of the members of its boards of commissioners by repealing ordinance number 58600 approved May 6, 1982. Board Bill 86, sponsored by Alderman Rhodey, an ordinance pertaining to the parking within the 4400 block of Gibson Residential Parking District, establishing the location and restrictions for curb parking in the restricted parking zone within the 4400 block of Gibson Residential Parking District, authorizing the placement of permit parking only signs within the district and prohibiting the parking within the district of any vehicle which does not display the authorized permit, containing definitions, a penalty clause, and an emergency clause. Board Bill 87, sponsored by Alderman Narayan, an ordinance approving a blighting study and a redevelopment plan for 7202
Have some order. Please proceed, Alderman.
7202 through 7220 Arsenal area. Board Bill 88, sponsored by Alderwoman Martin, an ordinance repealing Ordinance 69427, approved February the 21st, 2013, and pertaining to city public works contracts, tax increment finance projects, and St. Louis bonding projects, and force diversity, and establishing apprenticeship training, construction workforce development, and a community jobs board, and in lieu thereof, establishing a new ordinance pertaining to the same and containing a severability clause and an effective date. That is the extent of first reading of board bills.
Reference to committee.
To the Ways and Means Committee, Board Bill 85. To the Streets Committee, Board Bill 86. To Neighborhood Development, Board Bill 87. And to the HUD's Committee, Board Bill 88. That is the extent of reference to committee.
Second reading.
The following board bill was reported out of the HUD's Committee, Board Bill 71, sponsored by Alderman Kotar, an ordinance amending Ordinance 70316, approved July 14, 2016, by amending the legal description of the 705 Olive Street redevelopment area and amending Section C of the 705 Olive Street redevelopment plan by extending the time of completion to January the 1st, 2022. The following board bills were reported out of the Ways and Means Committee. Board Bill 82, sponsored by Alderman Kotar, an ordinance adopting and approving the petition to amend the petition to establish the 705 Community Improvement District to add property to the 705 Olive Community Improvement District and containing a severability clause. Board Bill 83, sponsored by Alderman Kotar, an ordinance approving the petition of an owner of certain real property to establish a community improvement district, establishing the Soulard Community Improvement District and containing an emergency clause and containing a severability clause. The following board bills were reported out of the Streets Committee. Board Bill 60, sponsored by Alderman Muhammad, pursuant to Ordinance 68937 and authorizing the honorary street name of Sarah Tillard Lane, which shall begin at the intersection of San Francisco and North Newstead and run northwest on San Francisco to the intersection of San Francisco and North Taylor. Board Bill 67, sponsored by Alderwoman Ingracia, an ordinance repealing and replacing Ordinance 70710, authorizing the Board of Public Service to promulgate regulations regarding bike sharing activities, which regulations will be known as the bike share policy of the city and containing an emergency clause. That is the extent of second reading of board bills.
Alderman from the 7th, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. I move to suspend the rules for the purposes of moving Board Bills 71, 82, 83, 60, and 67 to the perfection consent calendar.
Been moved by the Alderman from the 7th and seconded by the Alderman from the 20th. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderman Moore. Alderwoman Hubbard. Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderman Kotar.
Aye.
Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther. Alderman Vollmer. Alderwoman Martin. Alderman Ornowitz. Alderwoman Murphy. Alderwoman Howard. Alderwoman Green. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Rhodey. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Muhammad. Alderman Boyd. Alderman Vaccaro. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderwoman Navarro. President Reed.
Aye.
Alderman Bosley. Alderman Moore. Alderwoman Murphy. (27) aye votes.
By vote, sustain the motion, Alderman from the 7th, and place the aforementioned bills on the perfection consent calendar. Alderman from the 7th, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. I request to move Board Bill 71, which was just placed on the perfection consent calendar, to the regular perfection calendar.
Madam Clerk, please make note of that. Place Board Bill 71 at the tail end of the regular perfection calendar. Alderman from the 22nd.
Mr. President, members of the board, I'd like to move to discharge Board Bill 32, Committee Substitute, as amended from the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 22nd, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 19th. Alderman from the 22nd.
Yes, Mr. President, members of the board, time is of the essence to pass this bill, or at least have the debate on this bill on whether or not it should pass before we end summer recess. Unfortunately, the chairperson of Intergovernmental Affairs, because of his health, has not been able to attend a lot of the meetings. It's in the best interest of the city that a body as a whole discuss this board bill. There's been a lot of work done on it, and I'm asking for your most favorable consideration for the body as a whole, a committee as a whole, to discuss this bill rather than hold it in a committee to hold it up forever.
Okay. Alderman from the 1st.
Point of order. When was this board bill sent to the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee?
I think it was May 1st, I believe.
Been there 30 days?
Yes.
then there is no then he can make that motion. That was the first point of order.
Okay.
Second point of order is this. We have a law that we passed, an ordinance that says that bills like this have to have a fiscal note before they are introduced, not after, whatever. The aldermen did not bring the fiscal note to the first meeting we had or the second one, and we still do not have a fiscal note. Alderman, I'm sorry, Mr. President, you were one of the people that passed that bill, as the mayor, as is Alderwoman Green, as is Alderwoman Spencer, and several people down here. And the reason why was because we needed to be able to know what was going on with these bills. And the fiscal note is very clear about what you have to do, and it requires you to do that before introducing a board bill. This bill has been illegally introduced in the first place, and secondly, even if we were allowed to do it, we still don't have a fiscal note. And in the bill itself about fiscal notes, it says you have to have it, and then you also have to have it when you do any changes or when it comes before the board for a vote. Neither of those things do we have a fiscal note, and we requested it twice in committee, and the alderman said he refused to give us that note. And the committee members that are here know that I asked for it and then put it in writing. And I want you to explain how we have a board bill before us that does not have a fiscal note. And I want there some kind of explanation, and bearing that, we have no business even discussing this board bill because it's not before us legally. We're violating an ordinance. It's an ordinance that you yourself helped pass.
Would you like the alderman from the 22nd to yield? Alderwoman from the 15th will yield the question to the Alderwoman from the 1st.
Sure.
Alderwoman from the 1st, please proceed.
Alderwoman, a few years ago, we passed an ordinance, and it was an ordinance about fiscal notes.
Correct.
Is that correct? Were you a co-sponsor of that?
I was.
Can you
yes.
tell me about that board bill, please?
So one of I think the impetus for this bill was a concern that we were passing a lot of things out of this board without actually knowing the impact on the financial position of the city. And so one of the reasons that we brought this forth was so that anything that came out of this body, we would understand the implication it could have on our city budget, whether that is adding staff positions or decreasing staff positions, or tax incentive bills, or any other kind of bill that could potentially have an impact on the financial situation of the city.
So if we were going to have a board bill that started a whole new department and had staff and had a director, and we were going to pay them and make them part of a compensation plan, would that be something that would be under the fiscal impact, fiscal note?
Yes, under the intent of the bill as we had it framed back, I think it was almost 3 years ago now that we passed it. It was intended for if there was a new staff position, if there was a development deal, any kind of thing that would have a fiscal impact on this city would be required to have that fiscal note.
And you sit with me on the Rules Committee, is that correct?
Correct.
And on the Rules Committee, then one of the things we look for is attachments, fiscal notes, and things like that.
Correct.
If we don't have those things, then we don't pass it out of committee because it's missing something vital. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so today we held up 6 bills because we met yesterday and it didn't have attachments and things that needed on the bill. And so when we came back today, they didn't have them.
Correct.
And they were held back because they didn't have them. Nothing we did.
Correct.
Something that actually SLDC and I want to say HUD's committee, because the HUD's committee is not looking at their bills, because these were all HUD committee's bills that had these things missing, and I don't see how they even got voted out of HUD's committee, because that shows me they're not looking at their bills at all, because these are things that talk about incorporated by reference, attachments, and things like that. They weren't there.
Right.
So, but if we don't have fiscal notes on things that are supposed to be passed out, what would happen in our committee?
Well, it wouldn't leave committee, but first of all, my understanding of the bill that we passed several years ago is that a bill should not be introduced without that fiscal note, not just that it shouldn't be voted on the floor, shouldn't make it out of committee. I think that the language of that bill said that that fiscal note should be attached from day one.
And in fact, you are exactly correct. Here's what section 1 of board bill, I'm sorry, what's the ordinance? It was a board bill and now it's an ordinance. It's board bill 63 committee substitute as amended that became an ordinance, and it was passed back in 2016. And it says, a proposed board bill shall prior to introduction be accompanied by a fiscal note if such board bill authorizes any of the following: an expansion of services which entails additional costs beyond that approved by the current adopted city budget, an undertaking of a new service for which no funding is provided in the current, I know you guys are having a good conversation, thank you, in the current adopted city budget, a commitment of city funding in the future under certain specific conditions, an issuance of bonds, notes, and lease purchase agreements which may require additional fundings beyond that approved in the current adopted city budget, an execution or initiation of an activity as a result of federal or state mandates or requirement, a capital improvement project, and it goes on, but it says, prior to the introduction of the board bill, this is supposed to accompany it, okay? And that was the intent of you, and let me see, this was introduced by Antonio French, Alderman Conway, Alderwoman Murphy, Alderman Kennedy, Alderman Carter, President Reed, Alderwoman Cruzen, Alderwoman Green, Alderwoman Davis, and Alderwoman Spencer. Is that correct? Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that I understood that it was supposed to be before, and that any bill that was introduced and it didn't have a fiscal note was really a bill that's not supposed to be introduced. Is that your understanding? Thank you. And that was to make sure that the people who are looking at board bills and making a decision would know the fiscal impact of such a board bill on our budget, our potential budget. Is that correct? All right, thank you. Mr. President, members of the board, I'd like to know, I don't know if she's still here, if the Alderwoman from the 27th would yield.
Alderwoman from the 27th will yield for question to the Alderwoman from the 1st. Alderwoman from the 1st, please proceed.
Alderwoman, you and I sit on Intergovernmental Affairs Committee, right? Yes. And we had a meeting last Thursday and again Monday. Is that right? Right. And we had questions about Board Bill 32 committee substitute. And during that time, when you originally read the board bill, if you don't want to answer this, it's fine. You talked about this was an appointed position, right? Right. Then when you found out that it was paid, that was something that you were not put on notice for, because we didn't have a fiscal note appointed to this, right?
Right. I didn't see a fiscal note, but I didn't know the appointed were paid positions.
Right. Okay. All right. And so did you hear me ask the Alderman from the 22nd for that?
Yes.
Okay. And I pointed that out, and then I put it in writing, and then I sent the committee members the law about fiscal notes. Is that correct?
Right.
All right. Thank you. Mr. President, members of the board, I'd like to ask the Alderman from the 24th if he would yield.
Alderman from the 24th will yield the question to the Alderwoman from the 1st.
I will, Mr. President.
Alderwoman from the 1st, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Alderman, you also sit on Intergovernmental Affairs with me, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You and I had a lot of questions about Board Bill 32 committee substitute as amended, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I did send to you, because I sent to you and all the committee members a copy of the law about fiscal notes, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And while we were there asking questions, did you hear me ask the Alderman from the 22nd to provide us a fiscal note?
Several times.
And he did respond that he was not going to give us a fiscal note.
My understanding is his position on it is that this bill does not require a fiscal note.
Okay, you are an attorney, aren't you, Alderman?
Yes,
did you
ma'am.
have a chance to read the fiscal note ordinance?
I did.
And what is your thoughts about if this requires a fiscal note?
My kind of knee-jerk thought, and to be honest, I haven't put the type of research in that I would want to have my 100% final answer.
I don't want you to go on record.
But my kind of knee-jerk response would be that since this does set up a new position that is paid, that it would require a fiscal note, but I haven't dove into the weeds of the bill either.
Okay, let me ask you something that the board says. Okay, so you did read Board Bill 32 Committee Substitute, because you asked lots of questions.
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And I don't want to divulge what you told me, what your position was. I won't do that, okay? I keep things in confidence.
I appreciate that.
Okay, but here in the board bill, which is about fiscal notes, in the board bill that we have before us, it provides for creating new staff and a budget and compensation under the civil service plan, and it also creates a director. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. Okay, so when we look at Board Bill 63 Committee Substitute as amended, I forget the ordinance number, but it's the fiscal note ordinance.
And
it says...
I don't have that in front of me, so...
I'm going to read what it says.
Okay.
Alderman from the 22nd, please state your point of order.
Mr. President, my motion is to discharge the bill for the purpose of the committee as a whole discussing the bill. Currently, the debate and the discussion is about discussing the bill. We're not to the point where we need to discuss the bill. If the body as a whole, by a simple majority, would vote that we bring it before us, all the discussion that the Alderwoman is having with the Alderman from the 24th would be germane to what our discussion should be about.
Yeah. Yes. Discussing the details in the bill. All right, Alderwoman, keep your comments germane, to the bill coming out of committee.
Okay. So anyway, according to what's in the bill, and then it says, an expansion of city services, which entails the city budget. So if we're going to establish a new, department, whatever you want to call it, then that's going to take some money out of the budget, and we're going to pay a director and staff, and we're going to set up a compensation plan. Is it your opinion that that would be something that would be providing for funding that's actually not in the budget right now?
Alderwoman, the area you're going into would be more appropriate for the perfection of the bill. So if you have anything final to... All right, so let's let the Alderman from the 24th just answer the question related to the physical note, and then we...
Thank you, Mr. President. So in my opinion, I think that it gets quite complicated because this is a piece of, essentially the way that I understand it is it's a piece of enabling legislation that enables us to then create the legislation. However, with the, so I'm not sure whether the fiscal bill would come from the legislation that this particular piece of legislation allows us to create, or if the fiscal note would need to be a part of this particular legislation.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so the fiscal note does require that
Alderwoman, I think the Alderman from the 24th answered the question related. Do you have anything further from the Alderman for the 24th? Right. Yes, because we're getting in the... All right, thank you. Alderwoman, again, these discussions are more germane during the discussion of the bill. Alderwoman from the 20th, will you yield to the Alderwoman from the 1st?
Yes.
Alderwoman from the 1st, please proceed.
Alderwoman, you were one of the sponsors of Board Bill 63, Committee Substitute as amended, is that correct? And that's the fiscal note bill that became an ordinance back in 2016?
That is correct.
And you have been one of the advocates about having fiscal notes to things so that we would know what was going on in board bills, is that right?
That is correct.
And so when you passed this board bill, can you tell me what was the intent and what you were trying to get at?
The intent of the fiscal note bill was to add a layer of...
Alderwoman, hold on for a second, Alderwoman from the 20th. There's no need to discuss the merits of a bill. The fiscal note bill is not in front of us. So the ordinance that is passed, that is passed. If you want to ask her something about moving this one from committee, so please proceed, Alderwoman from the 1st.
Making body, when we make laws, should try to follow our own laws.
Alderwoman from the 20th, please proceed.
I guess I do. I was talking into the microphone. It wasn't working, but it appears to be working now. And yes, I do believe as a legislative body, we should always consider our own rules and our own laws and follow them at all times.
So if we're considering a board bill and it's talking about creating a position and money, would you like to have a fiscal note before you where you can make that determination if this is something you want to do?
I do believe we should have fiscal notes associated with bills that will cost the city money, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions, and I'm not going to put anybody else on the spot. I'm going to object to this being removed out of committee because I'm going to object to it being before us. In the first place, it is an illegal bill. It should not be even introduced. And to do this and then try to pull it out of committee because you don't like the response, the committee could have voted. We had enough votes to vote it down. So when the alderman is stamping his feet and having a fit, we didn't because we were trying to get him to produce a fiscal note. What is this going to cost? How much are we going to pay these people? When you do this kind of thing and you have people come before your committee to talk about why they're not for it after the alderman said that they were, it is damaging. It is damaging to the way a committee works. This alderman often asks people for stuff that he wants to produce. I told him from the first about people I wanted to come. He did not produce those things. He did not produce a fiscal note. And if we're not going to follow our own laws, then we're a lawless bunch of legislators down here, and it's an embarrassment. And I am opposed to bringing it out of committee. And I was getting ready to write you a letter to ask, and I put that in an email, why we even have this bill before us without a fiscal note.
All right, thank you. Alderman from the 22nd.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You recognize the close.
Thank you. The bill does not require a fiscal note. That's per the clerk. And if you read the ordinance for fiscal note, the clerk is the final say. Second, Mr. President, I made sure that I communicated with the chairman, Sam Moore of the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee, and asked him would it be okay if I pull my bill out of his committee, and I have it in a text message. He did affirm that it would be okay with him for me to pull this bill out of committee. So I would ask for the committee, the board's most favorable consideration, and I close with that.
All right, thank you. So it's been moved by the Alderman from the 22nd, seconded by the Alderman from the 19th, that we suspend our rules for the purposes of moving Board Bill 32, Committee Substitute as amended, out of the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyers. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderman Moore. Alderwoman Hubbard. Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderman Kotar. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther. Alderman Vollmer. Alderwoman Martin. Alderman Ornowitz. Alderwoman Murphy. Alderwoman Howard. Alderwoman Green. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Rhodey. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Muhammad. Alderman Boyd. Alderman Vaquero. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderwoman Navarro. President Reed.
Aye.
Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderman Moore. Alderman Ornowitz. Alderwoman Spencer. "16 aye votes, 6 no votes, 1 abstain, and 3 present.
By a vote, staying the motion, Alderman from the 22nd, and discharge Board Bill 32 Committee Substitute as amended from the Intergovernmental Affairs. Alderman from the 22nd, you recognize.
President, members of the board, I move to place Board Bill 32 Committee Substitute as amended on the perfection calendar.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 22nd. Entertain a second on that motion. Seconded by the Alderwoman from the 14th. Alderwoman from the 1st, this is just to place it on the perfection calendar, and then the next thing is the perfection calendar where we will discuss the detail. I know, but to discuss the details within the bill. All right, Alderman from the 1st, please proceed.
President, I rise in opposition to this being placed on the perfection calendar. I do so because it is in violation of our rules of how to introduce board bills. The alderman likes to tell all kind of tales about what our board bills say and our ordinance says. The clerk is not the final say about fiscal notes. And not only is the clerk not the final say about fiscal notes, but there also is a part of this ordinance that talks about the clerk and the budget director. So he needs to read the ordinance that he says doesn't apply. And so for the reason that it's an illegal ordinance before us and that it does not fulfill the requirements of an ordinance, I'm opposed to being on the perfection calendar or any calendar. And I wish that I would have opposed it when it was first introduced, but sometimes we have been trying very hard to accommodate people, and if you come and bring us a fiscal bill, we'll be looking for that. But whatever happens when it comes to rules, we'll still be looking for that fiscal note.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 22nd, you recognize close on the motion to place the Board Bill 32 Committee Substitute as amended on the perfection calendar.
Mr. President, I renew my motion.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 22nd, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 14th, that we place Board Bill 32 Committee Substitute as amended on the regular perfection calendar. There's been a request for previous roll. There's been an objection previous roll. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderman Moore. Alderwoman Hubbard. Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderman Kotar. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther. Alderman Vollmer. Alderwoman Martin. Alderman Ornowitz. Alderwoman Murphy. Alderwoman Howard. Alderwoman Green. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Rhodey. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Muhammad. Alderman Boyd. Alderman Vaccaro. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderwoman Navarro. President Reed.
Aye.
Alderman Bosley. Alderman Moore. Alderman Ornowitz. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Vaccaro. 16 aye votes, 7 no votes, 1 abstain, and 2 present.
By vote, staying the motion, Alderman from the 22nd, and place Board Bill 32 Committee Substitute as amended on the regular perfection calendar. Madam Clerk, please place Board Bill 32 Committee Substitute as amended on the tail end of the regular perfection calendar.
So noted.
We dispensed with line item 14. At the request of the Alderwoman from the first, please place move Board Bill 59 Committee Substitute and Board Bill 34 as amended. That's 59 Committee Substitute and 34 as amended to the regular perfection calendar.
So noted.
At the request of the Alderwoman from the 15th, please place Board Bill 68 and 81 on the regular perfection calendar. Move it from the perfection consent to the regular perfection calendar. That's 68 and 81. So it's 59 committee substitute, 34 as amended, 68 and 81.
So noted.
Perfection consent.
Board Bill 48, sponsored by Alderman Oldenburg, an ordinance recommended by the Planning Commission pertaining to the zoning code Title 26, repealing Section 5 of Ordinance 70942, codified as Section 2652020 and 2652025 of the revised code pertaining to the use regulation and conditional uses of I Central Business District, and enacting in lieu thereof a new section on the same subject matter, repealing Section 6 of Ordinance 70942, codified as Section 2660020 of the revised code pertaining to the use regulations of the K unrestricted district and containing a severability and an emergency clause. Board Bill 58, sponsored by Alderwoman Ingracia, an ordinance recommended by the Board of Public Service establishing the Public Works and an improvement project for the I-64 at Jefferson City Streets project in the city. Board Bill 76, sponsored by Alderman Vaccaro, an ordinance establishing a four-way stop site at the intersection of Childress and Bradley, regulating all traffic.
Have some order. Please proceed.
Traveling northbound and southbound on Childress at Bradley, and regulating all traffic traveling eastbound and westbound on Bradley at Childress, and containing an emergency clause. Board Bill 80 as amended, sponsored by Alderman Bosley, an ordinance authorizing and directing the Director of Streets to permanently close, barricade, or otherwise impede the flow of traffic on the 4200 block of John by blocking said traffic flow at the west curb line of North Florissant where it intersects with the 4200 block of John. Board Bill 56, sponsored by Alderwoman Davis, an ordinance recommended and approved by the Airport Commission, the Board of Public Service, and the Board of Estimate and Apportionment, establishing and authorizing a multi-year public work and improvement program at St. Louis Lambert International Airport, which is owned and operated by the city, providing for and consisting of capital improvement projects to and for the terminal complexes, concourses, parking facilities, and garages, and associated airport buildings, structures, and facilities, roadways, driveways, and environs, airport runways, taxiways, aprons, ramps, and associated airfield buildings, structures, facilities, and environs, and other associated airport improvements or programs more fully described on Exhibit A, entitled Project List. Board Bill 57, sponsored by Alderwoman Davis, an ordinance recommended and approved by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment, authorizing and directing the Director of Airports and the Comptroller, owner and operator of St. Louis Lambert International Airport, to enter into and execute the shared ride shuttle concession agreement between the city and the airport best taxi service, granting the concessionaire certain rights and privileges in connection with the occupancy and use of premises, which is defined and more fully described in Article 2 of the agreement that was approved by the Airport Commission and is attached hereto as Attachment 1, containing a severability clause and containing an emergency clause. That is the extent of perfection consent.
Alderman from the 22nd, you recognize on the motion for the perfection consent calendar.
Mr. President, members of the board, I move for adoption of the perfection consent calendar.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 22nd, seconded by the Alderman from the 10th. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
That is the extent of perfection consent calendar.
Board bills for perfection.
Board Bill 79 as amended, sponsored by Alderwoman Ingracia, an ordinance recommended by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment pertaining to location of a corporate headquarters, establishing an earnings and payroll tax reimbursement account in support of the project described herein, approving a development and performance agreement related to such projects and authorizing execution thereof, and authorizing certain other actions by city officials.
Alderman from the 6th, you recognize on the perfection of Board Bill 79 as amended.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. Board Bill 79 as amended is an exciting...
Make a motion.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. I'd like to make a motion to perfect Board Bill 79 as amended.
Moved by the Alderman from the 6th, seconded by the Alderman from the 7th. Alderwoman, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Board Bill 79 as amended is an opportunity for St. Louis, for the first time as long as I can remember, to bring a corporate headquarters into the city of St. Louis. Build-A-Bear has been around for 20 years. I think all of us are aware of their business model. It's going to move about 217 employees from St. Louis County into St. Louis City. Only 30 of their employees currently live in the city of St. Louis, so we'll be adding earnings and payroll tax for those additional employees. They are working on rebranding themselves since their original model of being in mall stores is going by the wayside, and want to be located near tourism. And so the attractions at Union Station and the new aquarium is an exciting opportunity for them to continue to build their brand. They are going to be tenants in this location, and the board bill provides for a 50% rebate of the payroll and earnings taxes up to $1.5 million over the course of 10 years for the number of employees that they currently have. We've built in protections for the city of St. Louis, so if the if the number of employees dips below 170, the percentage of the rebate goes down. If they get to 140 employees, the rebate completely goes away. And then we also are requiring them to pay any incentives back if they leave the city of St. Louis during the term of their lease. And I'm happy to take questions.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 28th, you recognize on Board Bill 79 as amended.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am also excited to see a new corporation locate their headquarters in St. Louis, and I appreciate the work of the Alderwoman from the 6th in terms of looking at how to do an incentive package responsibly. However, this project is already receiving property tax abatement, and that goes through a whole process. We have guidelines for that. We have a calculation to ensure that the incentives that are granted have been evaluated to show net benefit to the city. And I don't believe we have that sort of process so far when it comes to earnings and payroll tax incentives there. Also, this is already in an entertainment district that is receiving other incentives. So I think this is a great location for Build-A-Bear. I think there's a lot of reasons for them to be there already. And as I said, I supported the property tax abatement, but for those reasons, I am opposing this particular package of incentives. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 24th.
Would the Alderman yield for questioning?
Alderman from the 6th will yield the question to the Alderman from the 24th.
I will.
Please proceed.
Just one more time, could you let me know, I know that you answered this question previously. Could you let me know how many jobs are associated with this particular abatement?
The headquarters will have 200 employees.
And last week, or 2 weeks ago, I believe that you had a number, how many of those jobs were women and minority jobs?
Yeah, it's like 78% are women and 50% are people of color, but that's for the entire company, so all of their locations worldwide.
So you don't have data on these particular jobs?
I do. Hold on. It might take me just a moment to find it.
No problem.
At headquarters, it's 68% women and 32% people of color.
And my understanding is that Build-A-Bear will not relocate their corporate headquarters without this particular abatement?
I believe with certainty that they will not move here without this package. They're putting a significant amount of money, of their own money, into the project, and it's a bit of an unusual situation because they are tenants and not owning the building, and so the earnings tax piece is really the only thing they're able to bring for the tenant improvement piece.
So that's why we're not doing a property tax abatement that we would typically do on something like this.
The property tax abatement is for the incremental increase in taxes that the landlord is passing on to Build-A-Bear as the tenant.
Gotcha. Nothing further. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion? Alderman from the 28th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the Alderman from the 6th yield for a question?
Alderman from the 6th will yield a question. Alderman from the 28th, please proceed.
Thank you. I'm familiar with the building that they're moving into, which was recently occupied by Missouri Foundation for Health. Could you just speak to a little bit of the tenant improvements that they're hoping to do?
Sure. Yep, absolutely. So the building has never received significant upgrades since it was built, I believe, in 1990 or 1991. And Build-A-Bear does have a unique build-out. So the landlord is basically giving them the bare minimum with respect to build out sort of like a white wall. And so the tenant improvement piece will allow them to do some green infrastructure as well. I'm just going to make sure I don't leave anything out. They are putting in energy efficient lighting and using no or low VOC solvent paint, so clean air for all the construction materials. They will be using recyclable construction waste rather than sending it to a landfill, new plumbing fixtures for water management, and then they are committed to sourcing and specifying finished materials with recycled content, low emission, things like that.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the first?
That's all right. We got a roll call.
Yes, you can request roll call. Alderwoman from the sixth, you recognize to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I renew my motion.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the sixth that we perfect the aforementioned bill. There's been a request for roll call. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Middlebrook.
Aye.
Alderman Bosley. Alderman Moore. Alderwoman Hubbard. Alderwoman Ingracia.
Aye.
Alderman Kotar. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther.
No.
Alderman Vollmer. Alderwoman Martin. Alderman Ornowitz. Alderwoman Murphy. Alderwoman Howard. Alderwoman Green. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Rhodey. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Muhammad. Alderman Boyd. Alderman Vaccaro. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderwoman Navarro. President Reed. Alderman Bosley. Alderman Moore. Alderwoman Hubbard. Alderman Vollmer. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Cone. Alderman Bosley. Alderman Moore. Alderman Vollmer. 24 aye votes and 3 no votes.
By vote, you sustain the motion of the Alderwoman from the 6th and perfected Board Bill 79 as amended.
Board Bill 68, sponsored by Alderman Vollmer, an ordinance approving the petition to establish the Northeast Hampton I-44 Community Improvement District, authorizing the execution of a cooperation agreement between the city, the Northeast Hampton I-44 Community Improvement District, and the Jerry Ackerman Motor Company, prescribing the form and details of said agreement, making certain findings with respect thereto, authorizing certain other actions of city officials and containing a severability clause and an emergency clause.
Alderman from the 10th, you recognize on the perfection of Board Bill 68.
Thank you. I make a motion that we approve Board Bill 68.
Moved by the Alderman from the 10th, entertain a second on the motion, seconded by the Alderman from the 27th. Any discussion, Alderman?
I renew my motion.
All right, Alderman from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. Would the Alderman from the 10th yield for questions?
Alderman from the 10th will yield the question to the Alderman from the 15th.
For a little while, yeah.
All right, Alderman, please proceed.
A few quick questions. I'm not going to keep you here long. Just a couple. You know that Ackerman used to be in the 15th ward.
Yes.
And back in 2015, we improved a tax incentive to relocate them to I-44 in Hampton. I'm just curious why this was not brought up then. what has changed since 2015 that the community improvement district was not a part of the conversations we were having?
Well, I believe they wanted to wait till they got to that location before they could set this up legally. I'm not a lawyer, but my understanding of it is that, what they ran into during this construction is there's a 20-inch water main that runs north and south under this property that they had to completely build around. So it can change, they had to go back to the drawing board and redo everything as far as architecturally and then figuring out how to work with this site. When MSD was there, this is the site of the old MSD headquarters, they had a parking lot that was right over this that mattered not. When they got into this, moving this company there, we went out of our way to try and find a way to make the use of the site because it had vacant and dormant. We had been by there to take a look at it. We actually had to call the police because there was about 30 homeless people living inside the location at that time. Okay. This was moving them, keeping them in the city. We're putting the TIF, as you know, is on sales and use tax only, not on the sale of automobiles. The Community Improvement District, I believe, helps initiate all that. And again, it's been a win-win situation having them there.
Okay. And so is it your understanding that the money that is generated from the SID is largely going toward improving infrastructure, dealing with that water main?
It's going towards handling the costs and helping with what they had to do to deal with their construction costs and within their district. The whole district is them itself. It affects no one else but Ackerman Toyota.
Right. And I apologize, I didn't see it in here. Does this have an expiration date on it, or?
Off the top of my head, I don't know if there is I thought off the top of my head it was 5-year, but I'm not positive off the top of my head. I don't have the bill in front of me. I just have my notes.
So basically to be able to pay for these?
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense to me. Thank you, I appreciate it. No further questions.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 10th, you recognize to close.
I renew my motion.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 27th, that we perfect Board Bill number 68. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Board Bill 81, sponsored by Alderman Bosley, Alderman Boyd, Alderman Vaccaro, and Alderwoman Boyd. An ordinance repealing Ordinance 63984, approved January 1997. Ordinance 58540, approved March 1982. Ordinance 53693, approved December 1965. And Ordinance 58264, approved March 1981, all pertaining to the preservation of public peace and safety in the city and for the residents thereof, by establishing a curfew applicable to juveniles and regulating their presence in public streets, alleys, right-of-ways, and other similar places, and defining the duties of parents and guardians of juveniles, and providing for their violation thereof, and enacting in lieu thereof a new ordinance pertaining to the same subject matter and containing a penalty, severability, and emergency clauses.
Madam Clerk, 81 should be after Board Bill 71. We're going to take up Board Bill 71, then go to 81.
Okay, I was just writing them down. Board Bill 71, sponsored by Alderman Kotar, an ordinance amending Ordinance 70316, approved July 14, 2016, by amending the legal description of the 705 Olive Street redevelopment area and amending Section C of the 705 Olive Street redevelopment plan by extending the time of completion to January the 1st, 2022.
Alderman from the 7th, you recognize on the perfection of Board Bill number 71.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. I move to perfect Board Bill 71.
It's moved by the Alderman from the 7th, seconded by the Alderman from the 19th. Alderman from the 7th, Alderman from the 7th, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been called way worse. Board Bill 71 is a board bill to simply extend the existing redevelopment plan for the St. Louis Hotel at 705 Olive, which was incentive package was passed by this board in, I think, the end of 2015 that approved a 20-year abatement and a number of other incentives. What this seeks to do is extend the existing tax abatement that's remaining, which is approximately 17 years at the time of completion of the project. So the Hotel St. Louis can be expanded into the neighboring building, which is the Chemical Building, which is a long vacant building downtown located at 777 Olive. We've had 6 developers since 2008 attempt to redevelop this building. Several of them have gone bankrupt. The bank has foreclosed on this property a number of times. We finally believe we're in a position where we can redevelop this property. The plan is to basically expand the existing flag and the existing hotel at 705 Olive into this building, connect the lobbies, and what this will do is add about, let's see, how many hotel rooms? An additional 84 hotel rooms and 72 apartments to the project. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any discussion? Alderman from the first.
Order, we do not have the board bills on our desk.
Board Bill 71, Mr. Clerk.
We still don't have them. We're not supposed to do discussion until we have them. And we're not even supposed to be talking about it.
I believe the clerk. Can you hold for a second, Alderman from the 7th? I know the clerk he's passing them out, so I believe everyone should about have one right now. So. Does everyone have Board Bill 71 now? Board Bill 71 is one of the ones that the Alderman from the 7th suspended the rules on earlier. So it took the staff a minute to copy it and get it on everyone's desk. Is it on everyone's desk? Alderman from the 7th, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think everyone has a copy of the bill now. I apologize for that. That's, I guess, part of moving things from second reading to perfection. We've got to remember to make extra copies. So as I was saying, this is a redevelopment and expansion of the existing Hotel St. Louis into the neighboring Chemical Building. It's approximately a $50 million redevelopment, all in with the existing, the first phase of Hotel St. Louis, which is about a $70 million redevelopment. We're looking at $120 million and the creation of about 140 jobs at the Hotel St. Louis, and have redeveloped a block that just a couple years ago downtown was completely vacant. Both of these buildings were vacant and dilapidated, and hopefully will be coming back to life. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 7th, you recognize the close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I renew my motion.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 7th, seconded by the Alderman from the 19th, that we perfect Board Bill number 71. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Board Bill 32, Committee Sub as amended, sponsored by Alderman Boyd, an ordinance authorizing the establishment of the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council through an intergovernmental cooperative agreement by and between the city, the sheriff, the 22nd Judicial Circuit Court, the circuit attorney, the Missouri State Public Defender, and the director of Missouri Department of Corrections for the purpose as set forth more specifically below, authorizing the mayor to enter into the intergovernmental cooperative agreement with the respective parties and requiring that the intergovernmental agreement contains certain subjects, providing for the filling of vacancies, providing subject to appropriation for an executive director and staff to be appointed by the mayor, and resources to be provided by the city, and the executive director and staff shall be members of the city's classified service plan, requiring the CJCC to prepare prepare and submit its annual budget to the city, providing for maintaining an intergovernmental information sharing agreement, providing for the termination of such agreement, providing for the distribution of assets and liabilities upon dissolution, providing for the severability of the agreement, requiring that the CJCC prepare and provide an annual report to the mayor and to the Board of Aldermen, and containing a severability clause.
Alderman from the 22nd, you recognize on the perfection of Board Bill 32 Committee Substitute as amended.
Mr. President, members of the board, I move for perfection of Board Bill 32 Committee Substitute as amended.
Moved by Alderman from 22nd. I entertain a second on that motion. Seconded by the Alderwoman from the 13th. Alderman, please proceed.
Yes, Mr. President, members of the board, Board Bill 32 Committee Substitute as amended is a criminal justice reform bill. Currently, we have a broken system, and we need to do something unique in our community so that people don't get stuck inside this broken system. I'll give you an example of how this coordinating council can work. There have been examples of people having their conviction nolly processed or dismissed, but yet they still stayed in the jail for at least a week because information and data was not transferred efficiently enough to whoever was responsible for releasing that person. I remember it was so bad about 10 years ago, we actually had to have a judge do an order to have the sheriff department release somebody that had been there over a week, and the paperwork just didn't make it through the system. We have some excited people working together. Currently, they're already working together as a body on a voluntary basis. But what we need to do is memorialize this process so they can become a quasi-political entity and able to secure grants, share data information, and make our system a better system. We want to make sure that this unique system that we're creating addresses the cash bail system, addresses giving people second chances instead of locking them up into the system for 6 months to a year. I have been to one of the coordinating council meetings. I've seen how they operate. I've seen how excited they are to share information and collaborate. I've had conversations with the circuit attorney, and right now the circuit attorney is not interested in participating, and that's okay. I've had conversations with the sheriff. One day he said he's for it, the next day he said he wasn't for it. That's okay. I have not had conversation with the public defender's office. However, the public defender was there for the first hearing, didn't get a chance to speak, left early, and my understanding from the Alderwoman from the first, she was there for the second hearing, but had to go before the hearing started. But it's not my understanding that the public defender is diametrically opposed to this. Let me share with you the basic ex officio members of this board. And this is basically based on their position. So the voting members of this board and this council is going to consist of 9 ex officio voting members composed of the circuit attorney, the 22nd Judicial Circuit Court Administrator, the police commissioner, the administrative judge of the municipal division of the 22nd Judicial Circuit Court, the clerk of the municipal division of the 22nd Judicial Circuit Court, the sheriff, the district public defender, the corrections commissioner of the city of St. Louis, and the probation and parole office of the eastern region of the state of Missouri. Then there's an opportunity to have people appointed as members. So the presiding judge of the 22nd Judicial Court get a chance to appoint one person to serve on the CJCC, which is a criminal justice coordinating council. The appointing judge shall be a voting member. Then you have 2 appointed people by the judge of the 22nd Judicial Court at the recommendation of an executive director, 2 members of the community based on their stake in the community. And these positions, as far as the community membership, could change over time. Then you have the appointed non-voting members. The circuit attorney shall have 1 non-voting member who has a background in providing prosecution-based crime victim services. The police commissioner shall appoint 1 non-voting member who has a background in providing law enforcement-based crime victim services. The terms of these appointed members shall initially be 2 years for the member with the law enforcement crime victim service background and 4 years for the member with a prosecution-based crime victims background. Thereafter, members appointed for these positions shall serve 4 years or until his or her successor is duly appointed. Members of the board, this is enabling legislation. This does not cement anybody and commit anybody to being part of this process. But if we believe in criminal justice reform, we must do business unlike we've done before. And I know that we have members of this board currently serving that are very passionate about criminal justice reform. This is a good vehicle to do that. This is not an anomaly. This is not the first time in the history of America that it's been done. It's been done in other cities across the country, but it will be the first in the state of Missouri. And good for us that St. Louis is on the forefront of this. It's an exciting opportunity for our city. In having conversations with the circuit attorney and listening to some of the chatter about some of the perceived concerns of the sheriff, I took it upon myself to ensure that they shall not, that the language says may participate in this process, also gave them one additional voting member. To me, that is compromise, because I am very interested in criminal justice reform. Even though I'm not a lawyer, even though I do not serve in any capacity as far as collecting data on crime statistics, but I do sit on a body that create laws that will impact this system. Mr. President, I'm willing to take questions.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 24th.
Yes, would the Alderwoman from the 1st yield for questioning?
Alderwoman from the 1st will yield the question to the Alderman from the 24th.
Yes, Mr. President, I will.
Alderman from the 24th, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to ask the Alderwoman from the 1st some questions, because I know she brought some concerns up in committee that the full board may not have had the opportunity to have discussed with the Alderwoman from the 1st, or to have had the opportunity to review the video from the hearing. So now it appears that there is a fiscal note attached to this bill, which I know was a big issue of yours in those hearings. Do you have an issue with this fiscal note?
I do. Would you like me to say why?
Please.
Yes, the whole point of having a fiscal note before it was introduced is because we have a process of committees, and people are assigned to committees, and that's where you're supposed to go out into the weeds and ask lots of questions and make sure that you are comfortable with it. And committees have powers. They have powers to vote it out of committee. They have powers to vote for do not pass recommendation or no recommendation at all. So here we get this fiscal note on our desk now at the last minute, and we're perfecting it. We don't have any time to read this, to go over it, to question the people. These were all the questions, yes, you will remember, that we were trying to get at in committee. And we had 2 very long meetings. They were not short meetings. And the Alderman was put on notice, not only that we wanted the fiscal note, but that we also wanted people to come and see if they had a position. I specifically asked about the sheriff, the circuit attorney, the public defenders, all the people that I could reach out to pretty easy, and I wanted them to come and say what their thoughts were about this. But I can't tell you what my thoughts are about a fiscal note that's put on my desk right at this point, and I don't have time to read it, and I don't have time to get into it in a committee. That's why I'm on a committee, and that's what committee members use their power to do.
I'm going to wait until, okay. In the committee hearing, you also expressed some concerns with the makeup of the board and whether or not it may be a fair cross-section of society. I believe some of the words that you used were something along the lines, and I'm going to paraphrase your words if you don't mind, something along the lines of if you bring the same shareholders to the table, you're going to get similar outcomes.
That is correct. In fact, not only did I do it, I think you raised the issue, and so did the alderwoman from the 27th. Well, all three of us raised the issues because they talked at the committee hearing. There was some testimony about they picked the person who would then pick the community leaders. And so one of the things we talked out about is inherent bias. If the people are at the table who are used to doing the same thing continue to do the same thing and pick the people, you will get a set of people who the people who are picking them will say, this is a great idea, because they don't really know the people out in the community. And I believe the Alderman from the 27th pointed that out and said they can't represent us. And you also asked questions about it. I am concerned about that. In fact, after the first meeting, when I was talking about that, Rebecca Wright, who is the assistant city councilor, and what's the lady's name? Mrs. What's her name? I don't know. The lady who was coming to present the bill. What is her name? Mrs. I can't remember.
Allen.
Miss Allen?
Yeah,
Miss Allen, and then they had another young lady that was with them. We spoke at length after the first meeting, and the young lady who was with them approached me and said, yeah, you made a very good example about how you can have biases and don't even know it. And she talked about the fact that I was able to point out that they were sending all of the city trucks and people who had experience to drive the trash trucks over to South St. Louis, and that how that had really been driven home to her as a way that you don't know what your biases were. So when I was questioning them, I was not saying that they were on purpose racist or anything like that. It was that you can have biases. All of us can have biases. And so I think our concern was to let, and I think you made the point very well about let the community pick somebody versus the people you appoint to pick somebody. That was one of my concerns.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with Circuit Attorney Kim Gardner regarding this legislation?
I did.
And could you fill the board in on Ms. Gardner's position?
So I called her and she called me back because you do know that I had asked, point of order, too much conversation going, I can't hear myself. Thank you. I called her because I'd asked the alderman who was sponsoring the bill about these positions, because he purported to us that all these people thought this was a great bill and everybody was for it. And I said, I don't like for people to speak for other people.
Alderman from the 22nd, please state your point of order.
What the Alderman the first just said is not factual. I never said, and I want to make sure if she says something.
You will have an opportunity to, when you speak. I know you will have an opportunity to object to it. Alderman from the first, please proceed.
He purported to us that people were supportive of it and thought it was a good idea. And then he even just said a few minutes ago, oh, they were, and now they changed their mind. They did not change their mind. So I called them the first day afterwards because I was hoping that he would have done that. So I called the circuit attorney, I called the sheriff, I called the public defender. I used to be a public defender. And I didn't say what my position was. I said, we got this board bill before us, and there's been some testimony about your support of the issue. What is your position? That's what I asked all three of them. Starting with the circuit attorney, she said, I have some concerns. The first thing, and there was actually someone, I was driving my ward with my BPS person, so he was in the car, so I had to say, he's in the car. We had him on speaker, so I didn't let her go too deep into it. I thought I would talk to her later, but she said, I have some concerns. I don't think that we should have a paid position. Why are we having a paid position? I said, well, are you already meeting? She said, yeah, we can meet. We're already meeting. I don't want to have something that forces us to meet because I may or may not be able to. And I got some budget concerns over here at the circuit attorneys. And why would we be setting up a paid position, an executive director of criminal justice? And now I'm looking at this fiscal note, $90,000 to $120,000, a planner analysis, $65,000 to $85,000. These are all the things that we should have been considered in committee, but the circuit attorney had some concerns about them because she was concerned that we had other issues that we need to use that money, and that she also did not think that elected officials and judges, which by the way is heavily weighted with the judges and their picks, should have to be forced to have some kind of meeting amongst each other. If you and I want to meet, and the members of the Board of Aldermen, we can meet. Now, we can't break the sunshine rules, okay? But short of that, if we want to meet with Michael Butler or a circuit attorney, we don't need a $200,000 or $300,000 spent on staff when we just cut out $300,000 that was initially proposed for demolition of buildings. So that didn't make any sense to her. And we later had another conversation, and she said she was uncomfortable with this bill and that she was not a proponent of the bill. She wasn't opposed to it. She just didn't think that we needed it, and she certainly didn't think that we needed a paid position.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with Sheriff Betts?
I did.
And could you inform me on his position? I know that being there at both of the hearings, I was one, as you were, I was one of the committee members who was present at both of the hearings, and I know that things kind of went both ways on that, but I did not have the opportunity to speak to the sheriff himself. Could you fill me in on what he had to say?
Okay, so when I called him, and the other thing, all three of the people didn't know about the meeting we had Thursday. That was the other thing I meant to say. So, because I was asking, why didn't you come if you were for it or against it? And they said, we didn't know about it. So I asked him, he said he didn't know. In fact, he had taken part of the day off, that he would be there. I said, well, you had a deputy that showed up and said that you were supportive of it. He said he may have tried to call me, which the deputy, what he said was, I tried to call the sheriff. He did not, it was not that the sheriff was supportive, or if he did, he misspoke. I haven't looked at the tape to see exactly, but the sheriff was not supportive of this bill. He also had great concerns, so much so that he sent another deputy who is his public affairs person to speak to the issue about what his concerns were. And I was quite taken aback because we just went through the budget. We just started the new budget on July the 1st, and all of a sudden, here we are cutting out things that are important, because I believe the sheriff testified, assistant sheriff deputy, public affairs person, said he didn't have, they had cut back so much of their money, they were concerned about being able to pay for bullets and other things.
That was my understanding, yeah.
Right. So that was of concern to me. I questioned them further about, point of order. We cleared out the back room so we wouldn't have all of this.
Alderman on the back wall, please hold it down so that Alderwoman from the first can complete. Alderwoman from the first, please continue.
So I was further taken aback because in questioning both the sheriff and the sheriff's deputy that came to testify, they spoke to me about the fact that they had been transporting federal prisoners, and that money had been taken away from them, and that if they didn't have money, they would not be able to continue to transport federal prisoners, and we may lose a contract that's like $8 million. That was important to me. The sheriff said pretty much what the circuit attorney said, is that as elected officials, that they did not need anybody to pay people a couple of $100,000 to say that they were supposed to meet or exchange data. As it is, this agreement can't make them exchange data. It just authorizes them to do that. They already can do that. They don't need our permission. They don't need a written law to exchange data. We have Regis. We have other things that you can do. We basically joked, and I joked and said, this is a jobs creation bill, and that we don't have a fiscal note, but we would find out what the cost was going to be when we finally got a fiscal note. We never got one in committee because the alderman refused to give us one.
And I know that Ms. Fox from the Public Defender's Office, and I know the Public Defender's Office is near and dear to you.
Yes.
That Ms. Fox from the Public Defender's Office did not have an opportunity to come before the committee. Did you have an opportunity to speak with Ms. Fox?
I did. In fact, I had never met her. It's near and dear to me, and I even didn't donate clothes, because when we were public defenders, sometimes we would donate clothes for defendants who needed suits and things, and we still do that with my husband's clothes and stuff. But and so she didn't even know I used to be a public defender. So when I called her, she took my call, and then I asked her the same question: did you know we had a meeting? Do you know about this? She said, I've heard about it. And I said, are you comfortable? Would you come and testify before the committee and tell us what your position was? She said, absolutely. She said, I don't see, again, her testimony to me, or her discussion with me, was, we don't need a paid position. I'm not opposed to this, but again, we can share information already. There's nothing preventing us. That's like creating a group of people so that the aldermen can share information. We don't need to pay people $200,000 or $300,000 so aldermen can share information. We don't need to do it for us to share it with the judges. We don't need to do it for us to share it with the public defenders. Elected officials and judges and others have the right to share information. In fact, we have a city charter that says aldermen and committee chairs have the right to access all of the documents for the city already. And there's really never been many people that I have requested information from as an alderperson that I haven't been able to get it. Sometimes I had to remind them of the charter, but once I did, I got my information. And so Ms. Fox was opposed and came to testify, but we didn't get started on time because we didn't have a quorum at that time, came to testify at the second meeting that she was opposed to any paid positions in this time of budget crisis, that we would be creating new jobs while we're cutting other people's services. And so she didn't get a chance to do that, but that is what she indicated to me.
And so, I'm sorry.
She said she would meet, but she didn't need this board bill for her to meet.
And so you have personally worked in the criminal justice system in the past, and this is essentially a criminal justice reform bill, or authorizing legislation to try to reform the criminal justice system.
I'm still not sure what they're reforming. So they jump up and down and say, "Oh, this is a great bill." I don't think they had convinced you. They had not convinced me of what reform. If people are saying we can voluntarily meet, then except for creating a job for several people, $90,000 to $100,000, and another one $65,000 to $85,000. So here we again are talking about $200,000 or $300,000, because you got to also remember they're going to be benefits, and they're going to be added on the city certified plan, so that they will become civil servant employees. So when you add all that, you're talking about $300,000 easily a year. But we don't have money to tear down vacant buildings. So I don't know what the criminal justice reform is. I'm still trying to figure that out.
When we look at the makeup of the members of this board, their positions, do you feel as if this may lean prosecutorial heavy or defense heavy?
I do. So first of all, and you and I had not talked when we first came to the first meeting. We had not discussed this board bill, so it was so interesting to me to hear you have the same concerns. They have 9 members, ex officio, and by virtue of their holding another office. They have the circuit attorney, the 22nd Judicial Court administrator, which is Nathan Graves, the police commissioner, the administrative judge of the municipal division, which is Mr. Newt. We have judicial circuit judge, Judge Michael Mullins. They did have the city councilor, they took that out. They have the clerk of the municipal division, Richard Torak, who is appointed by the judges. They have the sheriff, Vernon Betts, the correction commissioner and the probation parole officer, and Mary Fox for the public defenders. One of the things that many people should know about judges, and if they don't, they probably won't be that surprised. You know this, many of the judges come from the prosecutor side of the fence, okay? It's very seldom that you get people from the public defenders or the defense side. In fact, when I ran for office, I ran with Jack Garvey, and he was a prosecutor and I was a city public defender. And the judges sat and told me, you cannot get elected as a public defender. You have to be a circuit attorney. And so therefore, most of our judges are from the prosecutorial side. So not only is it heavily with judges, but it's also heavily prosecutorial and from a side that does not bring in the other groups that are normally not at the table.
And then just one final question. I know that I had some concerns personally, and I believe that you did too, with a term that was not defined in this bill, and that term is community stakeholder. Traditionally, when we're drafting legislation and there's maybe an ambiguous term, we would look to define that term. Now, do you believe if you were in the courtroom that you could make a community stakeholder, that you could argue that say a member of the gun lobby was a community stakeholder when it came to law enforcement situations?
Correct.
Do you believe that you could argue that a member of the police union would be a community stakeholder? Do you think that that's an ambiguous enough term that it needs to be defined if we are going to get done what this bill purports to do?
I do. In fact, you brought it home very well, and you kept asking the alderman to define it. You pointed it out to Ms. Mary as well as the alderman and the city councilor. And last time I heard, you guys were supposed to be getting together to redefine that. And then again, that didn't happen. Want to also point out to you that at appropriate time, I'll let you do it, and I'll tell it when I get my turn, because I got a text from Alderman Sam Moore, very upset about what happened with the suspension of the rules and taking it out of the committee. And I did not seek him. He texted me while we were debating.
Well, just while I have you, could you read that text out if you don't mind?
Mr. President, may I read the text? I'm going to read it anyway.
Please proceed, but
okay.
you know,
okay, so.
But people have to take it as is, because, you know,
I did not
Alderman
text.
Moore.
I want to preface it. I did not text the alderman from the 4th. I did not call him. He actually is watching this proceeding. So when the alderman from the 27th the 22nd was misrepresenting his position, he says, point of order, point of order, point of order, point of order. He said he had compromised with you three. And I only said that he could take this out of the community if he did a compromise and did the things he was supposed to do. And that information is for you guys, and that's the only reason that I said that he should be taking this out of my committee. This comes from him, and it's Sam Moore, not me even calling him.
And was there any compromise that
You can't have anything. Yeah, because you're a lawyer.
Are we arguing rules of evidence over here?
I'm sorry.
So
it was admissible when Jeffrey Boyd said it, the alderman from the 22nd, but not when I read it.
I was unaware that this chamber had rules of admissibility.
You are correct, because you are a lawyer.
This is not a courtroom.
Thank you.
So, you know, I think that each of the members here can take the information, and that all of us are smart enough to decide how much weight we'd like to give to any person's testimony.
That is correct.
Was there any compromise in between you and the alderman from the 22nd before or after the text from the alderman from the 4th?
No, there was not. And in fact, I was waiting for you to get because you also had asked about the definition of the term. So I didn't get it. All I got was an attack piece from the alderman from the 22nd. So there was nothing about compromise. And so the alderman from the 4th was upset enough to text me during the meeting about the fact that he felt like his position was being misrepresented. Again, like.
And finally then, do you share the concern that without a well-defined definition of community stakeholder, that this piece of legislation that purports to create the sandbox in which we will get criminal justice reform could easily turn into a tool to another hammer, essentially, for the prosecution and for the state, essentially, when it comes to the discussion of criminal justice reform?
I do, and not only will they will lead the discussion because it is heavily weighted with them, so they will lead the discussion and they will define what criminal reform is, which has not really been laid out in this bill.
And so that would leave out what you believe are necessary voices at the table?
If you're ever going to have true criminal reform, you have to have the voices that do not agree with the judges. When you have everybody in the room saying amen and the same people, you do not get criminal justice reform. You get something that they say is criminal justice reform, and we continue to have the same problems over and over again because there's no really different voices in the room.
And I have nothing further. Thank you for yielding, and thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Any further discussion? Alderman from the 19th.
Mr. President, members of the board, I just wanted to say, take a privilege to say to this body that we should have enough respect to stay on point with the bills that are before us. This is not the opportunity for people to chit-chat and ha-ha about who they know and what that's not the place for that. I would really like to see us, we got a lot of work before us today, and I'd like for us to stay on point with the bills that are before us. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 20th.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. I rise in concern about this bill because it covers an important topic and one that is germane to the public safety and the well-being of our city. And the vast majority of us down here know nothing about this bill before this morning. This is something that has been worked on for my understanding and learning this morning for close to a year. You know, we are a deliberative body. We have a lot of bills before us. Many of us have second jobs. We have families. And we serve on many different committees that are considering a wide range of policies. This seems to be an important bill, and yet the vast majority of us have had no contact from the folks that have written the bill, that are well informed about it. You know, if we are to do our job as policymakers and legislators, we need some communication and we need some coordination from the offices, specifically the mayor's office, who is working on these bills. We have email addresses, we have phone numbers, and we are generally down here and available for communication. And the lack of communication that we've seen on this issue and other important issues is really disappointing, and it's disrespectful to the citizens who have put us down here to review very seriously policies that have the ability to transform our city. I want to say that very clearly, that we need better communication from the folks that have the staffing, because the Board of Aldermen, quite frankly, doesn't have adequate staffing. We know that. We don't have the budget to adequately staff the folks that are tasked with reviewing and being a check and balance on the policies that we consider in the city. And if we are not going to have the respect for the importance of our function by having some level of communication on important matters like this, I don't see how we can possibly do our job. And with that, I rise in very, very strong concern is what I have for the process, the lack of process involved in this. It's really, really, really disappointing. That's all I have, Mr. President. I hope moving forward that we can have some healthy, communicative communication, collaborative communication with the policymakers of this city.
Okay, thank you. Alderwoman from the 1st.
Mr. President, members of the board, I agree with the Alderwoman from the 20th. The process has not been followed from the very beginning. We pass laws that we don't even follow ourselves. That's an embarrassment. Then we say we don't need it. Then you produce it all of a sudden because of the pressure. This board bill should not be voted on. It should not be passed. It should make the sponsor should have to reintroduce this board bill. And with the fiscal note, as it properly should have been done, it should be going to committee where we could then go over the fiscal note and ask the proper questions. The sponsor's always been this person about rules. I'm for rules, but he's not for doing the fiscal note. He's not for letting the committees do their jobs. He thinks his committee is supposed to do a job, but not that one. It's been said, we're not down here to talk about who we know. There are many people down here who always talk about they know the corporate sponsors and they know this one and that one. So pot calling the kettle black. Don't tell me about it, because you do it all the time. We had 2 long committee hearings trying to get information, yet you have 3 committee members who were on this particular committee who are voting no on this thing because it was not done right, and 2 others are voting present. It didn't have the votes to get out of committee, but there's such a disregard for the process, not because they couldn't have got them with the right information, because they refused, because they did not want us to have this information. They did not want it before us, saying that somebody was going to make $90,000 to $120,000 a year, that somebody else was going to make $65,000 to $85,000 a year. They're telling us we didn't need to know that, when in fact we did, and that's why we put the board bill in place in the first place. But instead of the committees getting the right to do this, we have several members of this board that says, oh, what, okay, we don't care. We don't care that the process has not been followed. We don't care that the law has not been followed. So why should the citizens care? Why should the police care? Why should anybody care when we set such a terrible, bad example about process? Again, the process makes a difference. If the 3 or 4 of us who were not for this board bill, we could have voted no. We gave the sponsor every opportunity to do the things he was supposed to, and instead of doing that, he's gone around the process, tried to keep it, whined about it, act like we were asking impossible questions. A fiscal note is not an impossible. If we asked it, you should have had it in the first place. Defining definitions in a board bill is not impossible. Having the fiscal note at the beginning as the law is required is not impossible. Bringing forth people who you say agree with a bill and then they do not is not impossible. Those are all things you do when you are trying to keep the facts from coming before the committee. And that is what has happened in this case. Facts that should have been pertinent before the committee have not been brought before the committee, and it is not right. I did also start checking on these criminal justice reform. Let me see, what is this called? This is called the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. So she gave us a list of places they have been before. So I have somebody checking on these things to see what they're like in other communities. The first thing I heard was that there's nothing like the one that you're setting up here in St. Louis. That is very different and it's not going to work. That's what I heard the first thing. So the person is going to give me a report, but of course that will not be able to be before our committee or before this body because we don't want to know certain things. And even though we pass laws saying we do, we really don't. When it's certain of our friends and stuff, we're eager to break the rules and do things that are different than what our own laws say. And when we do that, we shame this board. The makeup of this committee, Judge Mike Mullins, the municipal court administrative judge right now, the city, not city judge, but the state judge get to appoint somebody, but Judge Mullins was appointed. The thing that also really offended me is we have all these appointed people with more power than elected people. I could imagine the heartache, the whining and the moaning if we put the committee people in our different wards over the alder people and we said that the committee people could tell us what to do, even though they are elected. But we don't think we have to listen to committee people. Imagine if we had all these appointed people. Most of the judges now in our community are appointed by Republican governors. We call it the nonpartisan plan, and it's just as partisan as it can be, because as soon as there's a judgeship up, they call every politician that they know and say, would you support me for this position? So although we call it a nonpartisan plan, it's a fake nonpartisan plan, and yet we have all these judges sitting on this commission with more power than the elected officials with a fake stakeholders saying that we told you who the stakeholders are. And that's who it's going to be. They're not real stakeholders in the community. We have 2 judges, and then the judges are going to appoint the actual stakeholders. That doesn't make any sense. We have a Missouri Constitution that says everybody in the state of Missouri can change how their judges are elected or appointed, except for the city of St. Louis area and the state in the city of Kansas City. No matter if you're partisan or nonpartisan or elected or non-elected. In the state of Missouri, the only people prohibited by Constitution, which I believe to be unconstitutional, are those in the city and of Kansas City and St. Louis, where we have a majority African-American populations. It's an embarrassment. It's horrible. And so then when we have the judges, we used to have elected positions for the circuit clerk. We used to have elected position for the public administrator. The judges now have that under their purview, even though they don't get elected. They have been trying with everything they can to now put the sheriff up under them. They've submitted board bills. Why are elected officials being put under judges? That makes no sense. It speaks to the thing of why we have these judges We have these judges on this, this alleged reform when it's all the same people. You're not doing reform. You're just putting the judges in charge of more elected officials. That's wrong. That should not be. At the very least, before we should have had a bill like this, besides the fiscal note, there could have been something where part of the agreement was the people signed on, said they wanted to do it. You come up with a great idea, you want to paint my house gray, and then I say no, and you say, well, it's a great idea. It's a great idea in your own head, limited mind. It doesn't make it a great idea. I still want to know what the criminal justice reform is. Sharing information is not reform. What is it that we're bringing? They were not able to explain this in committee, and I've yet to hear it on this floor explained. What is the criminal justice reform that we are getting? Putting people in a room and paying a staff $65,000 to $85,000 a year, depending on how many staff members, and paying an executive director $90,000 to $120,000 is not criminal reform. When I look at this fiscal note, the things that we were asking, they have some yeses. This is a new service. So this fiscal note right here is the reason why we should be marching over to the courts. But of course, they're the judges we will be marching over to the courts to say this bill was illegally introduced and should not be put into force if we do vote it out. So I'm embarrassed because we did not get a chance to get our questions answered in committee. I'm embarrassed that this city, the Board of Aldermen, does not follow its own ordinances, with our president being one of the people who did it. I'm embarrassed that we've used misinformation about people and said things that were not true, so much so that one of our members who is ill felt the need to text me in the middle of our debate to say that was not true, what the alderman from the 22nd said as relating to him. That's embarrassing and that's shameful. And I want a roll call because this should not be voted on, and this should, board bill should be taken off the calendar and reintroduced and done the correct way, because process does mean everything.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to echo the concerns of the alderman from the 20th. That we could have had some more communication on this, and I understand that at the, pulling the bill out of committee was a morning of decision. I rise in support of this bill. I think that there is a great work to be done here. I think that we would be wasting a massive amount of time and attention from the Fuse Fellows and the Mayor's office, from other folks who have been involved in this, and I do think that we could be leading in criminal justice reform using this committee. So I have some concerns going forward, but I understand that the funding that is needed to create the intergovernmental agreement here is running, the timeline is cutting down, and with our session ending here soon, I think that we owe it to everyone who has invested their time and energy in all of the meetings that even members from organizations that are now saying that they don't support this, that have attended and been a part of. I think that it is valid for us to move this to the next step. I appreciate the information that has been given to us today. It would, as always, it would be helpful if we had more information and have communicated that to the offices involved. But I do rise in support of this bill, and I thank the alderman from the 22nd for bringing it forward.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 1st.
Mr. President, members of the board, if the alderwoman from the 8th would yield.
Alderwoman from the 8th will yield the question to the alderwoman from the 1st.
Yes, I will.
Alderwoman from the 1st,
thank you very much. Alderwoman, so since maybe you understand something that we don't, because two lawyers in the committee was trying to understand. We were not trying to be obstructionists. We didn't understand. Tell me what the criminal justice reform would be.
So what I see this as, and from the information that has been brought around, and I understand that not all of the members of the board have seen, this was a chart that was presented to, this isn't on everyone's desks, though. That's what I want to be clear about at the moment. So
members, we did receive it.
Right, you received this, yeah. So we in a region have talked about our criminal justice system for decades to say that we're not communicating, we're incarcerating people for fines and fees, we are we're not forward thinking in our criminal justice process. I think that this type of agreement where we have public health, we have information sharing, and we have alternatives to incarceration, I think we need to have this cooperative agreement, these committees in place to move us forward in those conversations. And I'm very frustrated with the way that the bill was brought forward. I think there should have been a fiscal note from the beginning because we are looking at positions and there is funding attached to this, but we have that now, and I think holding this up would be a problem to me.
But I'm saying, so again, I didn't hear anything. What is so if you put all these people in the room, but some of the people saying that they don't want to be there, they don't have to share this information, we can't make them, what is the criminal justice reform? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Sure. I mean, and as any committee that gets created, as any board or group of people that gets together, there's no guarantee that anything comes out of this. And I think that the public, it's our pressure to just make sure that something does come out of this.
Okay, so you're saying, okay, so if somebody tells you and I that we have to sit in a room and you don't want to, and you got information, and you don't share it, there is no reform, okay? Sure. You just and they pay a staff member to put us in the room to say we have criminal justice reform. I don't see, they didn't get buy-in for the people who needed to have buy-in for me, okay? That's why I kept saying, you have anything in writing? Can you bring the people? Because just saying we're going to pay a staff person to try to facilitate a meeting that people don't want to do, I don't understand. That is not criminal justice reform. And then when some of the main people say, I can sit down, I don't need that, and also we don't need a paid worker to do that, then why? And we approached them about could they put some grants together instead of this coming out of a budget. Why wouldn't you be looking to do that kind of thing? Why wouldn't you even come and show us that you got this going on and that this would work? So I don't see again, I'm still frustrated because I'm not hearing from you.
Sure. Well, so from what I understand, in order for this to actually move forward, this is to fund the intergovernmental agreement writing process. If that happens, then the funding for that will have to come back through an appropriation process. So if there's more money to be spent on that will have to come before the board again. So we have another opportunity to review that coming forward.
So when you're talking about this is to fund an agreement for the budget to start the process of getting this together, so that would be why we would hire a staff member and the director for $120,000 and an analyst for $65,000 to $85,000.
So from what I understand, that was the budget that was set out, or the estimate that was set out to create the intergovernmental agreement.
Okay, so are you aware that we already have a FUSE fellow, the person who came to talk to us already is being paid by someone differently?
I am aware of the FUSE fellow. I don't know what their timeline is and when that expires and when this then kicks in after that.
So you're comfortable with us not tearing down vacant buildings, but setting up a committee where we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars? Because I want to remind you, the young lady that got pulled into the building was from my ward and got pulled into the 22nd ward, and she still, that $200,000 won't pay for her mental health that she's having to deal with. You're okay that we take $300,000 away from that budget and put it over here?
So I don't think that we're at 300, but just I think that's it's an unfair comparison at the moment.
Why is it unfair?
I think that there is money that I don't think that we're taking away from vacant buildings to create this criminal justice
Sure
process.
We are, because original budget is sent over by Ways and Means. By E&A had 300 and something more dollars than we ended up having. Okay, and then they made a suggestion, they being the Ways and Means, made a suggestion to E&A how things that they wanted, and so they took it away from let me finish, away from the building division to tear down demolition, to tear down vacant houses, and then said we didn't have it anymore. They could have said, okay, we're going to do this, but we got this other $300,000 somewhere, so we're not going to take away from demolition. We're going to put that with that, and then that would have been a separate money. You wouldn't be talking to me right now about that, okay? So it is, because you told me you have to take away from something, but you found it for job creation, and I still don't see any criminal justice and any reform. And if you don't have the sheriff or the circuit attorney at the table, you don't have it. And I see down the line, I've been watching what they've been trying to do and embarrass this circuit attorney, who is standing up to a lot of things. So they've tried to embarrass her. The sheriffs have tried to take over. I'm sorry, the judges have tried to take over the sheriff's department, which is, and they, I mean, I've sat with the judges, I know most of them, and they proposed to me, and I said I would not support that. So I see this as just a roundabout way that they continue to try to pick at people who have said they will be willing to sit down and talk to you. If you create a position to force me to talk to you, and try to force me to talk to you, you're going to get less conversation than if you just let us sit down and talk together. You and I don't have to have a paid position to do that. And the people have all expressed they don't think it should be one. So this is job creation at the expense of public safety for me. And I still haven't, you saying, oh, well, they're going to create this. Let them write grants. Let them do whatever they want to. Let the mayor's office take that $30,000 away from Richard BPS. Take that $20,000 from whatever they gave to Stephen Conway and all the mayor's staff. Take all those big raises away and use that money for something else, because I have the budget from last year and I have the budget from the year before. And when I say budget, what I mean is what people make. And so you will see all these people making this big money increases. So yes, everything in the budget has something to do with something else in the budget, and you're trading something for it. And so in my community, what they hear is, we're spending money on job creation at the expense of public safety, and they do it all the time with cutting grass, tearing down buildings, the policing, all of these things are at the expense. And then they act like that is just happening in a vacuum, that is something, it's a policy from room 200. Bringing this at the last minute and saying how great this is a policy from room 200. One that I've heard the alderman from the 22nd on many occasions say, they bring things down at the last minute and then they push it through. That's what I've heard over and over, and that's what this is happening right now. And so I really, you have not told me what the criminal justice, I hear you talk about hope. I hope that it will happen, okay?
If that's a question, I would respond. Even the director of the health department came into our health committee to talk about working on this council. He came before us, and this was something that was in his vision as well, was to work together so that we are working towards a public health understanding of our criminal justice as well. So we are tying agencies together that aren't currently tied together, and I think the opportunity for cooperation there is immense. And these are the recommendations of criminal justice reform advocates around the country. We have that opportunity to do that here.
I would beg to differ and say that. So when the lady told us what she had been working on, so I started to investigate other places that she had been working, and so I started to hear a very, and when I say lady, I don't like to say her name. I mean, lady, her name is Miss, I keep forgetting it. Debbie Allen, the Fuse employee that works out of the mayor's office. When she told me the different places she had been across the United States, then we started calling to see what their organization was. And we didn't get very far because, of course, this just happened yesterday. But what we did get was that it was different than what we're doing. I'm going to continue to investigate and bring it forward because, again, you're saying that this is well needed and that we really need it, but you don't really know. We haven't had anything to compare it. It hasn't been through committee. It didn't go through a proper process. And if you, as a lawyer, if this had happened to your client, you would be screaming bloody murder, okay? And that's what I'm saying. And when we start saying the process doesn't make any difference, then we don't need to Mirandize people. We don't need to have parents in when the juveniles, we don't need any of those safeguards that we have in our laws to make sure things are fair and that we're doing true justice. Thank you. I have no further questions. Mr. President, the members of the board, if the alderman from the 24th would yield.
Alderman from the 24th will yield the question until the alderman from the 1st.
Yes, Mr. President.
Alderman from the 1st, please proceed.
Alderman, thank you for yielding. So I heard you on many occasions ask for a definition of, what was the definition of stakeholders, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we never got an answer. But perhaps maybe you might have an answer or definition of what you think a true stakeholder is.
That is my biggest hang-up with this piece of legislation at this moment. As I expressed in the committee meetings, if we could hammer in on what the definition of community stakeholder is, I would likely be a yes vote on this. My concern is that the presiding judge who appoints the two voices could appoint right now virtually anyone, because what is a community stakeholder? Who is a community stakeholder? You could have virtually any voice that the presiding judge wanted and call them a community stakeholder, because who is not a community stakeholder is really the question, I guess, that I'm getting at. I'm a community stakeholder, you're a community stakeholder, everyone is a community stakeholder. So I think if we're creating the sandbox that we wish to create criminal justice reform in, I think it's important that we start with who are the voices that we're having at the table. And right now, I have some concern that we're inviting the same voices that have historically been at the table to the table and calling it reform. Now, I understand that these two community stakeholder positions don't vote. They're a voice, not a vote, under this legislation. But I think that it's important if we are saying that we are giving people a place at the table to discuss criminal justice reform, and criminal justice reform is near and dear to me. I ran on criminal justice reform. I work in the courts. I care deeply about criminal justice reform. And this is my only problem with this bill, other than I don't love the way that the fiscal note kind of came about this morning, but I understand that was to address another issue, and I don't want to kind of harp on that. My big concern here, more than anything, is that we're going to pass a piece of legislation, and we're going to run and tell our constituents that we did something great. And we're going to look back on this several years down the road, and we're going to say, since we didn't hammer out the definition of community stakeholder, we have inadvertently created a problem in criminal justice reform, in that we'll have the CJCC here, and we'll have all the voices at the table, I should put that, all the voices at the table in quotes there that we need for reform, without inviting the necessary voices from the community. And Mary Fox would potentially be the only voice who was coming from the defense bar. And so this could be very, very prosecution heavy. And I think if you're trying to create the sandbox in which we want to have the criminal justice reform discussion, I don't think it's helpful to only have one voice who is arguing from the reform side, because or else you might reform the system, and you might reform the system in the wrong way. You may be going backwards with it rather than forwards. Now, that being said, I don't dislike what this piece of legislation is trying to do. I would be a proponent of this legislation if we could fix that one definition. And I spoke at length in the committee hearings. I've spent now probably 10, 15 hours with this particular piece of legislation, and my biggest concern continues to go back to, we need to define these two words.
And you did make that known, Alderman, that you wanted this definition.
I have.
On more than one occasion.
Yes, ma'am.
And you actually went out and talked to the people outside after we had ended both committee hearings.
Yes, ma'am.
And when this first came before us, all of us kind of leaned in and said, hey, okay, this is good, okay?
I think it'd be great.
Including me, okay?
Yeah, I'm all for the folks in law enforcement and the circuit attorney's office and the public defender's office and the municipal courts. If these folks aren't sitting down and having these discussions informally or formally, they need to be, because that's the only way that we're going to push criminal justice reform ahead in this city.
But so sometimes when you get in the weeds and the devil's in the details, when we started to get into the details was when we started to have concerns. Because initially, we all said, well, this is great. They're going to talk. They're going to share concerns. Actually, the Alderman from 27th thought that, and at first I did too, that it was appointed, that it was going to be an appointed position that wasn't paid. Then you start reading it, which is what you know better, and you go, wait a minute, this isn't what it purports to be. And so our concerns, do you think your concern is an invalid concern?
I think that if we cannot hone in on a good definition of community stakeholder, my vote will be a no, because at the end of the day, I got to go home and sleep, and I won't be able to if I think that I might have created something harmful for the people of the city of St. Louis.
And what you're saying is sometimes we think we're doing something good, and it actually turns out worse than what we thought.
Legislation often has unintended consequences.
And so do you think there was an invalid concern about having the fiscal note up front so that we could go over it?
The fiscal note, as we spoke about earlier, you know, I have it now. I've reviewed it. I have some questions, I guess, about where the 50% that's not grant funded would come from in the line item budget. But
I mean, I'm not saying that would stop you from voting from it. Would you have liked to have been able to ask these questions in committee?
Absolutely.
And do you think that since I'll chair both committees, if I wanted to, I could have not just had a committee hearing, and I could have left, and we wouldn't have had a quorum, right? I know the rules.
Anyone who attended that meeting, had they left, we would not have had quorum. We had 4 people at both meetings, and we wanted to hear this, and we wanted to get to the heart of these issues.
And we did that on 2 different occasions, not just 1 hour, but several hours, right?
Several hours.
Because we were trying to get information.
Absolutely.
Do you think that we were trying to just say, oh, we don't want this to happen?
No, I think that all 4 members there, both different times, and I know that they were not the same 4 members each time. I think everyone ultimately is a proponent of this. There's just concerns in some of this, the very fine specific details in the language that if they were addressed, I think that we could probably pass this unanimously out of this board. I don't think anyone is saying that these folks shouldn't be talking to each other.
Right. But, okay, and you want your definition. I wanted my fiscal note the correct legal way, which is to follow our own laws we passed. But do you, so maybe you can make me understand this better. How are we going to get any kind of criminal justice reform if the people who we said wanted to be at the table, which the Alderman from the 22nd has admitted now, he says that they have a different opinion than what they originally had. They said they never had that opinion in the first place. I wasn't at their conversation, but when I talked to them, they didn't have that. How will we get this? What if the circuit attorney says no and the public defender says no and the sheriff says no, we're not going to come to these meetings, we're not going to do it?
So my understanding of this bill is that this is all voluntary. So any of these folks on this board, there's no shall language in this, you know, kind of the magic word on you have to when it comes to legislation. My understanding is right now there are several of the folks included on this board who don't wish to participate right now. I think one of the great things about this piece of legislation is that it says may, not shall. So it leaves the door open in the future should they want to participate, which is great. You have to leave that door open. We don't want to cut anyone off. These conversations need to be happening. And you know, I'll go back on it and harp on it again. The only thing that needs to change in this piece of legislation for it to be a great piece of legislation is that we need to define community stakeholder.
And we all have a different Because for me, it's explained to me why we're spending $200,000 to $300,000 besides the definition, because I agree with you, on a piece of new legislation where we haven't got the people to buy in to say they were going to do this. So if we have the people just sitting up here doing this, we're paying this staff, but they're twiddling their thumbs because the people are not agreeing to come, which I wouldn't, if you did this without getting me to buy in the beginning, that probably wouldn't be something I would be interested in. So for me, as a person who would look at the budget, I would be very concerned about us spending this money, as I said before, when I know the public safety issues I have in my own community. And that's not just buildings, grass cutting and other things like that. So I do know that we all have our own issues. Yours is a very valid one. It's like having 8 prosecutors at the table and 1 defense attorney, and you're trying to try a case. And it's very hard. And the judge used to be one of the prosecutors, okay? And we've had that situation in some occasions. So I do understand what you're saying. Is there any other concern that you felt that you would want addressed or did not get addressed?
Really, those 2 words are my only hang-up with this piece of legislation.
And has anybody explained to you why they wouldn't define it or did not define it?
My understanding is that we were going to be working together to come to a definition that everyone was happy with, and that was discussed in the second committee hearing and after the second committee hearing. And then when I arrived at City Hall today, I looked at the agenda and realized that there was going to be the vote to pull it from committee. So, or else, frankly, I would have come today with a definition that I could live with.
All right, thank you. We've talked about this long enough. I appreciate it. You have anything else that you want to add? Okay. Thank you, Mr. President and members of the board. Again, I rise in opposition of the process. Process means everything to me. It's the thing that have saved many African Americans, process, many the people who have been falsely accused of things, process. Miranda rights, many people don't like that, but we have a right to have Mirandas. If we're going to pass a board bill that becomes an ordinance that says you have to introduce a fiscal note with it, so that it can go to committee with any board bill, so they can go to committee and so that the committee can examine this fiscal note, and then you do it at the last minute, you are circumventing the process and all this stuff about, well, the whole process is horrible, but it's great. It is not. And then when you don't have the people who buy into it, saying that this is a great idea and we want to do it, we're going to be wasting a lot of money. We do create jobs all the time while we tell people that we can't do certain things, and that's shame on us. And I would request a roll call vote. Thank you.
All right. Alderman from the 5th.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the board. I rise in support of this bill, and I'll just be perfectly honest. I'm sitting here literally blown away that we have debated this for 2 hours with our crime through the roof and everything that's going on. What I'm getting from my constituents that are at home watching this, they literally can't believe what the problem is, and I think it's kind of unfortunate that if it's a situation where certain members of our body feel that this is an attack on the circuit attorney's office, then that's a conversation that we need to be having at a different time. I don't think that we need to be having that conversation as being a part of this body. And if it's a situation where we can't get people together to talk, the people that this board or whatever will be comprised of, then that's a problem, because if you are elected, you're elected to lead, you're elected to compromise, you're elected to have conversations, and if things are so bad that people don't want to support something because of whatever personal reason or whatever ongoing issue, then that's a problem. We were not elected to get caught up in the petty politics of stuff, and like right here in our city, we have a lot going on. We're on the cusp of so much greatness, but it's very disheartening to sit here and listen to the agendas being popped back and forth, the text messages being read at the mic. I believe that we are better than that. I believe that we need to learn to work together and move forward. And we have a crime issue in this town. I mean, UMSU, their criminology department is ranked number 5 in the country. We have experts all around us. So I think it's very telling, and it makes us look shameful as a body when we're sitting here discussing on why we shouldn't have something as this. We need all the help we can get to address crime in this problem, and then in this city. And then when you hear people say, well, it may be prosecutor heavy. Okay, well, we have a public safety committee. We have all of us who were elected down here who are advocating for our constituents and making sure that we have all hands on deck to address these problems in our community. So I just think that as a body, we need to get past this type of stuff. Just sitting down here spewing information back and forth. I know we have lawyers amongst us, but just playing lawyer back and forth, that does not benefit our community. We need to make some tough decisions, some hard decisions, and we need to make them in a timely fashion. I'm all for process too. I agree that they should have been talking to more people, but I can't sit here and vote no on something of this magnitude, and I know we desperately need it in our community. So with that, I'll just end it at, I'm going to support the bill, and I encourage everyone else to support it too.
All right, thank you. Alderwoman from the 27th.
I just have a question. The problem that, well, two things. Statement. The problem that I had was, and I brought it to the sponsor, was about the appointed people that were in the bill. The second thing I'm asking as a body, can we vote on the bill and then come back to make changes on it if we see fit to change or redirect whatever?
Yeah, we can always introduce amendments and changes to any law that's on the books. It doesn't matter how long it's been there, short time, long time, or whatever. So any member, they can introduce an amendment or a change to any ordinance.
So once we vote on it, then we could come back and say, you know, the appointed need to come out, or we need to do whatever, A, B, and C.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
You can
Thank
do
you.
that.
That's what I
All
want.
right, thank you. Alderman from the 22nd, you recognize to close.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. I want to first and foremost say that I want to hope that we can focus on policy and not on personalities. There was a lot of conversation about some things I just want to address.
Alderman from the 22nd, I hate to bother you. Can I have you move to this mic over here? All right. Please proceed.
I know I'm kind of hard to see from over there.
No, there's a buzz they need to fix.
Okay. Again, I want to make it clear, no one has to serve on this body if they don't want to. And I want to make that clear. Not the circuit attorney, not the sheriff, not the public defender. No one has to, but in the spirit of creating a different system of criminal justice is highly encouraged. I want to address the Alderman from the 27th so I can be real clear about the appointed stakeholders. The appointed stakeholders are intended to be representatives from the community. It will be defined in the intergovernmental agreement. It is a person that body, not this body, that body feels based on their priorities will give the most impactful information to make the best decisions. It's not paid, but it's intended to be a representation of the community. Yes, there are potentially 2 paid positions in staff. The reason that there was no fiscal note was it's kind of hard to do a fiscal note when you're not sure if that is something that within the intergovernmental agreement that they would even agree to, although it's highly encouraged. And if you look across the country, you will find that they pretty much have staff. And even though there was not a documented fiscal note, this was talked about in committee about the potential salary ranges of these particular positions, these 2 positions. So it's not like it was never discussed in committee. And I encourage people to go back and look at this past Monday. There's, again, no forcing people to meet. In the spirit of criminal justice reform, and I lean on the things that I've heard from the Alderman from the 15th Ward, because she's very passionate about this. If we fix our broken system, we can also save money and divert some of those monies from the criminal element of the system to more of directing resources so that we don't get people back into the system. So even if it costs $300,000, if you save $500,000, it would be worth it. I am disappointed that we have to go back and forth with he say, she say stuff, because that is really counterproductive. And I really wish we could have had those who are opposed to do it in writing. I want to clear up something that was said, that please understand, I personally talked with the circuit attorney. I personally told the circuit attorney when we were having a hearing. So she was definitely informed. Although I did not personally talk to the circuit attorney or personally talk to the sheriff or personally talk to the public defender, somebody did, and they knew about that hearing on Monday because it's been verbalized. We can't make this about a few people. We just can't. It's too big. It's so much bigger than 1, 2, or 3 people. It's bigger than this body. The system is severely broken. The unique opportunity that we have here by memorializing this group is they can have the opportunity to speak in one voice. That is powerful, speaking in one voice. And as some of my colleagues have said, it's almost like unique that they would come together and share information. And it shouldn't be an anomaly. But I am very encouraged about the willingness for the majority of the people who are. We heard testimony last week from about 7 or 8 people who are currently working on reforming this system, who are very excited about the system. One particular person's name, just speaking of the community and stakeholders, Serena Muhammad, I believe is the correct name, with the Mental Health Board. She talked about how excited she was to play a part in this because the Mental Health Board gives out millions of dollars a year. And when you're in a room of people who are talking about a broken system, and if we could just get the right resources to them, she's saying, hey, look, this would shortcut her system and make it easier for her to fund groups that are really doing good work. That was a powerful statement. And I want to address my colleague of the 20th Ward, who I have a great deal of respect for. And it happens, I know, far too often. Bills come and we panic and we say, where did this come from and why didn't I know? But we publish every bill. This bill was first read around May 1st. I intentionally held this bill until I felt for sure that we had the maximum amount of support personally. I tried to have a hearing about 3 weeks ago, but the circuit attorney was not available. But what I am most proud of is the compromise that I gave to this bill. So I don't want anybody to think that I wasn't listening. The circuit attorney didn't ask for 2 votes. We put it in anyway. The sheriff did not ask for 2 votes. We put it in anyway. I even went so far as to put in a sunset clause, which the Alderman from the 1st actually complimented me about. Because if people had anxieties on this journey and the majority of them wanted to tap out, then it would resolve unless they act upon it. That's powerful. Our city deserves criminal justice reform. Is this a perfect bill? Absolutely not. Are there some people who are not interested right now? They're kind of concerned? Yes. But it's my hope that if we leave the door open to those who are not interested today, that they can walk through those doors later on. I didn't want to close the doors. I did not want to accept the fact I'm not going to participate. I don't want to, leave me out. Because it doesn't hurt to keep you a seat at the table. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the board, Mr. President, I close and ask that we do the right thing and we vote this bill out of the perfection. Thank you.
All right, it's been moved by the Alderman from the 22nd, seconded by the Alderman from the 13th, that we perfect Board Bill 32, Committee Substitute as amended. There was a request for roll call. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderman Moore. Alderwoman Hubbard. Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderman Kotar. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther. Alderman Vollmer. Alderwoman Martin. Alderman Ornowitz. Alderwoman Murphy. Alderwoman Howard. Alderwoman Green. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Rhodey. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Muhammad. Alderman Boyd. Alderman Vaccaro. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderwoman Navarro. President Reed.
Aye.
Alderman Bosley. Alderman Moore. Alderman Ornowitz. "21 aye votes, 4 no votes, 1 abstain, and 1 present.
By a vote, staying the motion, Alderman from the 22nd and perfected Board Bill number 32, committee substitute as amended.
Board Bill 34 as amended, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters of the city a proposal to revise Section 2 of Article 8 of the city charter, which requires city employees to reside within the boundaries of the city and thus allow said employees, except for city agency and department directors appointed by the mayor, to reside outside of the boundaries of the city, and providing for an election to be held for voting on the proposed revision and the manner of voting thereat, for the publication, certification, deposit, and recording of this ordinance, and containing an emergency clause.
Alderwoman from the 14th, you recognize on the perfection of Board Bill 34 as amended.
Mr. President, due to my voice problem this morning, I'm going to defer and turn this over to the Alderman from the 16th to answer any questions.
Okay, Alderman from the 16th, can you, yes, thank you. Alderman from the 16th, you recognize on the perfection of Board Bill 34 as amended.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the board. I move we perfect Board Bill 34 as amended.
Moved by the Alderman from the 16th. Entertain a second on that motion. Seconded by the Alderman from the 23rd. Alderman from the 16th, please proceed.
Certainly happy to be an audio audible for the Alderwoman from the 14th this morning or this afternoon. Simply put, I think this is the residency requirement bill that submits to the qualified voters of the city of St. Louis to revise our charter and require the ability for the registered voters to vote whether or not city employees can live outside of our city boundaries. I'm happy to entertain questions. I think we're all familiar with this bill from last session.
Alderman from the 25th, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the Alderman from the 16th Ward please yield for
Alderman from the 16th will yield the question to the Alderman from the 25th. Alderman from the 25th, please proceed.
Thank you. Alderman, I'm just curious, how many city employees live in the 16th Ward?
Good question. I know there are probably, 6,000 city employees overall. My guess is going to be probably around 1,500, but that's just a wild guess.
So you would say a substantial portion of the folks that work for the city probably call the 16th Ward home? Considering there are 28 wards and you're saying that roughly 20% of city employees live in the one ward.
Sure.
How do they feel about this particular piece of legislation, out of curiosity?
I think in conversations with this, the position's been pretty across the board that we should try to find the right person for the right job. We know we know that the reason residency requirements really were enacted in the first place at the turn of the century was really to fuel political power, control political machines, and keep an army of foot soldiers in place. Other cities have gone above and beyond to lift their residence requirements, probably back in 2012, 2011. I believe both Milwaukee and Detroit, all cities that struggle, I think, with the same outcomes and efforts that St. Louis has in an effort to try to change that.
Do you foresee any type of exodus out of the 16th ward as a result of this changing?
I don't think there's any data that concludes that or lifting a residency requirement will create a mass exodus to the suburbs. No.
But since you have such a large population of city employees, I'm just wondering if any of them have reached out to you to have conversations about whether or not they want you to support this so that they would have the opportunity to move.
I haven't heard from large numbers of them at all, to be honest with you, just a handful.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
You know, this bill has been before us before. Generally speaking, I do support allowing our constituents to vote, especially when they haven't had the opportunity to do so, and particularly a long time on this issue. But I'm particularly mindful that our city employees take a lot of pride in the work that they do, and they take a lot of pride in our city, and many of them are very happy to call this city home. So I want to make sure that this isn't a reflection on our employees that currently work for the city, and that we don't value their contributions not only as employees but also as residents of our city. So thank you.
All right, Alderman from the 23rd.
Thank you. Just more of a statement. I don't think we'll have the mass exodus. I can tell you that 2 of my kids work for the city police department, and they're both grandfathered in, and they could leave, and they don't. My other son works for Melville, but chooses to live in the city. And all this bill does is give the voters, and we keep saying, well, we want the voters to vote on the airport and everything. This doesn't do anything other than give the voters the opportunity. And I'm sure what will happen is, once it's on a ballot, there'll be people pro and con, and I think that the people of the city should be able to make that decision on changing the charter. So this bill does nothing more. I'm not really up here to make the meeting go any longer than it has, but this bill only puts it on a ballot. It doesn't change a thing. It allows the voters to make that decision.
All right, thank you, Alderman. Any further discussion? Alderman from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. Would the Alderman from the 16th yield for questions?
Alderman from the 16th will yield to the Alderman. Please proceed, Alderman.
Thank you. The last time we debated this, I think there were a number of aldermen who asked sort of along the lines of what the alderman from the 25th was asking, is if there had been any kind of survey or anything conducted of city employees so we could understand what the potential fiscal impact could be on the city if there is an exodus, or how many people are interested. I mean, I know anecdotally from knocking doors across the city that I did hear from a large number of city employees that they want this lifted. They want to be able to move to the county to put their kids in county schools. And so I think it's a not insignificant number of people who are interested in moving. So do we have any information on what the fiscal impact could be for us?
Sure. I think the answer is there's 2 things at play here. One is there are existing city employees that reside and are domiciled in the city of St. Louis, and the question is, will they move, and is there any data that captures how many of them will? I think the answer to that is no, there's no data that captures how many of them might move. I think that question, though, self-corrects itself with the market. Someone's not going to pick up and move simply because residency has been lifted. If they own a home, they're going to have to find a purchaser for their home. There's going to be other market forces at play, that dictate whether or not they're going to leave. I just simply don't think this is about, oh, now we can finally leave the city of St. Louis. So I think there are many other countermeasures in place vis-a-vis the market that will correct that question. I think what is at stake here is how do we attract qualified candidates, right? And we do have some information on that. The personnel director testified that they captured some survey information that 35 to 40% of applicants, when they turn down a city job that's offered, or why they don't even apply, is simply a result of them saying, I don't want to have to pick up and move into the city of St. Louis. Happy to work for it, rah, rah, rah for regionalism, but I don't want to have to pick up and move into the city of St. Louis. That's the only kind of data or survey information that I have, Alderwoman.
I think the only concern I would have with that is, some of our city employees have not had raises in a very, very long time, and are pretty significantly being underpaid compared to, county or other municipalities. And so, do we have any information on, in order to increase, will we also need to increase wages in order to get, is just moving into the city or not having to move into the city enough? Or is our wage deficit still going to be a huge impetus? Because that essentially could be another fiscal issue that we have in attracting employees.
It's a great question. I know there is a salary study that is planned.
Okay.
And my hope is that information will be unearthed in time for the voters to be able to sink their teeth into it and make an informed decision at the ballot box.
Okay, and then the last question I have is kind of about policing. Now, we're already at a place right now where we have pretty inflamed tensions between our police department or members of our police department and folks in our community. And so, what impact will this have on the ability to recruit minority officers and actually beyond the police department to ensure that we have a city workforce that actually represents, the city?
Absolutely. It's a great question. I think having both the public safety director and the chief of St. Louis Metro Police Department in favor of this suggests that those will be items top of mind when they're looking to recruit. I think they both understand the issue that we could use more qualified candidates around the areas of both people of color, around areas that, whatever the other metrics are concerned within the public safety department. So, I think having the full faith and confidence of those two individuals should lay that query to rest.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Yep.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the first.
Mr. President, members of the board, the Alderman from the 16th will yield.
Alderman from the 16th will yield a question to the Alderman from the first.
I will.
Alderman from the first, please proceed.
Could you please restate what you just said about qualifications and people of color? Because I'm sure I didn't hear what I thought you said.
Well, we can go back to the game tape, Alderwoman, but I certainly didn't mean anything offensive if that's...
I just asked you to restate. You're going through all of that. What did you say? I wanted to make sure I heard it clearly.
The point I was making was that with both the public safety director and the chief of police in favor of lifting the residency requirement, I think that casts a wide net so that we can get police department that looks more representative of our community.
But what you said was that we could get people that were qualified, or you didn't use that qualified, but you said something similar to it.
Mr. President, I'm not under an inquisition here. I'm going to entertain no further
you're
questions.
Not
along this line. I will not entertain any more further questions.
Okay, all right, you have the right. Alderwoman, please proceed. The Alderman from the 16th
I'm sorry.
is not going
I'm
to...
sorry, he doesn't have to answer, but exactly what he agreed to do when I asked, would he answer questions? And so I'm answering the question. It's not an inquisition. It was a question to try to qualify what he said. That's why I did it. And if you don't want to do this, all you have to do, I'm talking and he's talking over me. Please ask him point of order. Be quiet.
He's not talking.
Please.
Please hold it down so the Alderwoman from the first can complete. Please proceed, Alderwoman.
Thank you. But that's exactly what you do. And if you don't want to do it, you say no. I was trying to get clarification. First, I wasn't going to say anything until he said this because I'm already firmly, squarely against this. But I resent, because we have a black public safety director and because we have a black police chief, that somehow that means that this is a great idea that people want because we have 2 black people sitting in that chair. It does not mean that at all. Just like white people are not monolithic, neither are black people. And I resent the implications that we don't have qualified people here in the city of St. Louis that are residents that cannot fill these jobs. We put up all kinds of barriers for people to get jobs, all kinds of ways. And we play a game, and we put out misinformation about how many police we have. We put out misinformation about how we can do other things. One of the things that you all don't know, but I know, is that when the mayor and other people talk about how many police officers we have, they do not include in that number the anywhere from 73 to 90-something people who are on probation but are still police officers operating outside in the capacity of police officers. And this really came to light when
Can we have some order? Please proceed, Alderman.
This really came to light several months ago when the mayor was talking about how many police officers we have, and they interviewed our personnel director, and he had a very different number. And the reason he had a very different number is because he knows about those people that are on probation. He also knows that there are 100 or more people waiting right now for a class that they are tending to hold up. They do that because when they're trying to make a point, they try to make things as bad as possible so that they can make their point. Point being, we hear about we can't fulfill forestry, full-time forestry workers because we don't have groups of people who can fulfill that. So I sent people to forestry, and they applied for full-time positions. Could not get hired. They all said, well, what happened, Ms. Tyus? I called, they said, oh, we're not going to fill the full-time, we're fulfilling the part-time. So those people who could not get full-time positions got part-times, making it look like we could not hire full-time positions. And if they got hired as part-time, they could have got hired as full-time, which is what they should be doing. I now hear that I've made enough noise and Todd Walterman cut so many people out of the forestry budget that the mayor is rethinking her position, as she should, and adding some more full-time workers, and she was not happy with her operations person about taking so many people out of forestry. My point being, there's a book called Lying with Statistics. You can make things appear to be anything you want it to be. And especially if you're in control of the numbers and the figures and things like that, then you can make it appear that it is something that it isn't. And you can trot 2 black people out here, though I know very well, who are friends of mine, and say, see, this is a good thing, and I wish you would stop doing this, because this does not make it so. It doesn't make it so that Sharon Tyus is opposed to it. It could be people are really for that. However, it has been in my experience all the time we've had to have this vote that I have been speaking for my people who have not been for, and who I hear from, that have not been for getting rid of the residency requirement. The fact that we say, oh, they have to live here, no, they do not. They do not have to live here. They can live any place they want to, and they can get jobs there. But pointing out that we're going to have more qualified black people because we got a black police chief and a black public safety director is not true. It could be if they would bring some things to the table that were different and radically different, and you have to change. But as soon as you do that, we get people like Cam Gardner who get attacked. Because when people say they want a difference of opinion, be it male, female, if they want African American, Asian, or whatever, then they get shocked when the opinions are different than what they had. If we all had the same opinions, if all women just came to the table and said, we're going to do it just like men, we might as well not have women. We might as well just have all white men. But that's not what having diversity means. Diversity means bringing something different to the table. And if you get to choose who our people are and what is good and what's bad, it's not diversity, it's your choice. I tell my white sisters this all the time when they talk about black representation. I said, you know, you talk about that. So let me tell you a point so you can understand. We're pro-choice, yes. So what if Phyllis Schlafly's group, who are white women just like us, what if they said, we're going to pick your pro-choice people? Would that be right? Of course they don't think so, because that's different. And so having people who are a judge and a police chief does not necessarily bring to the table something that is going to be, that would make people in this city trust being a police officer. There are a lot of police officers who live in my ward, but there are a lot of people who do not trust the police. The Shockley verdict came down a few years ago. Many of us were stunned by that verdict. And when I was a public defender and you tried cases, people used to believe the police. I have been one that always believed the police. If the police said something, I grew up with them, and so it must be true. And only when I became a public defender and started to see that they didn't tell the truth did I become disappointed to know that they were persons walking here on earth just like us. I always grew up with officer friendly. I never encountered anybody that I grew up with that was a police officer that was not officer friendly till I came to St. Louis. Then I started to see officer racists, people who said really mean things and did really bad things and committed crimes. Right now we have 11, 12, 13 police officers under indictment. We have a list of 20-something police officers who are not to be trusted on a list and cannot testify. And the reason why they can't testify is because if they testify, the defense attorneys will tear them up because they have had previous problems and they will not be able to stand up to scrutiny. So my point is I am not going to support this bill. I don't think it's good for the city. I think that we'll lose a lot of good people, white and black. We're not trying to force people. We want everybody to have a benefit and burden in this community. When you have the benefit of living in the city, there are some burdens too. But they are ones that I embrace. I could live pretty much where I want to live. I embrace living in North St. Louis. I could have bought a house in the 5000 block of Washington. I didn't. We chose to live in North St. Louis across Page, across Delmar. And it's been a wonderful experience. In fact, I wish my next door neighbor turned 99 yesterday, and we got a chance to talk to her. I want to wish her a happy birthday. It's a great place to live. And if people would just remember that with every benefit, there is a burden, and with every burden, there are some benefits, and that just running away from the city is not what's going to help. It didn't help when the teachers left. It didn't help when the preachers left. And pretty soon, we're not going to have anybody left. We're going to have to turn out all the lights and just close down. And for that, and I want to say that I am opposed to this bill. It's not a good bill. Hasn't been. We've had several votes. The people always turn it down, and I hope that they will continue to know what a great place we live in, and that we should continue to keep our residents who work for the city of St. Louis and pay tax dollars, and our middle class and upper middle class and working class and poor people in the city working toward great solutions for us. Thank you.
All right. Alderman from the 18th.
Mr. President, thank you, Board of Alder people. May I ask you?
You have to, Alderman from the 18th.
Will you?
Alderman from the 18th, you have to ask me.
Mr. President, may I ask?
The Alderman from the 16th will yield the question to the Alderman from the 18th. Alderman from the 18th, please proceed.
I oppose this bill, residency bill, because we have plenty of people who are qualified to do any job in the city of St. Louis. What we have to do is change what we call qualifications. For example, sometimes we say you need to pass the test. Well, many people I've noticed in different departments throughout the city have passed tests, but they have not been getting the job done. So what we need to do is we need to choose people from the city of St. Louis. This will keep employment in the city and increase employment in the city. It will help our tax base, and also it will help to stabilize our community. So I go on record opposing changing the residency requirement.
Alderman from the 21st.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the Alderman from the 16th yield for questioning, please?
Alderman from the 16th will yield the question to the Alderman from the 21st.
I will.
Alderman from the 21st, please proceed.
Thank you, Alderman. Just a couple of quick questions. Do you think that this will negatively impact the city's tax base? with fewer people paying taxes, something that the city is struggling with now.
Sure. I think the implicit claim that ties a residency and only residency requirements to our loss of tax base is without merit. I believe there's no data that concludes that. So my answer is no. I do not believe it will jeopardize our city's tax base.
So the fewer people living in the city of St. Louis paying taxes, if we have fewer residents in our city, fewer households, you don't think that that would negatively impact our city's tax base?
I reject the premise of the first part of the question, which is that there will, in fact, be a population loss as a result of this. The city of St. Louis has been declining in population since the 1950s.
So you think, so with the passage of this board bill and the potential passage of this going to voters, you do believe that the city will see a population loss, and that's something that we are co-signing here at the Board of Aldermen? When I think that we should be trying to figure out how can we stabilize our population and not encourage people to move out the city and go elsewhere.
There's no conclusive data to suggest a residency requirement alone, without other factors that are self-corrected by the market, will jeopardize a dramatic loss of population. We've been on the same sort of steady trend of population loss as it exists, and there's no conclusive evidence that suggests lifting the residence requirement will somehow make a wild adjustment to that trend.
Alderman, the 16th ward is right next to the city and county border line. I believe you're next to the municipality of Shrewsbury, is that correct?
Well, technically, we're next to the river de Pere, but that's also in the city.
That's fine.
Yeah, you're right. The next adjacent municipality is Shrewsbury.
Okay, let's use that. That's fine. How many city workers, again, I know the alderman from the 25th asked you the same question. How many city workers do you have that stay in the 25th, in the 16th ward?
I'm guessing, Alderman, and I guessed when the Alderman from the 25th asked, my guess is it's probably somewhere between 1,000 and 1,500.
Okay. Now, with this 1,000 or possibly 1,500 residents that live in the 16th ward, if they had the opportunity to go 3 blocks west to stay in Shrewsbury, would they? Where taxes are better, lower taxes, crime rate is not that big, but it's not that big in the 16th ward anyway. If residents had the option to choose between Shrewsbury and the 16th ward, would they choose the 16th ward?
Absolutely not. There is fine political leadership in the 16th ward, so I can't imagine anyone would want to leave the 16th ward for Shrewsbury. Absolutely not.
But see, this is not the same for every other part of the city. I
reject that, Alderman. I think there's fine political leadership in all the wards of the city.
It is, but what I'm saying is other wards are not so fortunate as the 16th ward, where we actually depend on our population and our tax base and just people living in a community. And I'm fearful that if we open up the residency requirement, that people will actually leave the city of St. Louis, and then we don't have any mandate that stipulates for people to live in this city to get a job for the city. That's a problem, and I'm fearful about that. You know, if I'm a city worker, why would I stay in College Hill where the crime rate is, 20% higher than last year? Why would I stay in College Hill if I can go stay in the 16th ward, or I can go stay in Hazelwood or any other place in this region? Why would I stay in this community if I can go anywhere else and I'm a city worker? That's what I'm fearful of. If the entire city of St. Louis looked like the 16th ward, then we don't need a residency requirement. I'll be all for it, but I'm fearful of that. And again, I have a large quantity of city employees in the 21st ward, and we have debated and discussed this bill back and forth, and I stand in opposition to it, and they actually understand why, because of the negative effect and impact it will have on already struggling communities. Like the 21st Ward, 3rd Ward, 27th Ward, 4th Ward, 1st Ward. I can go on. And I know the police department is a huge advocate of, or the police union, I should say, is a huge advocate of this board bill. And I really don't understand why. And I want to ask you that, why does the police union, why are they pursuing this board bill so hard, so pressly?
I mean, I think unions of public employees also support this, and I think it's their job to try to give as many options in the way of employment in terms of the quality of life of an employee or a member. Would probably be the reason that they're so fierce in terms of advocating for a lifting of residency requirement, or rather putting it to the voters to choose to lift it.
Do you think the city of St. Louis has qualified people for these jobs that apparently we cannot get filled? Do you think, part one of that question, part two is, do you think the personnel department and any other department with their own human resources division is doing everything they possibly can to recruit and retain the best people for these jobs?
Based on the Director of Personnel and his testimony is that it is a struggle to find qualified employees to fill what have been open requisitions for years and years. And I think the theory is, to the extent if the voters so choose, we open up the borders a cinch to get a larger pool of folks that can fill some of the vacancies for city services, police officers, lots of positions that exist. I think that's the theory, and has been the testimony of the personnel director.
Now, I think that we can come up with some realistic measures to improve recruitment in the city of St. Louis for jobs. One will be banning the box, something that was done on the state level, and something that our Congressman Lacey Clay has actually pursued and asked us to do in this legislative body. And I also think we need to look at effective measures to recruit people for jobs, and we don't do that. We don't go to communities where people actually need the jobs the most, because I can tell you, between me and Alderman Bosley, we send people to the Forestry Division, Recreation Division, utility workers, to every department to get a job. Every department begs for workers, and I can count on my hand how many people have actually been hired, and I'm sure the Alderman from the 3rd can as well. And I'm pretty sure we've sent, combined, we sent over 100 of our residents respectively to go get these jobs, and it does not happen. Do you think the personnel department has a tedious and long-winded process of hiring, and do you think it discourages people from working with the city of St. Louis?
I certainly don't want to speak for the personnel department in any of that line of questioning. I think that they have to adhere to many laws, many labor laws. There are human resource policies that exist that I know are adhered to. So I certainly can't speak to any ignoring of those policies or labor laws just to not hire what is a qualified city resident in front of them.
Thank you, Alderman. I have no further questions. Mr. President, members of the board, I still stand in opposition to Board Bill 34 as amended. We have to do better in recruiting and retaining people for jobs, and we don't do that in this city. We argue that no other city or no other jurisdiction has this residency requirement. So what? Who cares? We're not any other jurisdiction. We're the city of St. Louis, always has been. We have always had a residency requirement. We're changing something, and we don't know the effect that it's going to have, and that's what I'm fearful of, especially in the community that I represent, the 21st Ward. And I would be, it would be horrific for me to actually think what my community would look like if the city residents who stay in my ward does not live there. I'd be horrific about that. And we also have to think about, right now we're allowing city residents to leave the city. If we pass, we're allowing people to leave the city if we pass this. Well, what about the people who have worked for the city for the last 10 and 15 years who are still paying their mortgage? They didn't get to leave, but we're going to allow people now that they can leave this city and still work for the city of St. Louis. To me, the board bill is irresponsible because it's not complete. We don't know what this is going to look like. I stand in opposition, and I encourage the members to vote this down. I know some of my colleagues want to see this go to the ballot box because, you know, we're giving voters a chance to vote on it. Well, I'll say the same thing about war reduction. Let's give voters a chance to vote on it. Now, I'm sure I'm not comparing two bills, but the content and the essence of both bills are the same. Let's allow voters to vote on it. So it's going to be interesting to see how most of my colleagues vote today on Board Bill 34, but refuse to vote with me and other aldermen on the war reduction bill. I stand in opposition to Board Bill 34. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Alderman from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. The board bill is not one that I would probably support on any other day except today. And I say that because I have so much confidence in the people who live in the city of St. Louis. I've watched them on 2 occasions vote no and say city employees will live in the city. If this city still has the same makeup, that will probably be the outcome. So there's no reason not to allow the residents to vote. I do not agree with the personnel procedures for recruiting on behalf of the city of St. Louis. I don't think it's done in the proper way. I don't think it's done on a regular basis. I don't think people are fairly vetted when they're applying for jobs. I do believe, most especially with the police department, that there is no reason why they can't find adequate folks, because I know some of the people who were turned down, and there shouldn't have been a reason for it. There was nothing there. But yet I see some of the people that they do hire and what we end up with in 2 or 3 years after they're on the force. So at the end of the day, I trust the public and I'll listen to the public. So I'm going to support it going to the ballot. Thank
All right,
you.
thank you. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 3rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the Alderwoman of the 1st yield for questions?
Alderwoman of the 1st will yield the question until the Alderman from the 3rd.
I will, but I'm still working on a request he told me to do.
This is going to be real quick.
Alderman from the 3rd, please proceed.
Would you say that you go to restaurants in your ward?
I have restaurants.
Well, any businesses?
I have fast food restaurants. We have no sit-down restaurants. It's been a headache of mine.
Understood. Do you spend any amounts of money that you earn in your ward?
I do often as I can.
Thank you. No further questions. Would the alderperson of the 8th stand up for question? Yield for question, I'm sorry.
The Alderwoman from the 8th will yield the question until the Alderman from the 3rd. Alderman from the 3rd, please proceed.
This is the same question. Would you say that you spend any amount of money that you earn in your ward regularly?
Yeah, I do. I spend a fair amount of money in my ward.
Would you say maybe 10, 15% of your earned income, 20?
Oh, that's a, no, maybe.
It doesn't have to be exact.
Well, I mean, my earned income also goes to my living expenses and things like that. But are you talking about, restaurants, that kind of thing?
No.
Extra expenses, or?
No, your living expenses is important.
Oh,
also
living. Well, yeah. Then I spend a fair bit of what I earn in my ward.
Understood. And you live in the city, correct?
I do.
No further questions. Thank you. With the alderperson of the 21st yield for question.
Alderman from the 21st. Yes.
Would you say that you spend...
Go to a different line.
Would you say that you... I apologize.
Yes, you will yield for questioning.
I do, Mr. President.
Alderman from the 3rd, please proceed.
Yes, sir. Would you say that you spend a fair amount of your earnings in your area or within the city limits?
I try to, yes. In my area, we are struggling economically. We don't have a vast number of businesses or commercial retailers, but whenever I can, yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. No more questions. Would the alderperson of the 18th yield for... No, not the 18th. I apologize. Would the alderperson of the 23rd yield for question?
Alderman from the 23rd. The Alderman
He's not
from
available. Can we do the 27th?
Alderwoman from the 27th will yield for question to the Alderman from the...
Yes, I will.
Alderwoman, would you say that you spend a fair amount of your earnings in your ward or in and around the city of St. Louis?
In the city of St. Louis, not around my ward.
Understood. Would you say that's 10, 15, maybe 20% of your earnings, maybe 50? That doesn't have to be exact. Just
Yeah, about 15, 20%.
understood. Thank you. No further questions.
Alderman from the 23rd will yield the question to the Alderman from the 3rd.
Yes, I apologize, I stepped out for a second.
Alderman from the 3rd, please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Would you say that you spend a fair amount of your earnings yearly that you make in your ward or around the city of St. Louis?
Yes, I would say absolutely true.
Thank you. Could you give me maybe a roundabout of percentages of how much you spend? Well, not how much, but how much of a percentage of your earnings do you spend within the city?
It's a very fair amount. I mean, we eat out a lot. We're old, and so it's easier to eat out than it is to cook. So, you know, I'd say a fair amount.
Understood.
You know, yeah, I would say a fair amount. And I don't go eat in the county very often. In fact, there's this one Chinese restaurant out on Lindbergh I like, but other than that, I don't get out too much.
Thank you, sir. No further questions. With the alderperson of the 9th yield for questioning.
Alderman of the 9th will yield the question to the Alderman from the 3rd.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Would you say that you spend a fair amount of your earnings that you make yearly when in your ward or around the city of St. Louis?
Most of it is spent in my ward.
So most of it meaning over 50%?
I would say so.
I would say so. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Fourth, I'm sorry. With the Alderman for the 4th.
24th will yield the question to the Alderman from the 3rd.
Absolutely, Mr.
Alderman
President.
from 3rd, please proceed.
Would you say that you spend a fair amount of your tax dollars or the money that you make, I apologize, in or around the city of St. Louis, but within the city limits yearly?
Within the city limits, absolutely, and particularly inside the 24th ward, we got a lot of restaurants and pubs and everything, and so I just walk down the street and spend my money right there.
Understood. And I would say that you spend them on your living expenses also, as other aldermen have, alder people have.
I try to. I think that, and this would be a part of a bigger conversation for sure, it's hard to buy groceries in a lot of the city, but I try to spend as much money as I possibly can in the city so that we can keep that money cycling.
Understood. Thank you, sir. No further questions. So the point of this is, and I'm sure I'm not going to go through every single alderperson, I think we all kind of get the gist of, as city employees, we spend a fair amount of our tax dollars in the city limits, whether that's living expenses, you buying groceries from particular places, you buying miscellaneous items, going out to eat, going to pubs, regardless of what you spend your funds on, because you live within the city limits, the same amenities that exist within the city, aside from Walmarts and some large stores, exist right here. You can go to a pub right here in the city of St. Louis. Because you live here, you spend your tax dollars here. You can go to a restaurant right here within the city limits, except for, once again, those restaurants that you do not have outside of the city limits. But most of us within this room, and I would say, and it's something I can't say unequivocally, but I would think, once again, that most of the people within the city of St. Louis spend a mass majority of their tax dollars, or the dollars that they receive in earnings, within the city limits. So what does that do for us as a city? At some point in time, we receive that money back, because those funds go to businesses within our areas. Those businesses pay taxes, and those taxes go into general revenue to pay for the services that we provide every single year, be it trash, grass pickup, investments that we all are concerned about, seeing that our city is a place where we have a mass amount of investment being made, and we all would like to see more. The point is, the city is the 13th largest employer within the city of St. Louis, with about 7,400 employees. At bare minimum, let's say we're making about $20,000 per person at the very bottom level. Some people are paid per performance, so they could go somewhere from $12,000 to $13,000. But to kind of average out at $20 million for all of those employees, we're looking at somewhere around $140 to $150 million a year, just at $20,000. Now, we have a lot of people making over $300,000. We have some people, not a lot, but some people making $300,000. We have some people making 30, as we all, 38, something like that, plus whatever we do is our second job. If you have individuals that do not live in the city, and every single time they get paid from the city, they take their tax dollars out to the county or wherever it is that they live. Those monies will not affect the city of St. Louis. They're going to pay their living expenses where they live at. They're going to go to the grocery stores after they leave the city where they live at. They're going to go to the bars where they live at. They're not going to come to the city of St. Louis just to enjoy a drink when they need to be close to their house after drinking, because you're not supposed to be drinking and driving. 9 times out of 10, if you're going out to eat with your family, you're not going to make a trip all the way into the city of St. Louis to go to an Applebee's or TGI Fridays, because they are in the county also. You know, the only thing that you'll be coming down here to do is go to exclusive places that the county does not have, maybe like a Calico's or the Arch or the museums. But other than that, your tax dollars will be spent in the county. So when we talk about the amount of tax dollars we receive in general revenue, and we're talking about increasing those tax dollars, this might not cause an exodus of people leaving. This might not cause a population loss, but it most certainly will be a revenue loss. It's impossible for it not to. Most of us spend our money, once again, right around where we live at or within the city limits, and those people will do the same thing. If we have 5,000 people that end up not working in the city, and that could very much so happen over the next 10 years, that could result in billions of dollars lost over the next 10 to 15 years for our city. And if we're not increasing population and replacing those tax dollars that we are giving out, that money will never come back to us. We will continue to have to figure out ways to invest in this city and bring more tax revenue in. Every dollar that we get, we should be concentrating on how to make that dollar come back to the city at some point in time. And if every person who's getting paid through the city is going out to the county, spending their money, that money will never come back to us. It will revolve in the county, and only when the county and us invest together, we might see those dollars. But you're talking to thousands of individuals who could eventually move out of the city. Right now, I think that we're not looking at this well-rounded, and we have not done so in a while, especially when it comes down to us employing individuals. We know we were short last year in Forestry and other places over 100 people, and I don't think every department is doing everything they can do to be proactive in ensuring that we fill those gaps. We've never had, from my perspective, since I've been an alderman, and that's been only 2.5 years, and I don't know how many of other people have seen it, but we have not had hiring events down in the rotunda where you can get hired on the spot. We're self-contained. Those are easy things that we can do. We can find out we had 100 applicants in one day and only 5 of them were qualified. We can find out why. We can find out what it is we need to do to get people qualified. We have Slate that we get millions and millions of dollars to train individuals through every single year, but we have no real thoroughflow from Slate for people to get trained for these city jobs, specifically for these city jobs, and then we can have a hiring event simply to make sure those city jobs are filled by the people that we just trained. We're not looking at this from a well-rounded perspective. We are just saying that we need to put a Band-Aid on it because we need employees. We need them right now, so let's get them from wherever we can get them from. We can train people if we feel like we don't have qualified individuals. There are plenty of qualified people in the city. There's over 300,000 of us. Not every one of them are 18 and old enough to get the job, but there are at least 100,000 adults in this city at bare minimum. And we're doing a terrible job to the citizens and the residents within the city if we can't find 1,000 of them that are qualified to do work. What does that say if we want Amazon to come in, if we can't even get people to come in and cut grass? That's why those places are leaving, because we don't have workforce development. We spend all this money in training, but people are not being trained enough to even come into the 13th largest employee that we control, which is us. We can very easily ensure that people are employed in this city. We can very easily do so by ensuring that we're training individuals out of every single ward. But that's not something that we're being proactive in. We're being reactive in the fact that we don't have enough employees, and we're saying we need to hurry up and get them from any place we can possibly get this from. That's a big problem for us. We don't see it right now, but in time, yes, once again, it sounds good right now because we know we need to fill these spots. But in time, I think this will be one of those decisions 10 or 15 years from now when we're trying to figure out how to cover different expenses that we made. We got lawsuits up the wazoo right now. We need as much money retained in this city that we can possibly have. We need every single dollar that we give out to come back somehow. And if we're not thinking like that, we're not thinking proactively. We're not doing what we need to do to make sure we have, once again, a city that can be self-sustaining. We don't have to have 1 million outsiders come in and invest in the city. We have enough money right now to make substantial investments in ourselves and in our residents to start ensuring that we can have a population growth over time. If people are leaving, what do you think are going to happen when they have kids? when you have a $50,000 job, those people are going to go out to the county, have their kids, those kids are going to go to the schools out there in the county, and then we'll have a population loss like we're having right now in the St. Louis public schools, and that's going to change the dollars and the dollar amount and the amount of schools we have open for people to come and indulge in our public school systems. Right now, we're losing children to the county. We're losing children to education. So in 5 to 10 years from now, it's improbable to think that we'll still have the same amount of schools open that we have right now. It's the reason why they're all closing. This impacts us on so many different levels. As the schools close and people feel like their children cannot get an adequate education unless they drive out to the county, you might see a population loss because you can't go to school in certain districts unless you live in those districts. And if there are no schools around your district other than charter schools, then you're going to have to make that move as a city employee to go and ensure that your children can survive when you are not there. And that's what we believe education does, is creates those type of environments. So there are a lot of different trickle-in effects that we will see and can see from us just releasing this. And you know, and that's another thing, and I want to express the same sentiments from Alderman of the 21st. If we are saying that this is just a bill that we should send back to the public, they voted this down on multiple occasions. Do we have the last time? Okay, so they have voted this down. We voted this down. This is no different from the ward reduction bill, and us saying we want to take this back out to the public and see what they think and let them have another whack at it. So you all have certain reservations on that. There are other individuals who have certain reservations on this, be it black or white. We all have to figure out what we're going to do to make sure this city can survive another 10 or 15 years. Because right now, we don't know exactly what's going to happen. We know for sure, one thing is for sure is that our population is declining. That's something that every single one of us, every one of us can agree with. You can't agree to disagree with that because that's happening. And we also know that there's absolutely zero that collectively as a body or as a city we're doing to retain individuals other than saying we have development and utilizing different articles and people who say this is a, you know, an innovative hub and all. That's not, they don't, just because people come into the city and indulge in our innovative places like Cortex doesn't mean they want to live here. What are we going to do to ensure that people want to live here after they come and indulge in our amenities? We don't have to force them to stay here, but we need to incentivize the individuals who do live here to stay and build their families while we work on building the city back up. So I just want to express those sentiments and make sure that we all really understand the veracity of what we're doing. This isn't just about losing population. This is about losing our tax dollars. This is about losing the amount that comes to general revenue. We will lose services because of our loss in general revenue. Right now, we're cutting down positions and cutting down particular budgets based on the fact that we're saying we don't have the funding for them. How long are we going to continue to tell the residents of the city that we ain't got no money? How long are we going to continue to tell residents that we can't provide this service or that service because there was no funding put into it this year? Or the services you got last year are going to be subpar this year based on the fact that we couldn't put enough money into the services that were that we did last year. So we need to think about, once again, if we are going to send people out and give people the option to live somewhere else and come feed off the city, because that's exactly what's happening. You will feed off the city and go take your tax dollars other places for other cities to feed off of. If we're not ensuring that we're replacing those tax dollars and we have an actual idea of how this is going to hurt the city, how it can impact, we're not putting a number on it. We're saying that anybody, we didn't say 1,000 jobs, we didn't say 2,000 jobs, we didn't cap it, we didn't put any restrictions on this. So you can fathom, once again, in 15 years, maybe nobody that works for the city lives in the city, except for the other people who are required to live in their areas, and maybe the mayor and other elected positions. But other than that, you have thousands of jobs that may or may not and will be created over time that may not never ever have city employees in them based on who's appointed to these positions. We don't know. We don't know how this is going to affect our children. We don't know what type of trickling down effect that it's going to have, but we all know what a reduction in funds will cause in our city, and that's a reduction in services. So I rise in opposition of it. I think it's important for us to have a well-rounded idea of exactly what we're doing and how we can contain ourselves and sustain what it is that we are doing after our actions are implicated. And we just really need to really pay attention on what we're going to be doing as this population dwindles, regardless whether this bill passes or not. How are we going to ensure that tax dollars come back to this city? General revenue is still being funded to where we can do what we need to do and give the people who still reside in the city the services they need, so them themselves won't be thinking about leaving. And it wouldn't matter whether or not they worked in the city or not, they'll leave just based on the lack of services. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 23rd.
Thank you. Just a few comments as I'm listening. A couple things. At least in my ward and the Hill, there are tons of people that come from the county to eat on the Hill. The other thing I saw where somebody in the county, when we were discussing this here recently, said, well, maybe they would enact a residency law. If we're the only ones that have one, if all the counties and all the places enact a residency law, we will lose way more people than if we do, because if we don't. Because if they start enacting them, a lot of our residents that live here but work in the county would be forced out of the city, which would be a greater job loss than what we're doing. I agree with you. I trust the voters. That's why I also support the bill that says we should stay with 28. I believe in the voters. I don't, just because they voted on something once a while back and said no or yes, on the aldermen, they voted, I believe, 4 times and said no, and they finally got it worded in a way that they could say yes. I trust the voters. I support this bill because ultimately the voters are going to make that decision. You know, I want to keep the fight up. I also believe, again with you, that we should put on the ballot again to at least give the voters one more choice to whether or not they feel 24 is a good number, or 18, or 28, or 29. But I did want to comment that at least I can tell you that there are more. They've come in buses, like from all over, like tours, to come eat on the Hill and around our area. I mean, they bring in like busloads of people. So we get a lot of people. And the other comment is, if the counties all start enacting residency laws, we will have a greater loss of population. My son, who lives about 20 doors down from me, works in the county as a firefighter. If they were to enact something like out there, he would have to move out that way. I love having my kids on the block, my grandkids on the block. So anyway, I'm just saying I support this because I honestly believe the residents should have the opportunity. And again, if they believe this is just a really bad idea, then they should vote against it. If they believe that we should do this, then they should vote for it. And again, like I said, if all the different counties start, we're the only ones left that have a residency law. If the different counties or the different fire protection districts start saying, well, you're going to have to live in our areas, it's going to force more jobs out of the city than what we do here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Alderman from the 24th.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I won't take up much more of your time. I've taken up more than enough of it today. But I just wanted to stand up and remind people, you know, a few weeks ago I stood up and I said, when we get to some of these very complicated issues, it doesn't necessarily hurt to throw things back to the voters. And so I've heard many of my colleagues' concerns about forestry, about policing, about, you know, all of these city jobs. And so I just want to remind you guys that you can vote yes to put this to the voters and then vote no at the polls. There's nothing wrong with throwing things back to the voters when things get complicated here. That's all I have. Thank you.
Alderman from the 1st.
Mr. President, members of the board, first of all, I want to compliment the Alderman from the 3rd. I listened to what he was talking about. It really ties into some things we were saying earlier about when people have a point of view, and if you don't get the right people interviewing people for jobs, they will say the same things over and over again, which is they're not qualified, and it might be the person who's doing the interviewing. That's the problem. Last year, I was the chair of public employees, and one of the things that I told the mayor and the public safety director who didn't know, we brought up waivers, because you can get a waiver for residency. And so they put out there, oh, we'll do waivers for the police officers. Don't seem to have changed much of anything. Okay, so, and you can do the waiver over and over and over. So police officers and other people, if we need be. Okay. If we need be, those police officers and other people can live someplace else. I want to say to the alderman also from the 23rd, I believe he is one of the most honest, truthful aldermen about what he believes down here, in that he really has stood on what he believes. So he said he's not playing on both sides. He's saying, okay, if you take this to the voters for this, let's take this to the voters for all things. And so I want to say, Alderman from the 23rd, I appreciate you. I appreciate your honesty. I appreciate that he has been, willing to say, let's take this to the voters, and let's take the 1428 wards to the voters also.
She said something nice about me.
Said something nice about several of the No, but I just do think that he's been consistent, and I like consistency. And I also like what the alderman from the 24th said about you can vote yes and then vote no. And I think this is, for me, I've been down here for many years, and we've brought this. We've had non-binding resolutions and votes, and I know we changed. It used to be back in the 90s that you had to move to the city, and then if you didn't get the job, you lost, you had moved. And so Paul Michael Beckerly, who was the alderman from the 25th, did a change to the charter that allowed you to get your job first so you wouldn't have to move to the city. And we were kind of nervous about that, but we did do it. And then we did several ordinances, non-binding votes, which did not allow, you didn't change the charter one way or other, but it just kind of was a way to test what the voters were feeling, and they said no. And I went and looked it up. The charge I had from the alderman from the 3rd was to look up when was the last time we did this, and I found ordinance 67173, which was done in session 2006, 2007. So someplace around there we did another one, which of course the voters said no, we didn't want to do it. So I would not have voted for us to reduce the Board of Aldermen, but I hate to be conflicted. Now I'm conflicted for the first time because I like good debate. I'm usually a firm no, but now I'm saying, okay, they're saying something that, because I do listen. That's why I ask people to be quiet. I really do listen to what people are saying, and I've always been a no vote, and I am going to commit to continuing to be a no vote at this time. But I do hear what the other people are saying, and I want to weigh that carefully about in the future. I really do think this is a really bad thing for our city. And for people who don't know, my ward used to be a lot of teachers, and a lot of them moved out when they were allowed to. And then whenever something would happen in the city, and they had to call me and lobby me about they wanted a bond issue passed, and then I would say to them, where do you live? They would say, well, I live in the county. And so I always felt like, well, why are you calling and lobbying me, and you are talking about bond issues and pay and all of this, but you live in the county? And I think we lost some really smart people who moved to the county. So I will not be supporting this, but I do hear what you say, Alderman from the 23rd and the 24th. You made some valid issues, you made some valid points, and I do hear that, but I do think that this will really hurt our city. I think that when you've already had evidence, you don't have to keep doing the same thing. The more people we just say, go ahead and move out of the city, and I think the alderman from the 3rd brought it home. When you live in the city, if I need to go get a hamburger, I just drive right up the street, and I can get McDonald's, Rallies, whatever. I don't eat White Castles, but somebody else in my house does. But several hamburger places. We got chicken, we got fish, we got a grocery store that I put there, we have a Walgreens, we have banks. So a lot of things that some other people can't do in their communities. I've worked very hard, and we can do it. We're working, I want to thank Mr. Hollins. We're working really hard on that hardware store that we should have had a long time ago, and a lot of people in North St. Louis are looking forward to that. So I do spend a lot of time and money, and that's one of the things I advocate to my people, is that if we have more things in our community, the people that I represent, if we have more things in our community, we can spend our tax dollars there. Not only that, we can also employ people. When I get in my car and I drive out to West County to do business, I'm taking things away from the city. I always remember when the Home Depot opened, Geraldine Osborne, the 15th Ward Alderwoman, and Marty Abusi worked on that. And I would drive from North St. Louis to South St. Louis to give my business to the Home Depot, because I was so proud that we had another hardware store, because we had closed some hardware stores. We used to have Central Hardware, HQ, and others, and so it was very sad until we got another one. I've also been very sad about the pennies that we lost over in the 16th Ward. That was someplace I went. I remember when we rebuilt the Target in the 16th Ward. I used to live south. I'm sad that we don't have a Famous or Macy's or whatever it is in the city anymore. These are sad things. We're supposed to be a vibrant city, and we have lost so much of the things that we need in a community. And if we lose our people, that's the most valuable thing that we have. So I will not be supporting this, but I do not think that just because you vote yes that you don't support the city. And I did hear you. But I'm still going to be against it, because my experience has said this is not a good thing for the city, and I hope the voters will back me up in that. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 27th.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I am now. As a resident of the 27th for over 40 years, and a lot of my residents that live in there, I don't believe that they want to leave. They chose to live in the 27th Ward. We're proud of the 27th Ward. And I support this to take it to the voters for them to make a decision on whether people should be living in the city or out of the city. But I don't know about a lot of you all, but me from the corporate world, we have challenges in the corporate world just to get employees. And it's just in the food service, nursing careers, we can't keep people either. And so I really feel that as HR, people need to start looking at people and not taking advantage and making decisions automatically when they see people coming in the door and feel that they don't have the qualifications. They need to talk to people and learn who the people are. And I think we will get more people into the city if that's what's happening, but that's not what's happening. And so I don't think that the personnel department is following the right protocol in regards to hiring people. Me, Alderman Bosley, Alderman Muhammad, we have sent tons of people to the HR department, and we've been totally stressed because either they lose the applications, they never call back, they never follow up with people. So that has nothing to do with if you live in the city or not. That's just protocol and process in regards to a department. So I do support putting this back on the ballot and letting the voters vote on this, because we need to look at us as a city on how we can get talented and utilize the people that we do have that have applications in. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 16th, you recognize. Alderman from the 21st, please proceed.
Mr. President, will the Alderman from the 1st Ward yield for questioning?
Which Alderman?
Will the Alderwoman from the 1st Ward yield for questioning?
Yes, that's what I thought.
The Alderwoman
from the 1st Ward. There you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah, Alderwoman from the 1st Ward. So, Alderman from the 21st, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Alderwoman.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Quick question. When did you have been instrumental in redeveloping Natural Bridge and Kings Highway corridors. When you developed these vacant parcels of abandoned and vacant land, when you attracted all these business owners to come in and commercial developers, what was the first question they asked you about the community they was coming to?
They wanted to know who lived there, what was the population density, and we had to do a study about how much money was made within certain circular areas, okay? So we did foot traffic, mile, 3 miles, 5 miles, and then they did a comparison. Was there any other services that we were bringing that would compete with what they were doing? And it was very hard because when I started doing it, nobody believed that that could happen in North St. Louis, and they said it was too far north.
So they were greatly concerned with how many people stay in the area they was coming to.
Correct.
The financial makeup of that community.
Correct.
And they wanted to make sure that if they come to these particular communities, that people were going to spend money with them.
That is correct.
Now, if you did not have that population there at the time in which you orchestrated that redevelopment, would we have a Snooks or Walgreens or the various small mom and pop stores that we have now on those corridors, if we did not have the population that they were looking for or asked for?
So I don't want to be patting myself on the back, but I will have to say we would not. There was a lot of pushback. But when they got the population, because the 20th Ward was very heavily populated, and when they got the dollars, and then when they compared that about there was no competition, first we did a bank, then we did the Snooks, then we did a new school, then we did some strip malls, we did the laundromat, and so this was a progression. And the more we could prove that we had the population and the dollars and the money, the more things came our way. And so that every year, and this is very sad for me, we built new things until redistricting in 2001. And when they took me away from my community, then my community no longer got those things, because the other thing you have to have is the skill and the persons. My husband has contacts. He is an urban designer and urban planners. So we put all our energy into making sure a community that was a desert in everything could have things that they deserve to have. But it was really the population and the money.
I understand your frustration and sadness about the issue, Alderwoman. So they care about population. So if North St. Louis did not have, or if that particular community did not have people that lived in it, that stayed there, we would not have a Snooks today.
Correct. And I'm going to tell you something else. So when redistricting happened, my population didn't leave. They didn't leave because they saw things growing. So they stayed right there. There was no need to move out of the community. So I understand when people from certain parts of the city says, oh, they're not going to leave. People, you were right when you say when people don't have access to things, they move. They don't if they don't move out the city, a lot of people moved to South St. Louis, migrated, because the monies were not properly spent. But in the 20th Ward, we did not lose population because they had the access to the things they needed. They saw new things were coming, and the stores were happy because they had a captured population, not only immediately, but also surrounding, because there was no competition.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And so if we didn't have a population, we would not have the development that we have.
Yes, sir.
North St. Louis will have a food desert.
Yes,
and the only reason why we don't now is because of the grocery store and shopping plaza that you orchestrated.
And a new school.
And a new school. And
right.
They care, and the number one thing they asked you was, is the population there for us?
In fact, we had to produce a study. I still have the study. I can still share it with people. CDA SLDC was a little bit more friendly then. I had friendlier people, and so actually this started with Vince Shamel, and so he and Christopher Grace were very friendly. So we got these studies produced. We started showing them not only do we have the population, but that we have black people with money, because people tend to forget that there's a black middle population and there's a working class population. So all of this went into showing them, and that we could retain our people, because you don't want to build something and then you build something new, then everybody leaves. So they were very happy where they were, because they had the best of both worlds, and they were also a little near to the county where they could pull some of the county people in that lived on the adjacent suburbans like Velda City and things like that.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Mr. President, I just want to again say I'm fearful of this legislation and this board bill. I have a block captain that used to stay in my ward, left my ward, and she went to, it's either the 6th ward or the 8th ward, Shenandoah. I think it's the 8th ward, but she's a city employee. And she moved out of my ward because of the crime, because she has a family that she's trying to raise on her own, and my ward just wasn't cutting it for her. So she moved out of my ward and moved to South St. Louis. And I truly believe if she could, but she can't because she's a city employee, if she could live outside the city of St. Louis, she would go. And again, if we pass this board bill, we're going to see this on a larger scale. People are going to continue to leave the city and move to where they can go. So we can say that everybody is not going to move simultaneously. We're not going to see this large migrant population leave the city, but we are going to see it in steps, and that's going to negatively impact the city of St. Louis. It's going to negatively impact our tax base, and it's going to harm North St. Louis as it relates to development as it currently stands. And this is what I'm frustrated about. Mr. President, one more question. Can the Alderman for the 19th Ward yield for questioning?
Alderman from the 19th will yield the question to the Alderman from the 21st. Alderman from the 21st, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I know you're very involved and you sit on the board of directors for Urban League of Metropolitan St. Louis. And I know Urban League has attempted communicating with the city personnel department to get young people jobs, especially jobs that most people don't apply for, or the jobs that various city departments are struggling to get recruits for. Can you just explain the procedure as it relates to Urban League and the personnel department trying to get young people jobs and how successful that has been?
Well, I honestly have never heard of any success, so I can't comment on that. But I do know that most other entities, whether it's the hospitals or grocery stores, jobs, hotels, universities, those people are getting jobs, they're getting hired. And these are mostly people who have challenges. Either they have criminal records or they're undereducated. But when you prepare people for an interview, when you prepare people to understand how important it is to be on time, all those things, they don't have any more challenges to hold them back. And they become good employees. And a lot of those entities that I just mentioned are relying on that process to continue to get employees because they're good employees. Mm-hmm. But the other side to that as well is when you look at an institution like this government institution, you have to go out of your way to make it extremely accessible and also have what I consider to be knowledge of the real community that you're serving. And so when you're putting all these roadblocks in the way in your interview process, it's less likely that you're going to hire people that come to you as they are. Mm-hmm. Now, we have a whole new atmosphere out here in corporate community. Spire is one of them. They say you don't have to know anything. You don't have to be an architect or an engineer. We will train you to do the work that we need done. We are hiring people. You don't get that here.
Mm-hmm. Just one more question, Alderwoman. I had the pleasure, I met with the mayor of D.C. Just a couple of weeks ago, and we just talked about different government practices. And we talked about human resources and personnel department. And D.C. is also struggling in finding, ironically, in the nation's capital, they are struggling finding people for jobs only because D.C. does not have the greatest, their government does not have the greatest wages or the greatest salaries. And they told, and as I was talking to the mayor, the Honorable Mayor Bowser, she told me that they started to contract with a private company for personnel and human resources, and since doing that, they've seen an upstart and a jump in percentage of people applying for jobs and getting those jobs. with the District of Columbia. Just based off your personal and professional expertise as it relates to government functions, do you think the city's personnel department runs effectively and efficiently? And if we actually outsourced our personnel department, would that work better for the city of St. Louis? And then will we even need a residency requirement at that point?
Observation over the years, the answer would be no. I challenged it a lot when I first got here. I chose to move on because I had priorities that were greater for not only my community but for the city of St. Louis. And you get nowhere because we don't have any power over that department or the leadership there. So you're just stuck with what you got. But at the end of the day, there is a better way to do it. At the end of the day, people are wanting jobs. And you'd be surprised how many people want to work for the city of St. Louis. Even though it doesn't pay good wages, they want to take pride in saying that they work for the city of St. Louis. But I'll be darned if they can get hired here. So it's just really ridiculous at this point. And I don't buy into any of that, okay? And I tell you why I don't buy into it. In a very short window of time, the census is about to come up. They're going to be required to set up offices. This is a district here, St. Louis is, but we cover eastern Missouri. They're going to have to set up 32 offices and hire about 6,000 people in a short period of time and run the census. It can be done, and there's no reason why that couldn't be done here, is to hire people. So at the end of the day, I'm not trying to argue with nobody. I'm going to try to help those on the outside with other agencies to get them hired, but I gave up on this a while ago. And there's nothing you can do. So again, the citizens will decide whether or not they want to continue to have their policemen, their firemen, their next door neighbor who knows all the ins and outs of various city departments living in their neighborhood. Anything else?
No, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
And
No
by
further
the way,
questions.
I'm not that important at the Urban League. I'm a volunteer.
The CEO tells it differently.
Well, that's because...
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, no.
Thank you all. Alderman from the 22nd.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. I generally do not...
Alderman from the 22nd, can I have you come up to this other mic until, yeah. You can come, either, yeah, right here is perfect.
Yes, Mr. President, members of the board, I generally do not oppose putting stuff before the people. I believe that it's the people's government at the end of the day. And so I listened to the debate about putting residency to the voters, and I listened to how the police department is struggling to get good police officers and other departments. And so in principle, I'm going to support this. However, I think it's very important that my colleagues also listen to the debate of those who want to put redistricting back on a ballot. There's been a lot of conversation in the community that people's voices were not heard, they didn't understand, they were misinformed. And again, this is the people's government. So I think that those of us who are willing to put this back on a ballot in the spirit of listening to our public safety department and other departments about how challenging it is to get good qualified candidates to apply for these positions, then we should also do right by our constituents who feel that they really didn't have the correct information to make the most informed decision they had to make on redistricting bill. So I just want to make that comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And hope for their consideration on that bill.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 16th, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. I certainly, on behalf of the Alderman from the 14th and myself, thank everyone for their comments and questions. With that, I renew my motion.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 16th, seconded by the Alderman from the 23rd, that we perfect Board Bill 34 as amended. Is there a request for roll call? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderman Moore. Alderwoman Hubbard. Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderman Kotar. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther. Alderman Vollmer. Alderwoman Martin. Alderman Ornowitz. Alderwoman Murphy. Alderwoman Howard. Alderwoman Green. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Rhodey. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Muhammad. Alderman Boyd. Alderman Vaccaro. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderwoman Navarro. President Reed.
Aye.
Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderman Moore. Alderwoman Hubbard. Alderman Ornowitz. Alderman Todd. Alderman Cone. "15 aye votes and 12 no votes."
By a vote, you sustain the motion of the Alderman from the 16th and perfected Board Bill 34 as amended.
Board Bill 59, Committee Sub, sponsored by Alderman Rhodey, an ordinance recommended by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment authorizing and directing the issuance, reissuance, and delivery of one or more series of tax increment revenue notes, including increasing the not-to-exceed principal amount of previously issued RPA 5 tax increment notes, St. Louis Innovation District RPA 5 project. Series B from the original aggregated principal amount of $2 million and containing a severability clause.
Alderman from the 17th, you recognize on the perfection of Board Bill 59, Committee Substitute.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we perfect Board Bill number 59, Committee Substitute.
Moved by Alderman from the 17th, seconded by the Alderman from the 10th. Any discussion? Alderman from the 17th, you recognize the close.
I renew my motion.
It's been moved by Alderman from the 17th, seconded by Alderman from the 10th, that we perfect Board Bill 59 Committee Substitute. There's been a request for roll call. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderman Moore. Alderwoman Hubbard. Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderman Kotar. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther. Alderman Vollmer. Alderwoman Martin. Alderman Ornowitz. Alderwoman Murphy. Alderwoman Howard. Alderwoman Green. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Rhodey. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Muhammad.
Aye.
Alderman Boyd. Alderman Vaccaro? Alderman Narayan? Alderman Cone? Alderwoman Clark Hubbard? Alderwoman Boyd? Alderwoman Navarro? President Reed?
Aye.
Alderman Moore? Alderwoman Hubbard? Alderwoman Rice? Alderwoman Martin? Alderman Ornowitz? Alderwoman Murphy? Alderwoman Green? Alderman Oldenburg? Alderman Todd? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Alderwoman Davis? (23 aye votes and 2 no votes).
By your vote, you sustain the motion. Alderman from the 17th and perfected Board Bill 59 committee substitute.
Board Bill 81, sponsored by Alderman Bosley, Alderman Boyd, Alderman Vaccaro, and Alderwoman Boyd. An ordinance repealing Ordinance 63984, approved January 1997. Ordinance 58540, approved March 1982. Ordinance 53693, approved December 1965. And Ordinance 58264, approved March 1981. All pertaining to the preservation of the public peace and safety in the city and for residents thereof by establishing a curfew applicable to juveniles and regulating their presence in public streets, alleys, right-of-ways, and other similar places, and defining the duties of parents and guardians of juveniles and providing for their violation thereof, and enacting in lieu thereof a new ordinance pertaining to the same subject matter and containing a penalty, severability, and an emergency clause.
Alderman from the 3rd, you recognize on Board Bill 81 as amended.
Yes, sir. I recognize the perfection of Board Bill 81 as amended.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 3rd, seconded by the Alderman from the 23rd. Alderman from the 3rd, please proceed.
This board bill is pretty simple in intent. Of course, everything that we do within the city, just like we spoke about earlier, it may have unintended consequences, but it's about what the intent is and how effective it could be given that it is worked out and processed correctly. Right now, what the curfew is within the city of St. Louis is that all minors, minor defined as anyone under the age or 17 and under, you are supposed to be in the house by 11 o'clock p.m. during weekdays, and you cannot come outside to after 5 a.m., which is when that curfew is lifted. And on Saturdays and Sundays, which are weekends, you are supposed to be in the house at 12 a.m., and also that curfew ends at 5 a.m. The last time this bill was touched was in 1996, 96 to 97. It's been over 10 years. Everybody that was 10 back when this was enacted is 20 years old now. Everybody that was 15 is 25. So seeing those differences in 10 years, a lot can change in this city. As we know, this in 10 years, we've had over 30,000 people lost in population, from my understanding. And in 20 years, who knows exactly what it'll be. But generationally, changes are made every single decade. And differences that were problems that we dealt with 10 years prior to that decade coming to an end were not necessarily the same issues that we deal with 10 years in the future. Right now, a lot of the homicides that exist in this city, the burglaries, the robberies, children getting into mischief and kind of ruining their entire lives before they're even able to spread their wings and move around the country, happen when they are teenagers. They get into trouble because we don't have adequate things to do in a lot of neighborhoods. In other neighborhoods where they have, things that children can do, parents are sometimes restrictive in being able to get there because they don't have cars, or they might be at work. There are a lot of mothers and fathers working during the time where their children are out running the streets and trying to make a better life for them. But children misbehave a lot of times, and they're not always listening to what we have to say, nor are they adhering to the laws, because they are what we would consider minors, and they don't make the best judgment calls. So what we strive to do as a board and as adults and as residents within the city who are not minors is to put checks and balances in place for those individuals who are minors, so they themselves won't find themselves at the wrong end of the law, and we can keep order. As they grow up, they can become productive young citizens and residents within the city of St. Louis. So the first initial board bill that was introduced here in 96, 97, outlined that if a child is caught after his, or the first time that a child is caught, they are given a written notice. The second time, where they actually are charged with being in violation, they can either be subject to 40 hours of community service, pay in between $100 to $500 in fines, or spend up to 60 to 90 days in jail. I think back then we had, just from my perspective, more traditional teachings. You had more people that were in the house when the street lights came on. You had more parents that were engaged in what their children were doing. You had more affluent families, or more families that had individuals who had some type of education and had a job that allowed them to be home at night with their children. Or at least there were more families where you had a mother and father in the house. And that was around the time where crack kind of invaded the neighborhood, and you had a lot of different dynamics to the family, but you still had families. You fast forward to 2019, there are not a lot of males in the house. You have parents, single mothers that are working hard every single day to try to make ends meet, and some single fathers also, and don't always have the ability to keep a watchful eye on their children like parents had a good 10 years ago. So I don't think that we can adequately serve the residents, or think that we can make particular changes if we are giving parents who can't keep their kids in a house 60 to 90 days in jail. I also don't think that only fines are something that will make people think differently or be proactive in their children's lives at all. Nor do I think 40 hours of community service is enough to make you take the time to think about what it is that you can do with your child to keep them inside the house. One of the issues that exists within our city is we are very reactive, and that puts something on all of us because we generally react to things and are not proactive about them. When things happen, when people get shot or when people get robbed, you always think to yourself, I could have done something different today. I should have made a left instead of a right. If my child was here right now, I would have found the time to spend with them. All of those things are real when you get put in particular situations to where there is no response but a negative response to the negativity that has been placed upon you. And if we're not thinking proactively in what we can do to start calming our city down and helping these children grow up with the resources that we have allocated every year, as we do as a board, we say we're giving money to Slate, we're giving money to all these youth programs. There are some programs with only one or two individuals who have indulged in these youth programs, but we still allocate funding to them. Slate is underused every single year, and they have millions of dollars, training programs and all kind of things that we are not ensuring that people are engaging in, and that's solely because we're not taking, I think, a proactive route as a city. And what this gives us the ability to do is get a glimpse into the lives of some individuals who may not have the time nor have the resources to be able to pay attention to what's going on with their children inside of their homes. The difference from this bill and another and the prior one is, instead of giving parents one time and charging them and giving them up to 60 to 90 days in jail and 40 hours community service, what it attempts to do is lessen lessen the crime and make it more of a way to engage with your child. Now, the changes that have been made is the first time you are caught, the same thing exists, is that the police have the option, well, not the option, they're supposed to contact your parent, and they get a written notice that your child was out past curfew. The second time that your child is out past curfew, they absolutely still have the discretion to say whether or not, contingent upon the conversation that existed last time prior to the, with the first arrest that took place. It's not necessarily arrest, we can say being detained. The first time when these infractions happen, DFS is called, we have family services come in, and we talk and find out what resources are needed and get an idea on paper of why this child is outside past curfew. That gives us a glimpse into understanding what resources might be needed. If this parent or mother or father is out and they are working from 12 o'clock a.m. or 9 o'clock p.m. to 4 or 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, then we already have on paper 9 times out of 10 that this child is outside because of X, Y, Z. It's a single parent home, and then we can find out what that child needs in terms of services so they can stay in the house. If they just out running the streets, maybe we find a center for them to go to when we pick them up and don't take them to jail, but it gives us an idea of who we're dealing with, opposed to just putting and throwing everybody inside of one pot, saying you out, you're going to jail. The second time that offense happens, you are subject to $300 to $500 as a fine, and or 10 days in jail, which is not a long amount of time, or you can do 60 hours of community service with that said juvenile, and it's supervised just as it was in the last bill. What that does is it gives you opportunity to spend time with your youth, have conversation, doing something that neither one of you want to do. And it's not jail time, it's community service. It's cleaning up, doing whatever it is that we deem a service to the community with said child, so we can find out, what it would take for you all to have the conversation collectively and do what's necessary to, talk to your child to get them to stay in the house. Because the child if the child is being, per se, the problem and the issue, then he, himself, or herself should have, should be a part of the solution at the same time. So we can't just put it on the parents. So this says that, hey, you as a child, you got to get out here and do the work too, just like your parents. You guys got to figure that out. And we have the resources to try to help them figure that out. The second time, it just goes up from 60 hours of community service to 100 hours of community service. You can do up to 20 days in jail and pay in between $400 or $500, and that's at the judge's discretion. The third time, it goes up to maximum of 30 days in jail. That maximum of $500 is imposed if that's what the judge sees fits, and or you do 100, and if I remember correctly, 40 hours of community service. And that's in lieu thereof. So if you made a compelling argument with the judge and said, hey, my child is not listening to me, I've told him to stay in the house, I've done everything that I can, I'm working in the middle of the night, he's 16 years old, I know he's supposed to be in the house, the judge can say, okay, well, I see you're a hard-working mother, I don't want to stop you from being on your job, I don't want to get you fired, I don't want anything to happen that can stop you from providing for your family, but we do need to figure out a way to keep your child in the house because it is the law, and figure out what we need to do collectively to ensure that the laws are adhered to. And, and in lieu of sending you to jail or making you pay a fine, do 100 hours of community service or 60 hours if it's your first infraction. Let's clean up and you all have that conversation. What it does is it holds you accountable as a parent, and it holds you as a child accountable to your parent, seeing as that, you at the same time have to do the time with your parent. This is in no way intended for the police to use it as a harassment method, and that's one thing that I think a lot of us will maybe have issues or take issue with. What we have to remember is every single tool that the police have can be misused. Every tool that we hold as the Board of Aldermen having powers can be misused. It's up to the individual, it's up to the particular person who has that power to misuse it, and then it's up to us as being a check and balance of the city of St. Louis for the residents to ensure that there's a balance that happens when that person is out of check and when that individual has misused his power. Right now, we're not supposed to have expired plates. I'm sure every single person within this board has seen someone in the last 2 weeks that had an expired plate driving through the city. Is the police pulling them over in alarming numbers and just only pulling over African Americans? I don't think so. I myself have had expired plates, so I know what it feels like to get pulled over and trying to figure out how to make ends meet so you can get and pay for those tags. It's up to the police to discern whether or not that's an action I want to take. Yes, the law is in their hand. But if they decide and they see somebody with expired plates and they, maybe having a good time, they got a kid in the back, they wave to the officer, they seem very friendly, that tag is maybe only, maybe a month or 2 months old, then that police officer has the discretion to say, I'm not going to pull that person over. She got a kid in the car, they're laughing, they wave to me. Not them. I know I might have some more important things to deal with today. Some call could pop up in the next 10 or 15 minutes. It's based on them. They utilize the tools that they have in their toolbox that we give them discretionally. It's up to them, and that's why we put them out in the streets and leave it up to them. Whenever you have an issue on infraction of the law, somebody is playing loud music or you see somebody get shot, you don't specifically pick up the phone when you dial 911 and ask for Officer Jefferson. You ask for the police. So that's any police officer that's going to show up. And given the fact that any officer is going to show up, you expect that officer to act within the policies that are created and within the guidelines and boundaries of the law, which is the same thing that this bill does. It just asks the police officers, when you use discretion, act within the bounds of the law. We don't want you to go out and harass every 17-year-old or and under that you can possibly find, just like we don't ask you to go out and harass every single person with expired plates. We ask you to do your due diligence, have a watchful eye, and be a protective individual like you're supposed to be, a peacemaker within this city as you enforce the law. That's what your job is to do, not over-enforce it, not under-enforce it. But once again, it's all discretionary. And that's something I think we really, really need to pay attention to when you think about this bill. This is discretionary. It's at the officer's discretion to take these children in. As you know, some children get out of control. You might have a child that responds very well and say, you know what, officer, you're right. I'm walking down the street to go get a bag of chips. Can you allow me to do so? That officer may not be on a call and say, hey, I want you to be safe tonight. I'm going to watch you. Go ahead and go grab your bag of chips. And I'm going to watch you go home, also make sure nothing happens to you. That makes that individual feel much more comfortable knowing that he can get back and home safely. And it also gives and builds a community relationship with that young child who's going to grow up and eventually be a part of the community and a paying member and a taxpayer within the city of St. Louis. We need to start changing the dynamics of how community responds to police, and that only happens at a young age. When you grow up and you have a preconceived idea of who police are based on what you see, the rhetoric that's been told to you, everything that everybody else has experienced, you will make up your own mind on what it is the police do, how it is they police, and how receptive you are to any police officer. So if we are engaged young and not just pointing the finger at the youth and saying, hey, you outside, I'm locking you up, but build real relationships. We don't have 300 officers for one area. We don't. We know that we are short police officers. So it's not remiss to think that with the few officers that we have in the ward, that you can know exactly that's officer such and such when you see them, because there's only a few riding through your ward. You're not 9 or 10. So building those relationships, having a rapport, which we should have anyway, and understanding which officers are patrolling the ward and doing the right thing versus the wrong thing, it builds community relationships, and it takes away the stigma as people grow up and changes their environment of police and community relationships, because people have seen these officers at a young age. We got officers that's been on the force for 30 years. And you got kids that have been seeing these officers and have no clue who they are, what their names are, how they can help, and that's because there's been no engagement. The officers have not used those tools, and I understand why, because there is pushback from the community. It can easily be perceived as harassment. You can have the community come out and say, why are you messing with my boy? But it's those same parents who feel that way when kids get shot to say, I wish there could have been any buffer. Right now, there's no buffer at all in disciplining your child other than the household, the streets, and the police. That's what you get. If you don't do what's necessary in your household, these kids will meet the streets, get shot, get beat up, get robbed, or become someone who's shooting, getting beat up, or robbed. Now, of course, you have those ones who still grow up and become productive members. Not every single one needs to have, not necessarily a curfew. Not every single one who does not have a parent in a household, or every single child who has not had the opportunity to build a relationship with police, not every single one of those childs come out bad, and I'm not saying it, but for those who do, and once again, not every single person in the city is getting shot. We got a few hundred murders every single year, not a few thousand. We don't have 5,000 people out there killing each other. We got a few. We don't have 5,000 children running amok. We got a few. Now, with the homeless kids and things like that, those are things, once again, that's a service that we have to make sure is being provided as a city. But what we need to do is ensure that these children have a safety net, which means that when they're not thinking competently, we can think for them. When they're not making the right decisions, we can make those decisions for them, which is what you're supposed to do as a parent. What we're supposed to do also as a board. When our residents are arguing about what they need in the community, they have put us in power so we can say, okay, I understand this side, I understand that side. We're going to go either to this side inside that side or within the middle. That's the same powers that we give the police. They're supposed to be understand and pull up, create the narrative because they have to write the report. So once again, understand, I know this might be looked at as a harassment tool, and with all the pushback that's been in the community about the relationships that exist between police and community, I get it. I'm a part of the communities that have felt like that. I myself have felt that way, but I also understand that there has to be a change that takes place. There has to be something that we do proactively, and sometimes that takes us doing things that might make us just a little bit uncomfortable. It might be a little uncomfortable to know that the police can say, hey, which they can do right this second. Once again, it's no different than what already exists on the books, other than the fact that it's a lower time, or the time is earlier for you to be inside the house because times are more dangerous. 11 o'clock at night, you got everybody running around shooting at each other, gunshots all over the place. That's where a lot of issues happen, and our police on call after call after call. Street lights come on right now around 9 o'clock. At 9:30, if these kids are running back to the house, getting in the house, then we won't have to pick up 7, 8, 9, 10, 17 minors off these streets. We won't have to pick them up in puddles of blood. We won't have to figure out why you were out shooting at somebody because you're supposed to have your little butt in the house. And it gives once again, the police officer the opportunity to question these teenagers that they see out and ask, hey, where are you going? What you got going on? What are you doing? Once again, it's not about harassment because every single officer ain't out here harassing people. You got a few. And they make it look bad for all of the other ones that are doing their job and will do their job adequately. We can't keep blaming the police for everything. We can't keep blaming the community for everything. We have to find a happy medium. Not saying that this is what that does, but I believe that this piece of legislation gives us an opportunity at a more educational level for the children in this city to have a different perspective on who police are, who are police in their neighborhoods, because they have a different type of engagement early on, and it's not just based on what somebody else has experienced, it's based on their personal experiences. I would like the police in my ward not only to enforce this, I don't want it enforced hard. So with that, once again, I understand how people may feel about it. I just want to ensure that at least we are trying something. So with that, All right. Renew my motion.
All right, Alderman, before we move on, I got some information during the debate that Board Bill 81 as amended, the one that's on everyone's desk, whatever the amendment was that was taken up in committee was never taken up in committee. It's my understanding that the legal counsel just changed the numbers in the bill, but never took it up as an amendment in committee, which is illegal. We cannot do that, right? If there's a change to the original bill in committee, that change must be by an amendment, and then we would be looking at Board Bill 81 as amended. So your original motion for Board Bill 81 as amended, that will have to be withdrawn because we do not have an amended board bill in front of us right now. The only thing we have in front of us is Board Bill 81 because there was never an amendment that passed out of committee, only Board Bill 81. So if you'd like to withdraw your original motion.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you, that's the facts. We will not, we're not going to pass out a bill that was never amended appropriately in committee as an amended bill. So would you like to withdraw your motion? And then I'll tell you what we can do next.
Understood. Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
What didn't we amend, just so for my...
This is Board Bill 81.
Right. I mean, what do we take out of the original bill? Put in?
We're going to have to discuss that with the legal counsel, but you never amended a bill. Your bill was never officially amended in committee.
Can I motion to make a floor amendment or floor substitute?
Yeah, but here's the first thing. Before we can do anything, I need you to withdraw your motion for 81 as amended, then we can move forward. Okay. Please do that.
Can I withdraw? I would like to withdraw my motion
to perfect
Board Bill 81
as amended. All right, so now The next thing is, I'd like you make a motion to perfect Board Bill 81.
Okay. I would like to make a motion to perfect Board Bill 81.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 3rd, seconded by the Alderman from the 22nd. Now we have Board Bill 81 properly before us. Board Bill 81 as amended, which is on everyone's desk, that was put there by our attorney, that board bill does not exist right now, so wipe that out. So the only thing that's before us is Board Bill 81. So I have a copy of an amendment. I had the clerk put together a copy of the amendment to make the bill to put the bill in proper form before us. I want to thank the clerk for catching that, because in all my years here, I have not had a situation where we've had a board bill coming out and it's put in front of us as though it was amended, but it was never amended. You understand that that would be a pretty serious issue if we would have indeed acted on that and passed that out today. So I think everyone should have the amendment. Does everyone have the amendment on their desk? I'm also going to ask that the clerk, that this is officially noted in the records what happened here, because this has to stop at some point. All right. So again, Board Bill 81 as amended doesn't exist. What's before us right now is Board Bill 81. It's been moved by the Alderman from the 3rd. I entertain a second on that motion again, just to make sure we're good. Seconded by the Alderman from the 5th and the 22nd again. So now what's before us, Board Bill 81. You have an amendment that the clerk wrote up to clear this issue up. So I'm going to recognize you to offer up this amendment.
I would like to make a motion to amend Board Bill 81.
And read the amendment.
To amend Board Bill, page 1, line 1 to page 1, line 1, as follows: beginning on page 1, line 1, strike out words 63984 and insert in lieu thereof to read in the words and figures as follows: 63784. And with amendment number 2, Board Bill to Board Bill 81, to amend said Board Bill page 1, line 15 to page 1, line 15, as follows: beginning on page 1, line 1, strike out the word 63984 and insert in lieu thereof to read in the words as figures as follows: 63784.
All right, it's been moved by the Alderman from the 3rd, seconded by the Alderman from the 14th. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Alderman from the 3rd, now you're recognized to continue on Board Bill 81, and after we perfect Board Bill 81, it will become Board Bill 81 as amended.
Thank you, sir. Would like to move to perfect Board Bill 81.
No, you're good.
Okay, gotcha.
Any further discussion before we move on?
I'll renew my motion.
All right. Alderman from the 5th.
Thank you, Mr. President, and members of the board. I'm glad that we were able to fix those technical errors that transpired, but I rise in support of this bill. We've discussed it, we've talked about it, we've talked about the notion of adverse effects that it could happen on members in our community, but I think as a body and as members of, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the entire Black Caucus, but I just know the conversations that we had. We all know that something needs to be done to protect our children in this city, and there's been a lot of conversations about it. I even talked to my mother about it. She was like, well, what about the kids that are getting off the bus coming home from work? How do you address that with implicit bias and police officers and their interactions with people of color in our community? And so I thought about that, and I processed that, and I said that I believe in accountability, and I believe that at some point in our community we have to do something, and I believe that if we are engaged in this process and if we have the resources to actually make our police officers enforce this law that's been on the books for a long time, and I know we have a manpower issue too, but if we can communicate with them, then we can make sure that they're doing the best that they can, and this won't disproportionately affect people of color, because that's not our goal at all. We're just simply trying to keep our kids safe. And so I even had a talk with my 15-year-old son about it, the same black child that when all the Ferguson stuff was going on, and I stood before you all in tears and said, why as a black mom do I have to tell my son how to interact with the police? I said, okay, if it's after 11 and you're going from your granny house to our house, which is right across the street, you need to understand if the curfew law is being enforced, you can't do that anymore. And so personally, I understand what this means to people in our community, and I just think that we need to do something about it. I've heard that, well, if you look at studies, curfew laws don't particularly reduce crime or this or that and other, but I think this is a united front. This is a stand with black elected leadership of this city, not all, but us saying that we need to do something. And I did not support the National Guard coming in our community at all, but I support this because I feel that we need to do something to protect our children. And it's my hope that people will understand that you can possibly identify or empathize with the tragedies of our community, but no one can speak for our community unless they're of our community. And the people that have supported this thus far know that we need to do something. And when you've been raised in communities, when you're a product of public housing like I am, when you've crossed dead bodies to go to school in the morning, then your perspective is different. And so we genuinely care about our children, and it's my hope that everybody will understand how important this is, and not only how important it is, but that we want everybody to get involved and take this serious. The police department, our director of public safety, because right now downtown we have police officers on every corner. We need that same overlay in our community, enforcing something like this to keep our kids off the street. And with that, I'll just say that I hope that everyone understands what's before us and really what we're trying to do. We're not trying to make people target people of color, because we know we'll get some of that, but we just hope that our kids will stay safe. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Alderman from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. Would the Alderman from the 3rd yield for
Alderman
question?
from the 3rd will yield the question to the Alderwoman from the 15th. Alderwoman from the 15th, please.
So I'm trying to compare this back to the 1997 ordinance to figure out what all the changes are here. And it looks like under 81 as amended, what this does is it increases the fines. So under the previous ordinance, the lowest fine was 100, and now it's 300. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the second thing it does is it decreases jail time. So under the previous ordinance, the maximum amount of jail time was 90 days, and now it's 30 days.
Yes.
Could I ask the reason that jail time just wasn't eliminated altogether?
Yeah, absolutely. So when you think about, it's like with traffic tickets, I explain. I explain from your perspective. If you had a choice between spending $300 or doing 150 hours of community service or 60 hours of community service, you choose that $300. Now, a lot of us say that, poor people may not have it or this and that. We mess off a good, $100, $200, $300 per year. A lot of us do and don't know where it went. The point is, when you really need to find funds for something, people do the best that they can to find them. And I think that if you had to choose between community service only and choose between fines, you go out 9 times out of 10 and pay that fine and tell yourself you don't have the time, especially when you got 60, 90 days to pay it off, contingent upon what the judge will say, you'd find the time to pay that off. We don't know if the judge will say you have to pay it off in increments. A lot of times within the court system, you don't have to pay things immediately, let's not say immediately, but you don't have to pay in full. You can pay on it, and I think that would breed a different type of response to it from parents who don't want to be engaged. You would make the choice to just pay yourself out of trouble. If there's not something heavier that the judge can choose from that gives you an idea, hey, if the third time this happened, I could go to jail, it's not that you are going, it's the thought. Because at the same time, community service saves all of that. If you got the choice between paying the fine in jail and going to community service with your kids, you're gonna be like, we're gonna clean up. And I'm gonna get on his butt at the same time while we clean up. I'm gonna yell at him the whole time. Every time I pick up a piece of trash and have to bend over, I'm gonna have a problem with that. And that's more of a longer conversation. And giving the ability to be able to tell the judge what's going on and have an idea, so he can have an idea what's going on in the house. You can respectfully defend yourself and, you know, and ask for community service, because it gives that option to do so, opposed to going to jail or opposed to paying that fine, period. But I think not having something that makes you think twice about your child being out, and a fine itself is just not going to do it. You know, it's really nice. It's just like with traffic tickets. People run lights all day long. They know they're subject to fines. 9 times out of 10, you're only going to jail when you run a red light if you don't make the court date. That's what we run from, is warrant. So you get that warrant, you go pay that off because you don't want to go back to jail, right? If there was something else associated with it, not saying that that's what I would like to imply, I'm just saying if there was a kind of a larger action that took place after running the light, because we got a lot of people getting killed from that in particular, you'd have a different response to people running red lights opposed to individuals who become victims of it and then they want something done about it. So the point is, before we think about anything, you think about what could happen in reaction to your action. And if there's no real reaction to it other than I got to pay a few $100s, and I don't think nobody would think twice about this bill. So that's why I didn't eliminate it completely. It still has some real teeth into it, but it's also eliminated to the point where, it's reduced to the point where it's not necessarily intended to hurt the family or keep you in jail for a long time, because this isn't something where you went and robbed a store or you hurt somebody or it's criminal, but it does make you think. It will make you think twice if the judge has that ability to do so.
Okay. And then the third major change is that it's changing from the previous said 11 p.m. on weeknights and and midnight on the weekends was the curfew. And so it's dropping it down to 10 p.m. on Friday and Saturday and 9:30 during the week. That's correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No further questions. I'm going to say that I am going to vote no on this today. I've worked with kids, I've worked with youth, I've worked with low-income families for most of the time before I ran for office. And I know that a lot of the parents that I worked with did not have an extra $300. I know a lot of the parents that I worked with were working 2 and 3 jobs and were trying to do the best that they could for their kids. I know that a lot of the parents had to work overnight shifts, or they couldn't get home till 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning because of their work schedules. I am concerned that this has a lot of unintended consequences. And I do agree that we need to do something. And I think that something is youth programs, it's mentorship, it's having rec centers that are open 24 hours a day. It's things that will not put our families and our kids into the criminal justice system. And there's a lot of research out there on this. I found something from the Marshall Project, which is a national think tank on criminal justice reform issues that looked at over 7,000 studies on curfew laws and found that they were not only ineffective, they actually increased crime rates in a lot of areas because it resulted in fewer eyes on the streets, and that it also created more early introduction into the criminal justice system for a lot of our youth. And I worry about further putting our kids into the criminal justice system when we already have police in our schools and we already have all these other punitive things that are not supporting our kids, but coming down as a hammer rather than giving them the tools that they need. And so I'm respectfully going to vote no on this today. I might be the only no vote. And I'm more than willing to work with you on things we can do to support our youth that do not involve the criminal justice system and do not involve putting fines on people or requiring them even to do community service when I know so many of our low-income families are already taxed in the number of hours that they have to give between work and school, and they're just trying to scrape by. So thank you for this. I will be a no vote.
Alderwoman from the 27th.
Would the alderman from the 3rd Ward take question?
Alderman from 3rd will yield the questions to the Alderman from 27th.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Alderman from the 27th, please.
The only question I have for the board, not just Alderman Bosley, how many more babies we got to bury? How many more funerals we got to go to? When you got babies dying at 2 and 3 years old, how long we got to keep dealing with this? And so I think this bill is a good bill because it's a tool that we can use to try to deter some of it. And people need to be clear. These people running around with these assault weapons, they're not the regular hunters that have applied for license. These are really killers, and they're killing our babies. And so I'm in support of this, and I think we need to vote for this to pass out of the board. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further? Alderman from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the Alderman from the 3rd yield to your question?
Alderman from the 3rd will yield the question to
Yes.
Alderman from the 8th. Alderman from the 8th, please proceed.
Thank you so much. So I'm looking through the ordinances that this addresses, and I'm concerned, first of all, I think that this bill purports to repeal a couple of ordinances that were already repealed as of the 1996 bill. Have you been able to look back at the 96 board or ordinance number 63784?
I have.
Okay, so the 63784 says that it has repealed ordinance number 58540, ordinance number 53693, and 58264. So I'm a little bit confused as to why we're repealing them again if they're already not on the books. As far as legal counsel on this, was that the city councilor's office? Was that our own legal counsel that helped put this together?
No, the reason that it was done like that, because I don't necessarily know exactly what could have been in those other bills that could have maybe had some maybe this bill would have butted head with those. So I just made sure that this is clear from the very beginning.
Okay.
I read through the very last one.
Okay, so the other piece is that ordinance number 63785, which was also passed back in 1996, pertains to parents picking up their kids after a curfew violation. That bill, it says that a parent must pick up their child from the police department within 45 minutes. And it still includes the penalties of a minimum of $200, a maximum of $500 fine, 90 days in jail, or an alternative 40 hours of community service. Are you aware that that statute is still on the books?
Yeah, that's what the repeal is.
Okay, well, so this one actually is not repealed by your ordinance. It's not listed in there. And if the goal is to repeal that one as well, then I think that it would be our due diligence to send this back to committee and do that as well. Because with that law still on the books, we're talking another increase in fine. I do appreciate that you brought forward a decrease in jail time as a consequence for this ordinance, but we're talking about significant fines. There's still a potential penalty of 90 days in jail. And when parents are working, right, when we've got people working third shift, if that child can't get picked up and the parent is further penalized by a potential of 90 days in jail, I have to agree with the Alderwoman from the 15th that we're criminalizing people's lives and their jobs that work differently.
Oh, I'm starting to think here. So the initial board bill that was 81 as amended, it was supposed to repeal 63784, and the new amendment to it was supposed to be replacing it in lieu of 63785. and we did 63784 again.
You have to talk to the...
Well, no, so 63784 is the main one that is nearly identical to Board Bill 81 that you're bringing forward. 63785 is a separate bill that was completely responded to parents. So it maybe was your intention to leave that one alone because they are a little bit different in intention, but I wanted to be sure, or I just wanted to ask if you were aware that that one was still going to be on the books.
Yeah, you know what, I remember reading that now. Once again, it gives the time of when they have to pick their kids up. I also intend on changing that one also. You know, so when it comes down to this in general, right, everything is at the judge's discretion. It all comes down to that police officer's discretion and what it is they think the issue is and why that child is out past curfew, them bringing that forth to the police department and making a case about it, and then them picking that up as you know, whoever's going to prosecute, that would be the circuit attorney and the judge making the discernment on what needs to happen. So, you know, as we work on changing many laws that we need to refine and reform within the city, there will be ones that you may have to look at that might affect this one or affect that one, but we have to have a starting place at some point. And we have to start looking at what it is that we can do once again as we start there to dig our teeth or dig our feet down in the dirt, you know, as a city, and start making the hard choices. Yeah, this is something that, I mean, once again, in 3 years, we might be repealing this and changing it to something different. I'm not sure. But right now, as it stands, there's a lot going on, and I think there's a little bit that we're doing.
Sure. Can I ask a question? Do you know how many ordinance violations the city, citations the city issues yearly right now?
Curfew violations? Yeah. I would say is well under 100. I don't know, but I know that nobody's getting picked up for curfew.
Did anybody seek that data when you brought this forward?
No, I did not seek that. And once again, this isn't in response to what has happened. This is in response to trying to figure out what we can do so things won't happen. This is a proactive measure. The past is not necessarily, and let me not say that is not important, because that's what gives us our fire to fight certain things that we don't want to happen in the future.
I understand. My question in asking that is, if we already have a curfew on the books and it already is not being enforced, then do we actually have the resources to enforce that? I mean, I'm aware that we used to have curfew centers in the city of St. Louis that were recreation centers or community centers where a child could be brought to instead of the police station, but those don't exist anymore, and this isn't setting up that kind of a structure. This is purely decreasing the hours that juveniles are allowed to be out on the streets, and making them have to go in sooner. So I'm wondering if we are increasing if the idea is to increase enforcement, are the police department on board with increasing enforcement on this?
So the idea is not only about enforcement, it's about engagement, right? When you engage in the community, just like when the police engage you, they make a discretionary decision on whether or not they're going to write a fine, whether or not they're going to issue you a citation, right? So, but they have the ability to. Right now, we know that a lot of illegal things are going on across the city. I don't know if you sat at a street light before and seen somebody run 50 miles down the street and see a police officer sitting right there and they don't chase him. They don't chase them for certain reasons because they can't chase in the city, but at the same time, we know that they're breaking the law. So they have to discern on whether or not they want to engage, and that's what this is. This is a tool to utilize to engage. Given the time where we have homicides going on, children are getting into mischief, and the day and age where we don't have places like curfew centers, this sparks that conversation. We have not had even a curfew center conversation since I've been an alderman in this board ever. You know, so what it can do is start the ideas, get our wheels turning, get us thinking in a particular way that maybe we get back to a point next year where we say we need to fund a curfew center. Yeah. But if we're not filling those centers up, or we don't have any documentation over the last year that says it was 100 kids or 200 kids out past curfew, whether or not they got cited for that, that's something that's going to be written down because Child Services was contacted, and it gives us the ability to have a healthy debate and some type of engagement on all levels to be able to get to where we would like this to go. It's not going to happen just through one bill, but you know, once again, something has to be done, and I think we need to start somewhere. We can't do it all. If we could have curfew centers and everything else added to it, would have definitely made that part of the conversation, but I know that takes funding. It's going to take administration. It's going to take a lot of different things to make sure that that happens. But this on a very small scale, if the police see a group of children out walking down the street, they can engage after, because 9 times out of 10 at 11 o'clock, they're not going to have the time to engage those kids because it's so many things going on across the city during those hours. You know, they can barely respond to domestic calls. So the point is, if they see these kids out here, they can simply ask a question, hey, where are you guys going? Where do you live at? Oh, we live up the street. Now, if these kids look like they hiding or they in the bushes, they've got to break into a school or something, they can engage those kids, not lethally, but hey, man, y'all need to get out of this yard. Where do you belong? Why are you not at home? You know it's past curfew. But if they're just simply walking down the street, and you know there's a gas station up the street once again, and they just want to go and buy some chips and soda, and the mama's at home, it's nothing for that officer during the time where he actually has the time to, you know, make sure those kids get home and back safely and engage those kids. He can utilize that tool at his own discretion and utilize it the way that he thinks it needs to go specifically for that situation. This is all going to be situation based, and it's based on that officer and how he assesses the situation and how he engages, not necessarily enforces.
Okay. So did the police department come in and testify on this bill?
No, they did not.
Okay. So did anyone from SLPS or from any of our other youth services organizations come in to testify on the bill?
Not at all.
Okay. Thank you for answering the questions. I'm very torn on this bill. I appreciate the reduction in jail time possibility that's on here. I understand stepping up consequences if continued violations are found. I am deeply concerned with adding another point of contact for youth into the criminal justice system, because while I understand that you're specifically talking about your ward and the people that are in your ward, the people that are in your ward are also disproportionately charged and convicted on cases than are the young kids in my ward, right? And adding one more layer of contact, adding a couple of hours earlier. I also understand the Alderwoman from the 27th, we don't need any more dead people in the city of St. Louis, and this is deeply concerning for all of us, but continuing to engage people with just the police department. I want to have that faith that engaging a police officer at 10 p.m. would result in a relationship with that parent, with that child's parents, with saying, hey, come on, let's go home now. It's time to go home, and we're going to keep you out of jail. We're going to keep you out of this system. I want to believe that we have that ability right now. I don't think that we have that. I don't think that we have those resources at the moment. When our police department encounters people who are unhoused and they're on the street, often they end up getting taken into the jail because we don't have places for those people to go. We're not, I don't think that we're set up to do the type of thing that you want this bill to do, which I think is admirable, is engaging these kids earlier on so that they're not getting into trouble, so that they're not out there getting killed, they're not out there doing things that they shouldn't be doing, and I respect that. I am concerned about adding another point of contact with the police department at the moment. I know that we are working on social workers. I know that we are working on engagement that way. If we had school resource officers, if we had those types of things that could do that engagement before we get them into criminal contact, that to me is a whole lot more understanding of what we're actually trying to do. If the kids are just out and they're not getting into other criminal activity, I don't want them engaged with the criminal justice system any sooner than they have to be, right? Or that they're going to be based on the statistics that we understand. So I respect that you're bringing this forward, and I do also agree that something needs to be done. I don't think that this is it in its current form. I think that if we were to be able to package this up with other resources, with some other modes here, I think I could support that. But so thank you for your work on it, but I'm going to have to be voting no today.
All right, thank you. Alderwoman for the 19th.
Oh, I don't need to ask any questions. I just need to make a quick comment. I am sick and tired of people making excuses for irresponsible parents. I'm tired of people telling young folks and others it's okay. That's why we're in the condition that we're in now, because we have left the role of being responsible, being accountable, knowing your neighbor, taking care of your community, and most especially taking care of your children. It's not, damn it, okay. And we've done so much of it that it has ruined our communities. We never lived like this before. And I'm tired of it. I've had enough of it. No, it's not okay for you to say anything you want to say to any point of authority, whether it's police, teacher, the lady down the street, or the woman next door. No, damn it, it's not okay. It's not okay for your child to be roaming the streets at 10 o'clock at night and you don't know where they are. They're getting hit by cars, they're getting shot with bullets. No, it's not okay for you to be an irresponsible parent and we don't know where you are and we got to try to figure something out. No, you need to do some community service. You need to have a fine. Because you know what? That $200 or $300, instead of you using it to pay $50 to get into the club and pay for VIP parking and have your little outfit and stuff, you will spend that money on taking care of your children, engaging your children in activities that give them growth, and you'll spend more time with them. I have no problems with it because that's how we got where we are today. Because everybody's been saying it's okay, you can be irresponsible. Oh, well, let me just put you over here and it's okay, don't let them worry you. No, I've had enough. I've been in houses and had to take children out of them and it's just disgraceful. We didn't live like that. We were taken care of. And we need to take care of these kids now. And this is not as punitive it is being portrayed to be because there are too many other systems that are connected to it that don't necessarily lead to a monetary position. We have neighborhood accountability boards that are connected to the juvenile system. We also connect the parents to that, and if the case is serious enough, we have the parent and the child do the community service together. If not, the child is guided by members of their community to have a better walk of life. They're tutored, they're mentored, everything. So there are too many other systems that are in place, including the public schools who are stepping up now. At all of our community schools, we now have the mediation, all those things are at the school. We also have opportunities for kids to be cared for up until 9 o'clock. So there are a lot of things that are already in place. But it is not okay. It is not okay to be an irresponsible parent. It is just not okay. I don't care if you have to work 3 jobs, you will find time to make sure and you will put the things in place where your child is safe. So I don't need anybody else to be telling me about, oh, you're putting a burden on them. No, you're not. Because you're supposed to be a responsible parent. And however you got to work it out, you give up your life until that child can take care of themselves. So I don't want to hear no more of that crap. Stop saying it in my community because it's tearing us down.
Alderman from the 22nd.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. I certainly appreciate the alderman from the 3rd Ward. I think he put a lot of thought into this bill. I appreciate the fact that he's not trying to be very punitive up front. He's given parents an opportunity to do community service. I think there's opportunities for teachable moments, and I applaud him. When I was about 10 years old, my first interaction with the police was a very negative experience, and it was based on curfew. But I had a mom who basically was the head of the household, who worked at the record center, 9700 Page. Every morning she caught the bus around 5 o'clock or so that she could be home around 3:30. So I was ill, and I was 10, and my younger brother was 8. But the instructions that she gave me was around lunchtime, go to the corner store, get some soup, some for a sandwich, and come back home so that we could have something to eat because we were sick. So of course Campbell soup makes you feel better, right? And so I'm doing as I'm instructed to do, but on the way home, I'm stopped by the police. I'll never forget, it was at the corner of Clara and Labadie. And the police, and of course I had never had an interaction with the police in my life, and they picked me up, they put me in a police car. There was another gentleman across the street, for whatever reason, he picked him up. He had a joint. So this guy that looked like a teenager or adult to me, he's put in the backseat of a police cruiser, as well as myself, and we're taken to the police station. And I stayed there until my mom got off of work. Now, again, I grew up in the cycle of poverty. So my mom really couldn't afford to just get off work and come and get me out of the police station. But they didn't give my mom a citation, but they did hold me because I broke the law. And we broke the law. And so I was actually, as a kid, can you imagine, 10 years old, I was mortified. I'm like, oh my God. And I told the police, I said, look, my little brother at home and he's hungry and he's gonna die. I gotta get home. I mean, I'm saying whatever I can say so he can let me go and go home. But he did not use that judgment. He put me in the cruiser and he took me to the police station. But they did use the right judgment and not charge my mom with some kind of fine because it was curfew. At the end of the day, we broke curfew. And so I understand and I can appreciate my colleagues that don't look like me saying, well, it may disproportionately affect the African American community. I get that. But back then, we were different children. We were a different set of children. And my mom learned from that experience, and it never happened again. Today, we have too many children in our community that are absolutely reckless. Now, I am not suggesting that the police should go rounding up a whole bunch of black kids because it's 10 o'clock at night. But what I am suggesting that we do something that encourages the parents to be real parents. And here's the other thing I like about the Alderman from the 3rd Ward. When he testified before the public safety hearing, he talked about how this is an opportunity for engagement. This is an opportunity for the police to have a conversation. So the police has an opportunity to discern whether or not they take Pookie home or they take him to a station and they call the parent. But they also don't have to charge the parent, nor does the judge. The judge has the initial option of saying, okay, we're going to do community service or not, because we have no control of the judges. The judge can say, hey, look, I understand, I hear your story, and I'm going to forgive you, but let it not happen again. Those are great teachable moments. We have to do something to change the mindset of our community whereby they don't feel that they can do whatever. Somehow we're in this microwave, in this whatever generation, and we can't even discipline our kids. That is outrageous. But then the larger community complains about our children. And then we have some people that really don't understand the black experience, and I don't want to make this racial, because let me say the cultural differences. Because there's a difference between how white people discipline their kids and how African American discipline their kids, and how the police interact with African Americans and how police interact with white children. But the onus is on us as African Americans. And we need to stand up and we need to shout out about we cannot tolerate this anymore. If we are tired of our black babies going to jail, we need to talk to them more often. And we need to help them understand there are consequences for your behavior. It is time out for the freaking excuses. It's time out. As far as I'm concerned, this is part of criminal justice reform. So we're not going to hit them with a $100 or $200 fine for a curfew violation. We're actually going to have conversation with them, and we're going to talk to them and encourage them to do the right thing. And when we pass this bill, it is my hope that we can communicate with the television community, the radio community, and talk about how we can do public service announcements. I bet you most people in here, especially if you're over the age of 35, remember, I believe it was KMOV. They had the best PSA I've ever heard in my life. At 10 o'clock, they said, it's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? It gave you a moment to pause and say, yeah, where is so-and-so? Because when I grew up, when the lights came on, you better been on the porch at a minimum. Now, some families had to be in the house, but by guys, you better have been on that porch behind those front gates. From the sidewalk to the front door, you better have been in that space at a minimum, because when our parents came out, they were looking. But somehow that has evaporated. Somehow we have wanted to become friends with our children. We want to cater to our children. And because of the government, we can barely discipline our children. And the same people that are making the laws whereby we cannot effectively discipline our children are destroying our communities. Because children need discipline. And I'm a firm believer that when you discipline your child, you show your child that you love them. Not that you just want to make their life miserable. It's because you love them and you want them to be safe. And you want them to be productive citizens in society. I support this bill. Will it be heavily enforced? Realistically, probably not. But at the end of the day, we must do something unlike we've done before. Because we keep doing the same thing over and over again, and we keep giving excuses for why we do the same thing over and over again, and we are achieving zero net gains. It's getting worse. It's not getting better. It's getting worse. So I want to say, and I don't mean to be screaming, I'm just passionate about this because I love my community. Those who think that African Americans will be disproportionately affected by this, please know that African Americans are disproportionately killed and assaulted by African Americans. And it's time that we write a prescription to change that mindset. We need a paradigm shift in our community that suggests that we really do care about the African American experience. And we can do that when we communicate better with each other. This is not a bill where the expectation is we, again, round up a bunch of black people and lock them up and be punitive, but we are saying to them, I love you. And there are consequences for your behavior. Period, dot. We have to stop making excuses. When my nephew was shot and killed, my message was, stop making excuses. Quit telling me that we need more resources, because we have them. The city of St. Louis is providing hundreds of thousands of dollars with our recreation centers, with all kind of programming for resources. But we cannot make people take advantage of those resources. But what we can do by simple legislation is encourage them to act differently. Thank you.
Alderwoman from the 1st.
Mr. President, members of the board, if the alderman from the 3rd would yield.
Alderman from the 3rd will yield the question to the Alderwoman from the 1st.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Alderwoman.
Alderman, thank you for introducing this bill. You and I had a lot of conversations about it, because I told you I'd been a public defender, and that when we used to defend kids, they used to bring truancy cases against them. And some kids would miss 10, 15, 20 days of school. And so our argument would be, how can you charge the kid? It's the parent. There's something on the law called parental neglect. At some point, you are not parenting your child if you let them miss 25 days of school. So my job as a public defender was, my client was the child. The parent used to get very upset about that, because we would put the parents out and say we're representing the child. So I say it to you as I do not want the parents to still have to pay a lot of money for fines. Me and you went over that, because I said a lot of parents have not been taught to parent. See, when we stand here and talk about parenting, I stand here because I was parented. So when I'm very conservative about parenting, that's because I was raised. But there are a group of people that were not parented. And it's not an excuse, it just is. And I used to see it at the public defender's office, because some of the parents would show up and the kids would be in trouble for selling drugs. And they would show up with all this stuff, and they would be cursing and screaming and saying, I got to spend all this time here. but they would have things that their kids gave them. And I would always say, can you all please, I was quiet. I would always ask them, how is it that you think that it's all right for your kids to bring you stuff? If I had brought anything home, my mother was going to say, and my stepfather, where'd you get that? And then they were not going to accept what I said. They were going to call, and it better be something that they approved of. Mostly we were not allowed to bring things to our house that did not have our parents' approval. Maybe my aunts and uncles, but other than that, we were not allowed. But I got to experience a group of parents, grandparents, or whatever, that was allowed. So the kids didn't know any better because the parents and the grandparents or whoever was their parental person didn't know any better. And so, and I was at juvenile for a couple of years, and we had to have the DJOs, which work at juveniles, we had to have interventions with the parents, because you can't make the kids do better if the parents don't know anything. So I don't think it's all a mistake. I also agree with Alderwoman about the effect. One of the things that happened from the 8th is that we saw a lot of young white kids get taken home, and they would bring the kids to juvenile. I was reading your bill, and I told you I'm going to support it. I am. I don't like kids being taken to the police station. I really want them to either be taken to juvenile or taken home, okay? So I don't like that. I really don't want the parents to spend a lot of money. I do love in your bill that there are some consequences. You got to do community service. I think community service is a great idea. Mr. President, point of order. I have asked the corner to be quiet. If they want to have a conversation, please go someplace else and do it. And
can everybody in the corner hold it down while the Alderwoman makes her testimony?
Not hold it down. They can go outside and do someplace else if they don't know how to keep their voices down.
Please proceed, Alderwoman.
So I do like that the parents, instead of, you and I went back and forth and you said we're going to have a first time and a second time and a couple of times before you have to pay money. Because when you're struggling, it's real hard when you're on the edge of things if you have to go pay a fine. Saying all that, you are responsible for your children. You have them. I own rental property, and sometimes I'll have parents say, well, I can't pay this because I just had a baby and I wasn't working. And I always have to hold myself to say, but you had that baby, okay? Not me, okay? I'm not, that ain't the, when we signed this lease, we didn't say you won't have to pay your bills if you go have a baby and you couldn't afford it. I have to be more gentle to that and take myself in, okay? And I try to talk to them, I counsel them, I help them find jobs. I do a lot of things because that's part of my makeup, my DNA. But ultimately, when you have children, you are responsible. But I will admit that there are some people who have them, they don't know. They're children themselves. Somebody has not parented them. Somebody has incorrectly parented them. So we want to be gentle with those people, trying to get them to a place where they know how to parent correctly. I do not want kids on the street. They should not be on the streets all time of night. I grew up with an idle mind. It's the work of the devil. And in my household, if you sat on the front porch, my mother would say, have you folded those clothes? Have you gone in? Have you done your homework? She found something that you were supposed to do. So really soon in our household, we found out we didn't sit on the front porch because my mother found something for you to do. But again, parenting, which some people don't. So for us to say that we have enough resources is just not true. Growing up, many of us could go to the park, and the parks had people that worked at the park, and we all braided, and we made the little things that went around your neck with the key, and we made the pot holders and the things like baskets or whatever. You had somebody who was manning the parks. In fact, in the city of St. Louis, my father-in-law, Sam Miller, who used to be a principal at Sumner, was the person who was in charge of that. And then many times they had the teachers at the parks. We don't have that again. They slowly have gotten rid of that. Your brother had a program that we're probably not supposed to say, but it was a good program. It was a problem with it, but the midnight basketball was good for me, so I don't run from it. It was a good program because it got kids off the street, and they had some place to go, and they had recreation. I would much prefer, and you could call it Timbuktu, for all I care. But the fact of it is that they had the kids off the street and they were getting paid. Your point of your bill is that at a certain time of night, there's no reason for children to be on the streets. That's the entire point, right? And that when you're on the streets, you are getting in trouble. And you're either you're in trouble, my mother used to say, birds of a feather flock together and all of those things. So if your friends are out and they get caught stealing and you're with them, you're in trouble too. In fact, we have laws on the book. If your friend and you are together and they commit a crime and they commit a felony and you're with them, you can get charged with that same felony, okay? And you can get charged with murder. And then you have to try to prove you didn't know that they were going to commit that felony. And sometimes that you're not able to prove that. So your friend could get killed, robbing a store, you're out at night, and you get charged with murder. So we're saying we don't want that to happen to young people. But we do not have enough recreation money. The money that we spend on recreation compared to all this money that we do for professional teams is out of any kind of proportion you could talk about. If we even said for every time we gave a professional sports team some kind of money, we gave 20% of that to our recreation centers and things like that, now you're doing something that's proactive. But that isn't before us. What's before us is, do we want our kids on the street at night? We do not. And what can we do to enforce to make sure the parents do that? And so you've put in some steps. Like I said, there's some things that I'm now engaged, I would like to talk to you about. I'm going to vote for your bill, but I really would just, hopefully we can tweak a few things, okay? That judgment that we talk about, it has not been used well. When people, we don't have officer friendlies that talk to the kids any kind of way. They don't talk to the grown-ups any kind of way. I wish and long for officer friendly because that's what I grew up with. They didn't approach me and call me MFs and things like that. That's what they do with kids. I've seen them do that. You know, you and I have been in some meetings where I've argued with the police and the public safety director about one of the state senators talking about don't have the children have young folks have dark windows. And we had a healthy conversation and debate about that. I want to ask you, how are we going to get this out that we've changed? How do you envision that we publicize that we're changing the hours? Because we change laws, but people don't know.
I think it'd be important for those who do vote for it, if we do pass it out, which we don't do, I think, normally as a unified front, just make a public service announcement and let the different stations that can push that narrative out there that things have changed, and we just, we make sure we encourage them to listen to what we've done and why we've done it, and I think it'll get out to the masses.
And sort of, what about like notifying schools? You know,
Yes,
if we have a school, if we could send to the schools and say, hey, this is the new rule, this is the police. I always print up information and I pass it out at my different meetings. So if it's a new law, I will pass it out and say, hey, did you know this? This is the new curfew law. So those kind of things. I will admit, I also love the public service announcement about what time it was and do you know where your children was. That always was a very good public service announcement. The other one that everybody knows is the lights come on in our community, you better be at home, okay, on the front porch or on the back porch or wherever. So, but I just want it to be put out there. And I would like to work with you about some things that I would love to see just a little tightened up, because sometimes the police just don't have good judgment. And we're going to have to start asking for some reporting about things, because we start doing reporting, you will see the disparity in how black and white children are treated. And we saw that as public defenders, because all our people would be black mostly. And we would say, sometimes they would say, yeah, I was with a white kid. And they said, what happened to him? Oh, he took him home. That's not fair. And that's a unintended racial impact, and I don't want to see that happen. But I do believe children do not deserve to be on the streets late at night, and I do believe that as a parent, ultimately, you are responsible for your children. I'm hoping that we can look for some better ways for recreation, that we can look at midnight basketball again. It was up at Wold Center, and put it over at what you got, Herbert Hoover over there?
Yes, ma'am.
Matthew Dickey, whatever. Put it there. Keep the kids engaged. If they're tired at night, I was so busy playing, going to the park all day when I was a child. When we came home and ate dinner or whatever, and we maybe went to the park for a few more hours, we were so tired that we didn't have time to be in trouble. But if the parks have now become this wasteland where no kids can go, and where if you go to Forest Park, you can't play basketball, then and you can't play, you don't have anybody who's there to watch out for you, and some of the parks are so dangerous that people are scared to send their kids, then that's not a good thing. So I'm hoping that with this, that we also add, we don't have enough resources where we have recreation and things. I would love to see next year we have some of these small parks staffed, and then we add on to that. And with that, thank you very much. I am going to support your bill.
Thank you. Well,
Alderman from the 24th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the Alderman yield for questioning?
Yep.
Alderman from the 24th.
Would you yield for, would the Alderman from the
Third,
excuse me, yield for questioning?
Third, we yield for questions to the Alderman from the 24th.
Yes, sir.
Alderman from the 24th, please proceed.
Would you be opposed to an amendment here that would amend page 2, line 36 of this to include going to as well as returning home? The only concern I have is that 7 a.m., that there may be some folks headed out to school or to work in the morning, and so I want to make sure that we don't inadvertently tie those folks up.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes, sir. So it's page 2, line 36. So some amendment along the lines of when going to or returning home, because if this curfew begins at 7 a.m., or excuse me, ends at 7 a.m., you may have children going to school, going to work at 6 a.m., say, and they would be in violation of curfew under this language.
Right, so the exemption exempts anybody that's going to work. And when it talks about when returning home, that's when returning home by direct route from the school or city-sponsored event. Is just saying that, you know, if you are in violation of curfew, you should be on your way home. If you're returning to your home, it's kind of
I guess I'm more concerned about the child who wakes up at 5 a.m. and then heads out.
Right, they're okay. It's by law, they're exempted here. They're on their way to school. You know, they're exempted. When accompanied by the parent of such juvenile, accompanied by a person over the age of 21, authorized by the parent when juveniles on the sidewalk, where he resides, and when going home, and within 1 hour after the termination, or by direct route from a school or city-sponsored event on any activity of religious or other association or place of employment.
So again, that's when returning home. I'm talking about when going to.
Okay. Okay.
It's a good, friendly amendment.
Okay.
Alderwoman?
Nothing further.
Yeah. Please proceed. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 22nd.
Yeah, with the Alderman from the 3rd Ward yield.
Alderman from the 3rd, will you yield to the Alderman from the 22nd?
Yes, sir.
Alderman from the 22nd, please proceed.
Alderman, you're a parent, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And being a parent is pretty challenging, correct?
It is very challenging.
And if you found that your child was out past curfew and you had to do community service, that's something you would support, right?
If I had to do community service, it's something I'd have to do. That's what I'd be asking for instead of jail time.
And how would that make you feel?
I would probably be pretty upset that they were outside and I had to do community service. And every time we got outside, I'd be pointing a finger at them, and then I'd be thinking about what I need to do to ensure that they are in the house at the time they're supposed to be home.
Some type of correctional behavior, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, because I remember when I was growing up, if we broke our neighbor's window, my mom had to pay for it.
That's right.
And that was not going to be fun after that. So there are historically, oftentimes, opportunities whereby our children do stuff that there are consequences for us because they're our responsibility at the end of the day. Even so far as paying to get them out of jail sometime. That's not something we would want to do, but as a parent, that is something that you probably would want to do so that your child doesn't have a lot of negative experiences. So I just want to kind of bring that up because there are times, you know, when you're a parent that you have to do things even outside of curfew because of the misbehavior of your child. Again, I salute you for what you're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 21st.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to call the question.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 21st. I entertain a second on that motion. Seconded by the Alderwoman from the 20th. They would call the question. It's a non-debatable motion. It's automatically. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderman Moore. Alderwoman Hubbard. Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderman Kotar. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther. Alderman Vollmer. Alderwoman Martin. Alderman Ornowitz. Alderwoman Murphy. Alderwoman Howard. Alderwoman Green. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Rhodey. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Muhammad. Alderman Boyd. Alderman Vaccaro. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderwoman Navarro. President Reed.
Aye.
Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderman Moore. Alderman Ornowitz. Alderwoman Howard. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. 14 aye votes and 11 no votes.
Our vote is staying the motion, Alderman from the 21st. So the next thing that's before us is the vote on Board Bill perfection. The perfection of Board Bill number 81. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderman Moore. Alderwoman Hubbard. Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderman Kotar. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther. Alderman Vollmer. Alderwoman Martin. Alderman Ornowitz. Alderwoman Murphy. Did she say Alderwoman Murphy. Okay. Alderwoman Green. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Rhodey. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Muhammad. Alderman Boyd. Alderman Vaccaro. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderwoman Navarro. President Reed.
Aye.
Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Moore. Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderman Ornowitz. Alderwoman Murphy. Alderman Boyd. Alderman Vaccaro. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Moore. Alderman Ornowitz. Alderman Boyd.
No.
"12 aye votes and 12 no votes.
By a vote, you fail to sustain the motion. Alderman from the 3rd Ward, and Board Bill 81 is not perfected. Now,
That is the extent of board bills for perfection.
Madam Clerk, I know the vote has been called. You're going to have to wait until I recognize you. The Alderwoman from the 1st does not control the floors when I recognize you. So, Madam Clerk, Board Bill, we have the balance of the bills that were on the perfection consent calendar that are now on everyone's desk. So, Alderman from the 22nd, you recognize for, we're going to do the balance of the bills that were on the perfection consent calendar that weren't on everyone's desk. They are now on everyone's desk from earlier that were when they suspended the rules on the 2nd reading calendar. So, Madam Clerk.
Board Bill 82, sponsored by Alderman Kotar, an ordinance adopting and approving the petition to amend the petition to establish the 705 Olive Community Improvement District to add property to the 705 Olive Community Improvement District and contain a severability clause. Board Bill 83, sponsored by Alderman Kotar, an ordinance approving the petition of an owner of certain real property to establish a community improvement district, establishing the Soulard Community Improvement District and containing an emergency and containing a severability clause. Board Bill 60, sponsored by Alderman Muhammad, an ordinance pursuant to Ordinance 68937, and authorizing the honorary street name Sarah Tillard Lane, which shall begin at the intersection of San Francisco and North Newstead and run northwest on San Francisco to the intersection of San Francisco and North Taylor. Board Bill 67, sponsored by Alderwoman Ingracia, an ordinance repealing and replacing Ordinance 70710, authorizing the Board of Public Service to promulgate regulations regarding bicycle sharing activities, which such regulations shall be known as the bicycle share policy of the city and containing an emergency clause. That is the extent of the addition of the perfection consent calendar.
Alderman from the 22nd, you recognized on the balance of the perfection consent calendar.
Mr. President, members of the board, I move for adoption of the balance of the perfection consent calendar.
Moved moved by the Alderman from the 22nd, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 14th. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Alderman from the Alderman from the 23rd. Did you have
And it's more just a question. I know that was 12-12, but then wouldn't I, because it automatically fails, wouldn't I be on the prevailing side?
Yeah,
And couldn't I?
Between now and the next meeting,
Okay,
next
so at
regularly
the next
scheduled meeting, you can bring it up.
That's what I need. I just needed, and that's what I'm
Clarification.
Right,
All right.
I want clarification.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Third reading consent.
Board Bill 23, 25, 26, 53, 46, 52, 69, and 74.
Alderman from the 22nd, you recognize on the third reading consent calendar. Third reading consent.
Ooh-wee, Mr. President, members of the board, I move for adoption of third reading consent calendar.
Moved by the Alderman from the 22nd, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 14th. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderman Moore. Alderwoman Hubbard. Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderman Kotar. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther. Alderman Vollmer. Alderwoman Martin. Alderman Ornowitz. Alderwoman Murphy. Alderwoman Howard. Alderwoman Green. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Rhodey. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Muhammad. Alderman Boyd. Alderman Vaccaro. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderwoman Navarro. President Reed.
Aye.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Moore. Alderman Ornowitz. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Tyus. 24 aye votes and 1 abstain.
By vote, you sustain the motion of the Alderman from the 22nd and 3rd read and finally passed the aforementioned bills.
That is the extent of third reading consent calendar.
We would dispense with line item 18, report of enrollment.
Board Bills 23, 25, 26, 53, 46, 52, 69, and 74.
All other business being suspended, the President shall in open session affix his signature hereto to the end that these may become law. Alderman from the 19th, you recognize on the motion for the courtesy resolutions calendar.
Mr. President, members of the board, I move that we adopt the courtesy resolution calendar.
Moved by the Alderman from the 19th. Entertain the second. Seconded by the Alderman from the 25th. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Alderman from the 28th, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the rules to introduce resolution numbers 92 and 93, which are on everyone's desks.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 28th, seconded by the Alderman from the 6th. We suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing resolutions 92 and 93.
Yes.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus. Pass. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley.
Yeah, they're going to go to committee.
Alderman Moore. Alderwoman Hubbard. Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderman Kotar. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther. Alderman Vollmer. Alderwoman Martin. Alderman Ornowitz. Alderwoman Murphy. Alderwoman Howard. Alderwoman Green. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Rhodey. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Muhammad. Alderman Boyd. Alderman Vaccaro. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderwoman Navarro. President Reed.
Aye.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderman Moore. Alderwoman Hubbard. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Ornowitz. Alderwoman Davis. Alderman Muhammad. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. "22 aye votes and 1 no vote.
By a vote, you sustain the motion. Alderman from the 28th and introduce resolutions 92 and 93. Madam Clerk, please place resolutions 92 and 93 at the tail end of our first reading of resolutions calendar.
So noted.
First reading of resolutions.
Resolution 91, sponsored by Alderman Muhammad, Alderwoman Davis, Alderwoman Ingracia, Alderwoman Rice, and Alderwoman Spencer. The Board of Aldermen supports H.R. 3435 and encourages the entire congressional delegation from Missouri and all members of the United States Senate and House of Representatives to support and adopt H.R. 3435 as well.
Alderman from the 21st, you recognize on the first reading of Resolution 91.
Thank you, Mr. President. Resolution number 91, move for the adoption of
You can,
resolution.
on the resolutions, you could talk first.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you can make the motion.
Resolution 91 is in support of a federal bill filed by our local congressman here, Representative Lacey Clay. He has filed legislation in the House of Representatives to enable states and local governments to enact their own gun laws. In his legislation also includes the restriction on the type of ammunition a person can purchase. It requires licensing for firearm dealers and sellers, and it includes comprehensive and more strict background checks for individuals who are purchasing firearms. He has roughly 23 co-sponsors right now in the House of Representatives. Him and our two congressmen here in Missouri, as well as our counterpart in Kansas City, Congressman Cleaver, is in support of the legislation, as well as the Democratic leader, Speaker Pelosi. He has been working on this legislation for roughly 2 years. So this resolution, point of order, Mr. President, I cannot hear myself talk.
Please hold it down. Alderman from the 21st, thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. He has roughly 20 co-sponsors right now, and this resolution is only in support of it, and it's just letting the members of Congress know how we feel about gun violence that's plaguing our communities and how it's going rapid in the city of St. Louis. I would ask for unanimous consent for this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, please proceed, Alderman. Would you like to make a motion for the adoption?
I move to make a motion for the passage of Resolution 91.
It's been moved and seconded by the Alderman from the 21st, seconded by the Alderman from the 19th. Alderman from the 21st, please add my name to the resolution also. Alderwoman from the 5th.
President and members of the board, I would like my name added as well. And I'd just like to offer a brief commentary on why I'm in support of this legislation. Currently in the 5th Ward, in our coveted Old North St. Louis faction of the ward, we have a hardware store selling more bullets probably than anything in the city. And they're selling bullets to people with no licenses, no nothing. And they know kids from our community, they're not going out hunting. They don't have the training to handle these assault rifles, but they're standing on corners in the 5th Ward and in my colleague from the 22nd Ward intimidating the community. And so I speak loud and clear in opposition to what's going on regarding these gun laws in our community. And I know the NRA is one of the biggest lobbying entities in the world, but it's killing us in our communities literally. And so I stand in support of this resolution, and I just want to ask the hardware store in my ward to quit selling bullets to black kids, because you know what's happening in our community.
Thank you.
And I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Alderwoman from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the board, I'd like to move that we pass this in bank.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 15th, seconded by the Alderman from the 21st and 13th, that we pass this resolution in bank. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, Madam Clerk, please make note of that. The Alderwoman from the 1st would like not to have her name added. If anyone else would like to not have their name added, please notify the clerk. Alderman from, any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 21st, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the members for passing this resolution. I'm sure our congressmen and the members of Congress will appreciate this. I renew my motion.
All right. It's been moved and seconded that we adopt resolution number 91. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Madam Clerk, please make note of that.
So noted. Resolution 92, the Forest Park Advisory Board member appointments, Jake Banton.
Alderman from the 28th, you recognize for resolution 92.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we refer this resolution to the Parks and Environment Committee.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 28th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 1st, that we assign resolution 92 to Parks. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Alderwoman from the... Go ahead, Madam Clerk. I'm rushing you now. Sorry about that.
Resolution 93, Forest Park Advisory Board, appointments, Lita Price Land.
Alderwoman from the 28th, you recognize on the first reading of resolution number 93.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we refer the resolution 93 to the Parks and Environment Committee.
Moved by the Alderwoman from the 28th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 1st. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Madam Clerk, please make a note of that. Sign Resolution 93 to Parks.
So noted. That is the extent of first reading of resolutions.
Second reading.
We have none.
Miscellaneous unfinished business.
We have none.
Announcements.
Friday, July 12, 2019, full board meeting, 10 a.m. in the chambers. It's the last meeting before the summer break.
Any further announcements? Alderwoman from the 1st.
Mr. President and members of the board, I want to thank the Rules Committee. This committee has worked overtime to try to correct a lot of problems that we had with different board bills. So we have been meeting on Tuesdays and then Fridays. And I want to apologize to some of the aldermen because we met short week. We met Monday and we had 14 bills. 9 of them had missing parts, didn't have attachments, referred to stuff that wasn't in the bill, and we worked with the clerk really hard. We got a list over to SLDC of what was missing. Only one of the board bills came back with what was needed to pass it out and engross it, so we did not. But I want to say my committee members' names. Larry Honorwitz never misses a committee meeting. You need that when you're trying to get these board bills, because these are all your board bills. Megan Green, Carol Howard, Alderman Volmer, I'm sorry, I should be saying the aldermen, not their names. Alderman Tom Oldenburg. This is a workhorse committee that we have changed the way we were doing things because we're trying to make sure that the board is not embarrassed by things. So I just want to give a shout out to the Rules Committee and thank them for all their hard work.
Yeah, thanks to all of you. I appreciate it. Any further announcements? Any further announcements? Well, I thank each and every one of you for that. It's been a long morning. Alderman from the 22nd, you're recognized on the motion to excuse.
Mr. President and members of the board, I move to excuse the alderman from the 4th due to necessary absence.
Moved by the alderman from the 22nd, seconded by the alderman from the 10th. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Alderman from the 22nd, you're recognized on the motion to adjourn.
Yes, Mr. President, members of the board, I move to adjourn until July what? July the 12th, 10 a.m.
I know it's been moved by the alderman from 22nd, seconded by the alderman from the 10th. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Stand adjourned.